All righty. Matt beat Mike. Let me go turn off the music. Zeppelin's playing. I can't let the mic pick it up or I will get muted. What's playing? Sounds like In My Time of Dying. It is. In My Time of Dying. Bow down, down, around, down. Dang it, I forgot to shoot. I wonder, I bet Jill could find that stuff for us. If I told you somebody's name, I wonder if Ed, hold on one second, let me text Ed first. Okay, so two big auctions. Led Zeppelin RL will be at exactly 8 o'clock. Tool Anima will be at exactly 8 o'clock. Okay? Tool Anima and RL will be at 8 o'clock. That's my best guess for time, barring some unforeseen major incident. And it looks like we got Black Sabbath signs. Okay. Seth's getting more mail. There's one crate of Hatchet Ed. Looks like Hatchet Ed has a couple other deliveries here. I've already filled out these prices. They just need pricing, it looks like. All right, so let me figure out what Laura can do for us here. I will figure that out. All right, Laura, I'll figure that out. These are already priced. They just need stickers on them. Yeah. Okay. So Laura, whenever you have time, and if you can hear me, yeah, there's three crates that need pricing. And we probably could split them up into 4 so we could sort some of this stuff by genre, because there's a lot of rap that I wanted to keep all together. Okay. Let me ask Ed about that big order. Yeah, I forgot to tell him to go ahead and cancel that big order. And let me message Tanner. That's going to happen. We'll blame that on Seth. Someone just said, and fire Seth. That was that's the last comment on the chat right now. Yeah, he has pretty much a hate club around here. Except Jill. Jill's a fan of Seth's. Doctor. Psh, that guy. He wishes. Like Jerry Seinfeld said, some of these people have to finish last in their class. He's like, Jerry Seinfeld has that bit. My doctor's the best. My doctor's the best. Jerry Seinfeld's like, well, some of these people have to be the worst. Like, who are the doctors and the pharmacists finishing last in their class? You know? All right. Let's see what Ed's done with my... Just like Marie Antoinette, living Khrushchev and Kennedy, you can take care of. He's well versed and adequate. She's extraordinarily nice. She's a killer. Queen, jackknife, Elizabeth. Guaranteed to blow your mind anytime. Feels like, what has happened here? I feel like people have moved stuff here. I sense a disturbance in the force. This is never here. I feel a disturbance in the force. I know when something's off. You know, when somebody flipped my crates around here.
I think he was doing the flip video right there.
G?
Yeah. Yep.
Strike one, G. No, I'm joking. Can't get mad at G. She's too critical. Seth, we can fire. Seth's not here. We don't know it. G's not here. We have no idea. But whatever crate was right here, I've been using it for a long time. And now she's moved it. Little things like that really trigger my whatever it is I have. Seth says well, here we go. Okay. Okay, so I'll make sure Laura heard me. She did. And this crate here is not supposed to be here either, I don't think. Yeah. Everybody's missing my mojo like Austin Powers. Thank you, John. I won't be here. Tennessee game. I'll see you Monday. We have... Okay. What is going on here? Monday, no sell on these. I don't know what any of that means. All right, I got to call a staff meeting. Everybody in the conference room immediately. Laura and Jill staff meeting. Tennessee by 28. Well, I hope so, but here's the shocking news. The line was 12.5, 11.5, 10.5, and the last hour it's moved to 9.5. So I don't know what the deal is, but there's a lot of people all of a sudden betting on Arkansas. So they know something we don't out in Vegas. So, and that's always scary because if Vegas knows something and you don't, well, that's how you end up out in the desert in a hole. And that's a metaphor financially. Laura says, can I finish it? Yeah, you can finish the auctions. Okay. Craig, we can FaceTime you in. All right. Let me, Yeah. Roxy 630, how much new vinyl came in? How did I know you was going to ask that, John? 3.5 crates. 3.5 crates. Okay. Okay. Let me get my brain situated here. Okay. There's those. Laura's working on auctions. So I've got to hopefully get some rest because I'm leaving in the morning for the Tennessee game. With that being said, we're going to have a fantastic show tonight because between now and then, it's going to be nonstop action. Hope y'all are ready. Let me move John's cart out of the way. He has dropped off today's loot. Before you leave, Jill, I'll give you the instructions on where these other records are at I need. Or I kind of know, but we might have to hunt some other stuff down. And we're ready to start going. Yeah, there was basically no Rocktobers that got pushed for today, okay? And these CDs were shown last night. That was the leftovers. And we're ready for a clear board. I'm ready for all new stuff right now. So let's see what Laura's got us over here for in the $15 tab. Who you going to call? Ghostbusters. We're going to start off with two spooky records. An 84 USOG Ghostbusters, $15 start. Vinyls EX. We have a note for cover damage. The cover is pretty worn. It's got ring wear. It has noticeable creases. So a VG minus cover. $15 start on that. And then we have Do the Monster Mash. And this is in VG condition. It's a 62 mono. A 1962, the OG mono. We were selling new copies of this week. They're $38.99. They're colored vinyl. How about the 1962 original mono pressing of the Monster Mash? That is now going up for a $15 start. It's a graveyard smash. All right, let's pull up this morning's 6 a.m. video. The 6 a.m. video from 12 hours ago has the following. Oh, by the way, I did sell Black Sabbath, so I need to get that off the table. Shout out to Danny Thomason. We did strike a deal on Black Sabbath, so thank you, Danny. And I'm going to officially get that off the table before somebody asks about it. Me and Danny reached an agreement on that. And then, Danny, I want to let you know, I'm not joking. He's probably watching right now. There was a guy that messaged me about 9 a.m. this morning, I think around 9 a.m. this morning, and guess what? He told me he would take it. And I was like, man, I just made a deal with somebody else, and somebody else wanted it, and they were just going to just go ahead and buy it. So I told you, if we push that out any longer, somebody else was going to buy it. And yes, I need to blow the air horn for Danny. Let me make sure he's watching. I think he's on. If he's on, I'm going to make sure he gets his air horn. So we did sell, and I no longer, once again, it didn't stay more than 24 hours. It's gone. Ozzy is sold. So, and I told that guy, and I tell everybody else, of course, we're always looking, and we're getting leads on stuff. And I know collectors, I know dealers, and we're always looking for other signed items. So if anybody has anything you ever want to sell, just let me know. And in the video this morning, we have Blaine Zapnick doing Mingus. We got Flog and Molly. So Mingus, Flog and Molly, Queensryche, Rammstein, Black Sabbath. We got Shinedown. We got Queensryche, Condition Human, Led Zeppelin, Suicidal, Rammstein, Perfect Circle, STP, Motley Crue and Collective Soul. Wow. All right, so we got a lot to pull. Monster Mash is at $22, and Ghostbusters is a $15 start. Okay, there's that, and here we go. We have not sold any Van Halen posters lately. No, all those band posters, we've had them photographed. Hadn't got to do them, okay? There is a show tomorrow, yes. Tool will be at 8 o'clock Central Time. I just made a whole nother post just for that record. 8 o'clock Central Time. A Perfect Circle, 13th step. Actually, the first record here sold, John LeBeatty. I have one extra copy. It's a 2 LP. A Perfect Circle, $39.99. Danny is watching. We got to give him his air horn for the Black Sabbath. Jill, fair warning. Laura in the back, fair warning. Air horn coming in 3, 2, 1, 0. Thank you, Danny. Great way to start the show. That's technically a continuation of last night. These shows to me all blend in because even though there may be quite a bit of time in between them, I'm always working. Go home, I come right back, and we're doing it again. So it feels like we're just kind of stop and take a break, and then we're just right back here selling where we left off. Monster Mash is a real 62 OG mono in VG condition. A real OG 62 mono in VG condition. John Barry has it for $22. It does have a little bit of a paper pull here on the cover, but like I said, we were selling new copies this week for $38.99. One Perfect Circle left. We have one Mudvayne left, $54.99. This is a limited edition 3000 yellow and black marble vinyl. Mudvayne's $54.99. So Laura's finishing up the auctions, and we have 3.5 crates of new vinyl. She's going to start pricing those. I've got the prices for her. She's just got to mark them. And then Hatchet Ed already has a crate up here, a full crate of vinyl, 3 small little crates of miscellaneous, and then that big order I was telling y'all about we had to unfortunately cancel, which is like over $5,000. Ed has texted me the location. I meant to tell him to go ahead and just cancel those. Me and him was talking about it. I never did give him the word to go ahead and just cancel those officially. So we got plenty of stuff to show tonight. We're going to end up having 4 new John crates, 3.5 crates of new vinyl, probably 5 Hatchet Ed crates, and then whatever Laura's able to mark. So between now and whenever I say good night, probably around midnight or 1 a.m., we'll be showing all new stuff, including Hatchet Ed. So hopefully y'all are buckled up and ready for a Friday night at Coletco. And on top of that, we got insane auctions to run. Breaking Benjamin is $29.99. We got a Led Zeppelin RL. We got a Tool Anima, which is just insane. We're talking about like one of the most rarest and desirable of the 90s albums out there going up for auction tonight. Faith No More, King for a Day. Faith No More is $64.99. King for a Day, $64.99 on that. The other Perfect Circle is Eat the Elephant. That one's $36.99. Monster Mash is still at $27 or is at $27. And that's with John Barry. And then Ghostbusters is a no bid. You can pick that up for $15. It does have a kind of a beat up cover at VG minus, but the vinyl's not bad. EX on Ghostbusters, $15 buy it now. Paul will be doing the show tomorrow. Paul's here tomorrow. I'm leaving in the morning, of course, to go to Knoxville. Paul will be doing the show tomorrow. And that's the plan. Scott Oman got Ghostbusters for $15. Lincoln Park, this is Hybrid Theory. It's $33.99 for Lincoln Park. And we got 2 copies of Shinedown, and one of these did sell. Carla Breaky got a copy of Shinedown, Attention, Attention. So there's 1 copy of Shinedown left, $46.99. There is Monster Mash. John Barry has that for $27. Suicidal Tendencies sold. And Suicidal Tendencies is sold to John LeBeatty. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That's sold to you. And there's 1 left, and that's Suicidal Tendencies, still Psycho after all these years, $39.99. Mike Pierce or anybody else, let me know if you want back in on Monster Mash, $27. Yeah, there's Mike Pierce. He's the one that wanted the Black Sabbath. So congratulations to Danny. But I told Mike and Danny both, I said a couple more minutes, and one of y'all would have missed out on it. I was trying to tell everybody right now, if you want Aussie, you better buy it because it's going to slip through your fingers. That kind of stuff, they don't stay around long. It's a big purchase but man, they're sweet when you get them in your hand. Black, the Clash, give them enough rope. This is a 1980 U.S. Carrollton reissue. Let's go ahead and open up again with a Clash. This is Give 'em Enough Rope. It is a 1980 Carrollton reissue copy. And that's a clean copy, though. $30 start on that. Autumn bets on SD. SD for Autumn was, did you mean Suicidal Tendencies? ST? Is that right, Autumn? Or did you want something else? And then over here we have Morbid Angel, Heretic. Morbid Angel's $33.99. I still have that available. And Tool, Fear Inoculum. Speaking of Tool, big album being auctioned tonight, but here is Fear Inoculum, their most recent work they put out in 2019, which I think is some of their best work. $76.99. I love that album. $76.99. That's a triple LP. And then Queensryche Promised Land. This first one here is sold to... well, actually, you know what? Matt Nichols, if you're watching, no, never mind. Tom Kelly got it. Okay, I thought somebody might have deleted their comment. So Tom Kelly got Shinedown, or it's got Queensryche Promised Land, and then Shinedown is sold to Autumn Bets. Okay, SD, duh, Chad, Shinedown. I was like, what is SD? Shinedown, thank you. So we're sold out of Shinedown. And don't overlook AIC. It's an original pressing too. Alice in Chains is also an original pressing. So it's 6:30 right now in Tennessee. I'm going to be selling those big dogs around 8 o'clock. We usually do stuff a little bit later on Friday nights. People get on the chat later. They're out whatever with family. So we try to go ahead and knock out Friday night big auctions a little bit later. So Tool Anima, the OG three-legged dog. I mean, I didn't even mention that. I just put in the post, everything's real and spectacular to hopefully let everybody know those are all real pressings. That's a real Alice in Chains. That's a real Tool Anima. We're going to run some of that a little bit closer to 8 o'clock, okay? Monster Mash is sold to John Barry for $27. Thank you, John Barry. That is sold to you for $27. Thank you. That is done. Over here, the Clash, and the last bid on the Clash over here. The last bid on the Clash, or that's a starting bid for $30 on the Clash. Next thing is Ace Frehley 2014 Remaster, his solo album. $33.99 for Ace Frehley. We still got Michael Jackson Escape. Michael Jackson Escape is $39.99. Do you have any Metallica box sets? Not tonight. You missed the ones we had last night. Yeah, I'm sure there's still more back there from this collection, but not any tonight to my knowledge. Kiss Hotter Than Hell is $33.99, 2014 remaster. Thanks everybody who came out to the $1 sale here at the store. I think we ended up doing over 2,000 today, over 2,000 $1 records, which means that we're on pace to do what we did the last time. And the last time, over 2 days, we did over 5,000 $1 records sold. So if everybody comes out like you're supposed to tomorrow, they're putting out all new stuff, and we're going to have thousands of more new ones to dig through. $1 records. Please come out tomorrow, okay? Next thing is Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm, $29.99 for that. And we have Entombed. Entombed is $39.99. Entombed, $39.99. I've still got both of those. Morbid Angels, $38.99. Black with White Edge Marble. And Papa Roach Infest. Papa Roach Infest, $34.99 for that. Also, Suicidal Tendencies. This is their self-titled album. $33.99 on that. And Chevelle, Naradius. Chevelle's $24.99. Brian Call does have Clash at 31. That's a final call. Speaking of Brian Call, he drove all the way down from Saginaw, Michigan for the $1 sale today. Thank you, Brian, and anybody else that drove in from out of town, and all the locals who drive right down the road, $1 LPs. And, I mean, I'm looking at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I'm looking at 16 tubs right now that doesn't look like that even got touched today, because obviously they're still back here and they hadn't been moved up front. So there's 16 tubs back here of records I know no one's even touched. So there's that. That was Merciful Fate, not... This is Merciful Fate, my bad, $38.99. This is Entombed, no telling what I said. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind is $33. And we have Black Sabbath California Jam. And Black Sabbath California Jam is sold to Darren Wortman. Thank you, Darren Wortman. That's sold to you. The Clash is sold to Brian Call for $31. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Mad Ed. Yep, everybody was in and out. I don't really know who was all here throughout the day, but it was a work day. So I know probably a Friday at 10 o'clock, this place had to be busy because at Friday at 10 o'clock, everybody that works here is typically here, and then everybody that showed up for the dollar sale. So it had to have been pretty packed. All right, Jill says it was. All right, next auction. We sold a sealed one last night. This is a now out-of-print title, Metallica Live at Grammys. Metallica is a 2010 Record Store Day exclusive. This is a $35 start. $35 start. I did not hear that explosion. Well, I'll put it to you this way. I woke up randomly. You know, I sleep during the day, and I have a TV on and fan. It's loud in my house probably, but I woke up randomly, and that's probably what it was. It's probably something like that woke me up. I don't know if anybody else felt it in Lebanon, but I've been asked about that. I don't really know. Now, something woke me up, which is unusual because usually I'm out and I'm sleeping right in the middle of the day, so World War III could be commencing, and I have no idea till I wake up. So Metallica's at $35, and we might can slip in one. Of course, we're going to have another big dollar sale tomorrow, Saturday. We might can slip in another one before the end of the year. The bad part is the weather. If we do it, another 30 or 60 days out, you're talking about cold, and you're talking about cold weather. You're talking about hard to get people outside to look through records when everything's cold and your hands are numb and all the vinyl is cold. Have you ever looked through records in the cold? It's like they're ice cubes. It's a weird phenomenon. So it's really hard to look through vinyl when it's freezing cold outside. But we might just stockpile everything and then just have a huge one in the spring. If my staff says, Chad, we got to have a dollar sale, and they can pick out hopefully a good weekend with good weather, we'll try to have another one in 30 or maybe 60 days. But we can't have them too close together. We try to do them just a few times a year so they're huge events and everybody can plan ahead. So this might be the last one of the year, and then we'll do another one first warm weekend of the 2026. And if that's true, then we'll have tons. We'll be running out of space to store them here at the store. Or hopefully, maybe we'll just get so many good collections, there's not that many leftovers. But we end up having a lot of leftovers from collections. Michael Jackson's $39.99. Michael Jackson's $39.99. Metallica is at $50 with Brandon, and we're going to read through these. The records I need. Let me mute my mic one second. No, Metallica's not a bootleg. Metallica is a real official pressing, live at Grammys. This was a limited edition deal they did. They did a secret live show at Grammys, which is a record store in Nashville. They did that, and they put it out as a double 10-inch, the full concert, and there's that, okay? New vinyl is going to be shown as soon as Laura marks it. She's finishing up the auctions. They're about to get priced, okay? Here we go. So Jerry Stone's asked about new vinyl. Let me give y'all the agenda down to the minute. New vinyl recap, new vinyl recap. New vinyl, Hatchet Ed, vintage stuff, Hatchet Ed, vintage stuff, new Laura stuff, vintage stuff, new stuff, Hatchet Ed, new vintage stuff, auction, new vintage, new vinyl, Hatchet Ed, new vinyl, vintage, Hatchet Ed, new vinyl, Hatchet Ed, and auctions, and then we'll end the show. Forbidden Planet is a soundtrack. $36, new and sealed, Forbidden Planet, the 1956 movie, the soundtrack, new and sealed, $36.99. What year is Metallica? Live at Grammys is 2010. Metallica Live at Grammys is 2010. It's a final call. 007 Platinum has it for $55. Javi Soto does want Michael Jackson Escape. Here's what's left in here. Perfect Circle, Mudvayne, Breaking Benjamin, Faith No More, King for a Day, Perfect Circle, Linkin Park, Suicidal Tendencies, Morbid Angel, Tool, Ace Frehley, Kiss, Hailstorm, Entombed, Merciful Fate, Papa Roach, Suicidal Tendencies, Chevelle, and Iron Maiden, and more Linkin Park. That's the lineup. Now, I went through those twice, and then I just read them again. If you decide you want something else in there, let me know. Let me go ahead and let you know something right now. If you have plans tonight or you're thinking about trying to do something else and you want to bet on one of these big auctions and you want to see tonight's Hatchet Ed crates and you want to see the newest vintage stuff and you want to see all the new vinyl and you want to see all the auctions and you want to see the new vintage stuff, if you have plans, you should go ahead and cancel them. If you're going to be like back and forth off the chat, you need to find a device where you can at least hear me, whatever else you're doing. You need to get another iPad. You need to open up another web browser. You need to get a new phone. You need to get another laptop. You need to get a projector. You need to buy a TV, a dual monitor. Otherwise, you're going to miss something because there is a lot of stuff going up for auction right now. We got record after record. We've got new crate after new crate, Hatchet Ed crate after Hatchet Ed crate. We've got new vinyl. We got new vintage vinyl. We're going to have puzzles. We're going to have auctions. We're going to have air horns. We're going to have cassettes. We're going to have Chevy Chase. We're going to have Gene Simmons. We're going to have everything. So if you're thinking about eating or walking your dog or going to the bathroom or spending family time or throwing catch with your son or playing tea with your daughter, whatever, cancel everything, send everybody to bed, get into a room by yourself, put on some headphones. I wouldn't do anything for the rest of the night. You're going to miss something. You're going to hop back on and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that toy anima. Been trying to buy that for 7 years. You need to cancel everything right now. You need to get me on a monitor. You need to, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Have where you can hear me tonight. Otherwise, you're going to miss something. Metallica live at Grimey's has a new bid for $60, 007. You've been outbid. Moving on with this video claims, we have Flog and Molly, and we did sell something. One is sold to Eric Fisher, $33.99. We have 2 copies left of Flog and Molly, and this is Drunken Lullabies. That is $33.99. We have Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. This is sold here to Carol Keys. Thank you, Carol Keys, on that. Records over for you. Got to make a decision. Do I want to spend time with family or do I want to get these records? You got to make a tough decision. Hopefully you're saying records. Family, see you later. Y'all go downstairs and play Nintendo. I'll be up here. Daddy's going to be up here buying records. Goodfellas is $24.99. Honey, here's the credit card. Go get your nails done. I'll be right up here buying records. Metallica has a new bid for $65. Our next auction is this right here. We have Britney Spears Blackout. Whoa. Britney Spears, 2019. Urban Outfitters exclusive, limited to 5,000 on clear vinyl. It has the original on her sleeve, Lord's favorite Britney Spears album. Nice. Don't ever see that one too often. $55 start on that. Interpol, this is Turn On the Bright Lights. Interpol is $29.99. Mingus Aham, Charles Mingus is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. That's sold to you. We have Stone Temple Pilots. This is the Best of STP. 2 LP blue vinyl. This is sold to John LeBeatty. Thank you, John LeBeatty. That's sold to you. Blur is still available. Blur is $69.99. We have Michael Jackson Off the Wall. Michael Jackson is $24.99. That is available. And also Twisted Sister, A Very Twisted Christmas. Twisted Sisters on green vinyl. I still got all 3 of these, $29.99. And we have Boys to Men. This is a 2 LP. Boys to Men is $44.99. I still got both of those. Queensryche Empire. This one is still available. It's a 2 LP, $38.99 on that. Metallica is sold to 007 for $65. Thank you on that one. Twunker Bell has Britney Spears at $55. That's going once, going twice. Next is A Very Special Christmas. This is sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. That's sold to you. There's 2 extra copies left. Also, Michael Jackson Bad is still available. Michael Jackson Bad is $24.99. Motley Crue. We're going to have 1 left after I give one to Matt Nichols. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you. There's 1 more left here. And then Elvis, that's his self-titled debut. Elvis Presley is $29.99. That's on green vinyl, his debut album. Michael Jackson, History Continues. Double picture disc, $54.99. Rammstein. 1 here is officially sold to James Young. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Led Zeppelin. This is the 3 LP Deluxe Edition. That is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. Queensryche Condition Human is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to Matt Nichols. Britney Spears has 1 bid for $55. Urban Outfitters exclusive, 2019, limited to 5,000 on clear vinyl. It has a high bid with Twunker Bell for $55. $50 and I'm about to sell it. If you need to bid, you should already be placing your bids. You should have already topped them out. You should have already hit send. Next auction is Lion, Dangerous Attraction. Lion is a 1987 USOG. Side label is misprinted. There's nothing at all. So when they labeled this side A, they didn't print anything on it. This is Lion, an 87 USOG, a $25 start on that. All right, so everybody got what they wanted. Mingus, Flog and Molly, blah, 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 blah. This. And then Matt Scheiker on a wait list for Ramstein. Matt Scheiker needs to go on a wait list for Ramstein, okay? So Matt Scheiker is going to go on a waiting list for Ramstein, Libius for Alda. Matt Scheiker, make sure he goes on a waiting list for that. And if anybody else wants anything in this crate, let me know. We're about to read through those again. We got Michael Jackson History, Elvis Presley, Motley Crue, Michael Jackson, Very Special Christmas, Queen's Right, Boys to Men, Twisted Sister, Michael Jackson Blur, STP, Interpol, Goodfellas, and Flog and Molly. There it is. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. That one's going to go right over here. Probably going to go ahead and start going through this first Hatchet Ed crate and show some of the miscellaneous stuff so we can try our best all night long to get that. We have another huge order over here that's being canceled. And that stuff, it's a lot of stuff, isn't it? Jill's out of breath. She's huffing and puffing. This is why we don't let anybody get behind on their invoices. Yeah.
You mean to open that?
No, you can leave it in there. I'll try to sell it again as a bundle.
Okay.
This guy bought bundles. He bought everything. So what we're going to do about every week, we're purging invoices. If you have more than 2 unpaid, you know, you can't start buying into a third week, okay? And if you got a few unpaid and you're not paying them, then I'm going to say, hey, you can't buy anything else until you get these paid. Should be that simple. Buy week to week and pay week to week. That's the way we want it. You buy, you get an invoice, you pay, we ship, you get another invoice. That way, if you start getting 2 invoices behind and you start trying to buy more, that's a problem for you, problem for us, problem for everybody. Next thing is Britney Spears. It sold a Twunker Bell for $55. Next thing over here is Lines 25, Line 27. How much is STP? The double LP best of STP. It's called Thank You, $39.99. Double blue vinyl. Line 27, Line 30, Line 30. Can you show the Michael Jackson picture disc in? Sure thing. It's called Michael Jackson History Continues. It's a double picture disc. $54.99. History Continues. It is sealed, has a sticker there on the edge. $54.99 on that, okay? And I think the other one we sold out of. What was the other picture disc we had? We had another picture disc, but that was about it, okay? So there's that. Yeah, this guy, so far, he's racked up 5 crates, okay? Guns N' Roses, Lies, Suicide. Okay, I got good news and bad news for you. The good news is I have that record, I think. The bad news is it's an unofficial, okay? It's an unofficial bootleg, and that's not going to go up, even the unofficial. It's going to go up in about 30 minutes, okay? It's still going to be a while before we put that up. It's an unofficial. It's not a real OG pressing of that one, okay? Next thing, Forbidden Planet is $36.99. Leonard Skinner, $36.99. That's a new sealed reissue gatefold jacket, 180 gram, $36.99. This is brand new and sealed, brand new and sealed. Pink Floyd's $34.99. Forbidden Planet's $36.99. Led Zeppelin is $29.99. Next is Lion 32, Lion 35. Next crate's going up right now. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Okay? Yeah, you can just start piling all that. So right now we got 6 Hatchet Ed crates, all from one person. 6 Hatchet Ed crates, all from one person. Unbelievable. Those buying privileges have obviously been dropped forever. Unbelievable. Very frustrating. That's hours of me selling, standing here for basically nothing. That's like a whole night. That's like a whole night of selling just evaporated. You know, that's like, I try to put it to people this way. How would you like to go to work for 8 hours and then come back home and find out you didn't get paid for that 8 hours? You'd be pretty mad, wouldn't you? Yeah, that'd be pretty mad. You go home and your boss texts you, hey, you know those 8 hours you worked today? Sorry, I can't pay you for them. Yeah, that would be, I try to put it that way before anybody pulls the trigger thinking about buying something they might not can pay for. I was like, why don't you put it into that perspective? You get home from work and then somebody texts you, hey, you know what? I'm not paying you today. All right. Let's go for the third. Now, this other one here is a collaboration. It's all kinds of different stuff. So let's start going through these. There's about 5 auction records in the front. There's new vinyl in here, and then there's lots of pre-owned stuff. So here's the first Hatchet Ed crate. We're going to go through it first while Laura's finishing up the auctions and marking the new vinyl. We'll go ahead and do that right now. So let's get started. First thing we have is this. We have Lion has a new bid for $45. Lion has a new bid for $45. Hope everybody's hit the like button. Hope everybody's hit the share button. Hope everybody's hit the I Love Coletco button. We'd greatly appreciate that. I've got about, tonight is a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to get through it as fast, as quick as possible, including the auctions and guns and some of the big desirable auctions. It's way too early, okay? I can't put up $1,000 records right now. We still got to wait a little bit longer, but I'm going to try to go ahead and mix in some of these Iron Maidens because we got so many of them. We got so many of these unofficial picture discs that are pretty desirable. And then this is an unofficial 2001 German. It is Iron Maiden, a real live one, unofficial picture disc. That's going to go up for a $55 star. Line 42, line 45, and line $48, okay? Iron Maiden's a $55 start. That's now up for bid. First thing we have in here, Hatchet Ed crate. Let's get started. This is My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall, $24.99. My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall, $24.99. This is Tomorrow's Heroes Today. This is Seal, $29.99. The Brian Jonestown Massacre, $29.99. The Who, The Kids Are All Right. The Who, The Kids Are All Right with booklet in shrink wrap. That's $34.99. And we have the Interstellar Villains right out in the Lobster Quadrille. That is a 1988 Australian Garage Psych EP, $14.99. And this is a 1970 prog album, $49.99. It's called Fantasy, $49.99. Over here on the top, line 45, line 48, how much for Just Push Play? That will be put up for auction later. Madeline, that will be put up for auction later. It's very expensive. That's what Laura just walked by and she says it's very expensive. So if you want to bid on it, it will be put up for auction here in about an hour. Okay, probably in about an hour or less. I wouldn't leave the chat. I could sell it in 30 minutes. I could sell it in 20 minutes. It will be sold here at auction to the highest bidder. Edwin Blom gets Fantasy. This is a 1970 prog album, $49.99. We also have this, which is Death from Above, The Psychic World, a garage rock album, $24.99 on that. Riot, Fire Down Under, a music on vinyl, numbered red vinyl, $39.99. Riot, Fire Down Under. This is a Jane's Child, a 1989 U.S. industrial synth pop, $24.99 on that. Nobody's been on Iron Maiden. Final call to get a bid on that for $55. Line is still getting bids. It's at $52. We also have The Doors, Analog Productions. This is an unopened Analog Productions, 2LP, 45 RPM, $54.99. Chris Knapp on Death, which was this right here. This was Death from Above. That is sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. Looks like some incredible titles in here. These are available. They're sticker price. We've already sold them once. Didn't get paid for them. Hopefully we're going to sell them again and get paid for them this time. So now the hatch, it's grown to 7 crates.
I've got some more bundles here.
Wow, 7 crates. Yeah, this guy bought a lot of bundles. Oh yeah, there's a ton of bundles over here. That sucks. Bundles are something when I get rid of them, I never want to see them again because we've had to reduce them so cheap. And now I've got about, what, 6 of them to resell? Unbelievable. All right. Lines at $52. Chris Knapp on Death. Over here, we got John Howard on James. That's sold. Mark Stanley next on Death. Over here is Raven, Wiped Out. Raven's a 2002 orange and blue smoke-colored vinyl, $26.99. We have Zola Jesus, and this is unopened, $19.99. Smoke and clear vinyl, low-fly experimental. Also, we have Ethos, Open Up, a 1971 U.S. prog album, VG, $19.99. This is Naked on the Vague, the Blood Pressure Sessions. Naked on the Vague is sealed, $9.99. Travis Wade on Zola. That is sold to Travis Wade. We have The Devil Makes 3 live at Mystic Theater, Stomp and Smash. That is sealed for $29.99. Phantoms, Amelia Asmundo. This looks interesting. It is a supergroup. Mike Patton from Faith No More. Sealed, $29.99. King Buzzo from the Melvins. Dave Lombardo from Slayer. And then Traver Dunn from Mr. Bungle. That is sealed, $29.99. Edwin Blom on Ethos. That is sold, Ethos. And then over here we have more George Thorogood and the Destroyers. That is $19.99. And Nico, live at the Hacienda, 1983. Nico is sealed, $24.99. We have Wilco, the whole Lev. Wilco is $27.99. It does include the CD. All right, so nobody bet on Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden's a bot now for $55 if anybody wants it. A real live one, unofficial picture disc. Iron Maiden's available. It's the full album as a picture disc, $55. Line 52, we have line 55, line 58, line out. Lines at $58 with Jim Sedal. Riot, Fire Down Under was a music on vinyl, numbered $39.99, numbered to 30 on red vinyl, $39.99 on that. Next thing is Tim Volden has put F-A-N-T, Fant. Fant, what was Fant? If it's for fantasy, that already sold. Chris Kirkley gets Wilco, that's sold, and Brian Reynolds gets the Iron Maiden picture disc. That's sold to Brian Reynolds for $55. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's an Iron Maiden picture disc. This is Peace of Mind, an unofficial 2001 German pressing. The full album, 2001 German unofficial, Iron Maiden Peace of Mind, $55 start. What was the picture disc? It just sold to Brian Reynolds, and then Sherry Darnell on Wilco. You were second on that. Fant for Phantoms. He might want this one right here. Phantoms, right? Tim Voldness, that is sold to you. Next thing over here is Bullets for You, Toxic Reasons. That is sealed on red vinyl, $29.99. Also, Buffalo Springfield, that is a 2LP, $34.99 on that. Tim Voldness, you did get Phantoms. And then over here, Lion is officially sold to Jim Sedal for $58. That is sold. Grimes Visions, this is $19.99. It even has a sticker on the back of it that says, Laura loves Grimes. 4-heart rating on that one. Jill, you heading out?
Yeah.
Thank you, as always.
Okay, you're welcome.
What else is over here?
See, mountain.
Maybe. Maybe. You might see me in the mountains. I'm not making any promises to anybody. I'm not making promises to anybody. I might be up there.
I love you. Have fun at the game.
Okay. Thank you. Absolutely. I got family trying to recruit me to come go on a trip. It's like, who do I let down, my family or my customers? Who do I let down, myself? Because I'll be a zombie for 48 hours. I'm like, y'all don't want me to come up there. They're going to be wanting to go out and do stuff during the day, like at Dollywood on Sunday or whatever. And I'm going to be like, guys, I won't be able to keep one eye open. I'll be on a bench at Dollywood passed out. That happened one time. I went up there one time to a weekend getaway to try with my family. I was on a bench in Gatlinburg asleep. I just fell asleep on a bench, and they were walking around shopping and eating and stuff, and I was on a bench asleep. And my mom took pictures and videos. People were walking by looking at me and stuff. I couldn't stay awake. I couldn't stay awake. I was like, y'all don't understand, I sleep during the day. I'm on a nocturnal schedule. If we're going to go to the mountains, I got to take off 2 weeks. I got a week to readjust my sleep, and then a week up there to enjoy the vacation. And then I got to come back and do another week. Next thing over here, David Dole on BF. I think that's already sold. Next thing over here is Phantoms, and what else? What was BF? What was BF over here? David Dole. I'm not for sure if I caught that, but I do have Nico. It might have been Bullets for You, Buffalo, Grimes. Where did we have? What was BF? Next thing is NXS, Shabu Shabah. Next thing is sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. And then Lucifer 4, Lucifer, orange vinyl. This is Doom Metal sealed, $22.99. He wanted BS for Buffalo Springfield. Awesome, okay? There's that. And the next thing is London Calling and the Armageddon Time, The Clash. Whoa, what do we have here? A 1979 UK copy, a 1979 UK OG copy, EX edition, a $20 start on London Calling, The Clash, $20 start on that. Next thing is Mega Blast on NXS. That is sold. Jerry Torres on Lucifer. That's sold. Nobody bet on Iron Maiden. This unofficial picture disc from 2001 German is $55. Iron Maiden Peace of Mind. That is a buy now for $55. Next thing is this. We have what here? Fever Ray. Fever Ray is sealed, $29.99. Experimental synth pop on red vinyl, $29.99. Now the Clash is up for bid. Next thing is Brian Reynolds picks up yet another Iron Maiden for a snot, $55. And then Chris Knapp wants the Brian Jonestown Massacre. That one was right here. Tomorrow's Heroes Today. Brian's Jonestown Massacre, so did Chris Knapp. I think the first price sheet's right in there, yeah. And then those, I don't have price, but I know what the price on that red crate. Well, Taylor is 38. You can sticker those. And then the other two. Yep. Taylor's 38. All right, Clash 2020-2030, and Iron Maiden's already been sold. Next thing over here, and this is the Murder City Devils, and this is $22.99. If you're local and you buy something, you can pick up the next Wednesday. So if you buy something Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you can pick it up the next Wednesday. Dwayne Worley says he was first on Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Dwayne Worley, I don't even see a comment from you. The first Iron Maiden comment was with Brian Reynolds, and there was nothing before that that says Iron Maiden. Now, unless you bid on it originally, but that's where Brian Reynolds bought the last Iron Maiden, and then the next thing Iron Maiden was Brian Reynolds where he bought the other Iron Maiden. So, Dwayne, your comment didn't even pop up if you claimed it. Make sure if you definitely want these, that was 2 no-bid Iron Maidens. This was happening last night with these picture discs. Nobody were bidding, and then people were missing out on them. I was like, make sure you bid. I would go ahead if you for sure want it, because some people were bidding, and then nobody else was bidding, and then they were winning it for sure. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's a double picture disc, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. Yeah, I don't even remember. I'm trying to figure out what happened last night or my table. There's some stuff changed. G moved this crate. And then that was an Iron Maiden record, and it's turned into a Leonard Skinner. I don't know what happened here. She must have had some claims she was looking for some stuff or something. I'm not really for sure. All right, let's go back up the top. Clash out. Info on the Clash again. John on Murder City Devils. That sold. The Clash has a new bid for 40. Jill's back. Next thing is Extreme 3 sides to every story. This is unopened, $29.99. And we have the Doors Soft Parade. The Doors is sealed for $29.99. Dwayne, you might have commented on Facebook, but it didn't show up on Restream. The only Iron Maiden comment that popped up was Brian Reynolds. That was the only person that showed up. And that's the only thing that showed up on Restream. So you got beat by Restream, it looks like. In excess, did I pull that for him? I did. And then over here, I'll give the updates on Clash. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. Now, this one's up for bid, Fear of the Dark. I would recommend bidding right now. If anybody wants this, that's 2 different people that's been beat out again on a buy it now. If you for sure over here want this Iron Maiden picture disc, it's up for auction. If you're going to try to grab it for $55, there's about a 1 in 3 chance you're going to get beat out on it. Make sure if you want to grab it, you grab it right now by bidding. We have Danny Thomason. You could get beat by Restream. You could get beat by somebody else. You are looking at it on Facebook. It's not on Restream. Everything's going to show up on Facebook, but it doesn't mean it's going to show up on Restream. Because if you're talking about Facebook chat, guess what? The people on YouTube can't see it. The people on Twitch can't see it. It's got to show up on Restream. Not everybody's watching on Facebook, including me. I'm not even on Facebook right now. I'm looking at everything live through Restream. We have the name of the band is Talking Heads. That is sealed on red vinyl, $39.99. Let's go over the Clash again. Anthony Correa has this for $40. It's a 1979 UK original 12-inch single. A 1979 UK original 12-inch single. This is London Calling and Armageddon Time, and that has a high bid right now with Anthony Correa at $40. Anthony Correa has that for $40, London Calling. Nobody bid on Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark picture disc, and unofficial. This is going to be a $55 buy it now. That's an unofficial from 1998. That's a $55 buy it now. David Doyle got Talking Heads. An amazing Hatchet Ed crate here. Kenny Rowe got Iron Maiden. That sold to him for $55. Now we get into some new stuff. LA Guns Renegades. LA Guns is on white vinyl, $29.99. Kenny Rowe got Iron Maiden. Brian Reynolds was second. We have the Batman soundtrack, $33.99. Michael Wilkerson third on Iron Maiden. Twisted Sister Orange vinyl, that's $28.99. That's called Now Playing. And Stone Temple Pilots MTV Unplugged, that's $24.99. Let's try another Iron Maiden. Let's see if I will be very happy if I get somebody to lock in a bid. This, and then Stephen Lewis Jr. was fourth. Let's try this again. Iron Maiden, a real dead one, $55 start. It's the full album. Iron Maiden is a 2011 German full album picture disc, unofficial, $55 start. Chris Smith on STP. Next thing is, Clash is about to sell. Breaking Benjamin Ember, $29.99 on that. Skinny Puppy Last Rites, that's $29. And then now that's what I call hip hop at $50. Limited edition colored vinyl, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. The Best of Lizzie Borden from Reissued Sounds, numbered to 100, $44.99 for Lizzie Borden. and Veruca Salt American Thighs. Veruca Salt is $33.99. We also have Ramstein Rise. That's a 2LP remaster. Ramstein $44.99. Anthony Correa, you do get the Clash. That's $40 for Anthony Correa. Final call to get a bid in on Iron Maiden, a real dead one. It's a $55 start. No bid yet. Let's move this over here. Going twice, going three times. Next auction is Mudvayne Lost and Found. Mudvayne is a 2015, the first time it was ever made on vinyl, a music on vinyl press. This is a 2LP. It's numbered. It's on colored vinyl. It does have the insert with it, and Mudvayne is a $35 start. Iron Maiden does have a bid with Randy Tabron for $55, going twice, going three times. Wendy O. Williams, Wow. Wendy O. Williams is $29.99. Beck Odelay is $33.99. Lizzie Borden is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. That's sold to him. Also over here, David Bowie, Earthling. David Bowie is $39.99. We got 2 copies of that. Also have John Lennon Telecast. John Lennon is $35. That's a bootleg unofficial. Now we're getting into some unpaid auctions. So John Lennon is a compilation. It's like what it is. It's telecast stuff. He did radio broadcast of, TV appearances. It is a $35 bot now. That's a bootleg unofficial. Now Iron Maiden, the first one of the night, actually getting some bids. Now it's at 55. Now it's at 56. Randy Tabron, you're out. Mudvayne is a $35 start. That's going once, going twice. Mudvayne is now up for bid. All right, here's another quick unpaid auction. It's a DVD. It's Kiss Detroit 1975. It's a bot now for $22 if anybody wants it. It is a DVD that didn't get paid for. It's Kiss Detroit, numbered 1975. It's numbered 180. It's a sealed DVD from the Dress to Kill tour, $22 on that. Alice in Chains is going to be a little closer to 8 o'clock. We have a real Alice in Chains. We got a real Tool Anima. We've got a real everything except Guns N' Roses. I think that's the only bootleg. Oh, yeah, Press to Play. There's 3 records that's probably combined going to sell for over $2,000. Should be. So those are going to be some epic auctions to bid on and epic auctions to watch. Hope everybody's ready. Iron Maiden 55, Iron Maiden 56, Iron Maiden 60, Mudvayne 35, Iron Maiden 58. James Vasquez gets the Kiss DVD. That's sold to him for $22. Next was Mike Straw's Iron Maiden Out, Iron Maiden Out. Next is Little Richard, a Japanese pressing. Little Richard's back. That is $15. Also, new and sealed Thor, and this was discounted to $22. Discounted for $22. So that's the on-sale price. Red and black splatter. Thor is $22.99, and that was a discounted price. Also, another unpaid auction. We had Concrete Blonde, still in Hollywood, $140. A 2017 U.S. sealed, the only time on vinyl. That sold for $140. Next thing over here is Sun Ra Orchestra. Sun Ra Reflections in Blue is an original 87 Italian import. Sun Ra is $27. Space Hog is $70. Space Hog is a 2021 U.S. pink vinyl sealed. Space Hog Resident Alien is $70. Conan the Barbarian is $69. This is an original 82 U.S. on the first catalog number EX. That's $69. And Heartbreakers live at Max's Kansas City. That was a 1979 U.S. ex New York Dolls members Johnny Thunders and Jerry Nolan. That was $15. Danny Thomason on T. And Danny Thomason T was for Thor, and that was sold to him for that on-sale price of $22. Mudvayne has a new bid for $40. Iron Maiden's at $65. ST gets Sun Ra for $27, and Brian Thurman gets Conan the Barbarian soundtrack for $69. Brian Hickson gets the Heartbreakers for $15, and now Mudvayne 40, now Mudvayne 40, now Mudvayne 40. Chad Smith was next on Sun Ra. We're moving Iron Maiden to a final call. Randy Jr. Tabron has that for $65. He outbid Mike C. And Mike, we never did get your information again. Let me find that note from Ed. I can't really take bids from you, Mike C., because we still never did. What happened to that note Ed left me? When I asked you to refill out the buyer form, I still never did hear a confirmation. I think we know who your last name is, but we still have unpaid invoices, and let me figure out what happened to that note Ed left me. I was going to read it word for word. What have I done with it? It's laying over here somewhere. But yeah, let me go check. I still don't think we have you, because that night you said, sorry, I thought I was registered. I said, yeah, go ahead and register. I checked messages for about 20 minutes, and I never did see you fill out that form. So let me just do this. Let me open up Square right now. I'm going to pull up who I think what I know your last name is. And if you want to tell me your last name right now, that would cut out a lot of confusion other than Mike C. If you can go ahead and tell me your name, I promise that isn't going to be too big of a deal, and I'm going to make sure we have you registered. Otherwise, I can't take any bids from you. Okay, so let me figure out who you are, and I'm going to try to figure this out right now. I wish I could find that note Ed left me because he had everything spelt out, possible names. We got Mike C's, Mike B's, Jim S's, this and that. And the problem is some of these lap over and then we don't know who people are. And if we can get a full name and you can make sure you're registered and you let us know who you are and don't use a handle, an abbreviation, we probably can figure that out a lot better. Let me see if I can figure this out myself. Yeah, I still don't think... yeah, there's a Mike MC. That's the guy that got mad at me over the Pink Floyd. He's unpaid, so I know he's probably not going to pay. There's Conways, there's Carpenters, there's there's a lot of people in the name Michael in America. There's Cochrans, there's Conways, there's Coltons. These are all customer in our system too. Yeah. Greg's bidding on Monster Mash. That was the first auction of the night. It's already sold. Let me filter unpaid. Outstanding. Let's see here. Yeah. We can cancel this Mike and see. The Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, he's obviously not going to pay for that. He called me a jerk and a liar. So I'm going to screenshot that and send that to Ed and said, we just need to cancel this. Obviously, he's not going to pay it. Yeah, still not hearing back from Mike C. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what is it. That's just bizarre. Okay, this is sold to Randy Tabron. So, Randy, what I'll do on this, I'm not going to take his $60 bid, so I'll go ahead and sell this to you for, what was your last bid? If he bid 55, 58, I'll sell it to you for 58, okay? Because I still don't know who that is. $58. I'll sell this to you for $58, okay? Instead of 65. Hopefully that's fair. And then over here, the next thing we have is Mudvayne. This is tied. Chad Snyder has it for 40. Joseph Ellis has it for 40. Chad Snyder, you were the first bidder at 40. You said out, but your bid came in first. It's actually up to Joseph Ellis to bid again. Joseph Ellis, you actually have it. You actually have it, Joseph, excuse me, Chad Snyder, you have it. Joseph Ellis, you tied him. Chad Snyder, you still have this. Now Stephen Lewis has it for $42. Now we're back. Two things. You got to be registered, okay? You got to be registered. You got to be registered. The second thing is if you're buying, you got to pay for invoices. Okay? Two things. You got to be registered and you got to pay for invoices. That's how you receive records from us. If you're not registered and you keep buying stuff, obviously you're never going to get those records if you're not registered because we don't know who you are. We can't send you an invoice. We don't know what your name is. We don't know what your address is. We don't know what your email address is. So you got to be registered and then you got to pay for them. That's the first two steps to acquiring stuff you're buying here tonight. Mudvayne's at $45 with Mark Stanley. That's the new high bid. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. That was a killer hatchet Ed crate. Let's go ahead and start knocking out some more of those. Let me go ahead and put up another Iron Maiden picture disc, okay? And I'll just make sure Mike C, hopefully he says something in the next few minutes. If not, I just can't take any more bids from that account, okay? Next is a 1984 UK original. This is a real UK original, which actually the UK originals sometimes demand less money than those unofficials from Germany. 1984 UK original, VG Plus, 2 minutes to midnight, Rainbow Code and Mission for Mary. That is a $25 start on that. $25 start on that, okay? Boom, there's that. Yeah, at least we don't post checks up like at the bodega. That happened to Jerry on that episode, the little Jerry. He had a check bounce at the bodega. We don't have a wall of shame here, but you will lose buying privileges quickly, okay? There's a big difference between not being able to pay and letting me know and then us giving you more time and working with you than just buying stuff with no intentions of paying. That's what we run into the most. It's buying stuff, and they know when they're buying it, they're not going to pay for it, which is a weird, bizarre thing, but it happens, and those are the people we got to weed out immediately. So there's that. If you want to buy something, you got to message our page. We need your email address, and we got to get your mailing address. We got to get your mailing address and mailing address, email address, name, and name. You need to send us a Facebook message, okay? Next thing over here, we have this. Let's read through this hatchet egg crate one more time. Laura is marking the new vinyl. Probably by the time I get done showing these one more time, we'll have new vinyl to show. So we're going to do this a couple times. We're going to have, right now, there's 7 hatchet egg crates, 3.5 crates of new vinyl, 4 John crates, and maybe Laura can get some stuff marked too. We'll see what happens. We got a lot of stuff to show. Here we go. My Morning Jacket, the waterfall. Everything in the back part of this crate is pre-owned. Oh my gosh, Otis, you scared me to death. I thought you were a big rat attacking me. My Morning Jacket's $24.99. And then this is The Who, The Kids Are All Right. That's in shrink wrap. It does have the book, $34.99 on that. Great compilation. And then over here, we have the Interstellar Villains, right out in the Lobster Quadrille. This is a 1988 Australian Garage Psych EP, $14.99. The Interstellar Villains, right out in the Lobster Quadrille, okay? Right out in the Lobster Quadrille. Interstellar Villains. Let me pull something up over here. Hold on a second. Let me open this up. Where's my link for eBay? Where's my link for YouTube, I mean? All right, there's this. All right, let me open this up. Okay, Moxie, here's what I'll do. And I think this is what I asked of you last night. This is the only way we can settle this. Okay, Moxie, what I'm going to do, let me open this up right here for Moxie. Moxie, right here, there's a chat link, okay? I need 2 things from you. I need you to click on that link. I need you to fill out the first-time buyer form, like right now, because you didn't the other night. And I need you to let me know what your last name is.
Moxie's a legend right here.
Tanner just said Moxie's a legend right here. We've had a ghost buyer with the last name Moxie that I think has been false buying stuff for weeks, if not months, and we can't figure it out. So we're going to settle this right now. Moxie, if you can fill out that first-time buyer form and give us all of your personal information, then you're good. If not, I've got to block your account in about 2 minutes. You're on the clock, Moxie. The clock has started. It should take you about 1 minute to fill out that form. Mudvayne is at $60. Iron Maiden's at $42. Okay, next thing over here is this. We have the Doors, which is an Analog Productions. That's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $54.99. No other claims on anything in here. Okay, no other claims on anything in here, right? No other claims on anything in here. Let's keep going. Raven, wiped out. Raven is a 2002 orange and blue smoke-colored vinyl, $26.99. Also, we had Naked on the Vague, the Blood Pressure Sessions, okay? The Blood Pressure Sessions, Naked in the Vague is sealed, $9.99. Also, we have The Devil Makes 3 live at the Mystic Theater, Stomp and Smash, sealed is $29.99. More George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $19.99. More George Thorogood and the Destroyers. And we have Nico live at the Hacienda, 1983. Nico is sealed, $24.99. I think my bid came in for the real live before Brian's, and I went back to make sure mine was first. Kaysen, that auction is over. That is, I never did see you bid on any Iron Maidens tonight until right then. Next thing on this is Iron Maiden. This is tied. Sarah Wyberdink and Chris Gardner, $45, and now Brian Reynolds is at $46. I never did see a comment from your name at all on Iron Maiden, so that one's already gone. That one will not be put back up. Devil Makes 3 is so did Danny Thomason. This Iron Maiden picture disc right now is at $46 with Chris Gardner. We're bidding on this one. The other ones are gone. They're over. They're finished. No takebacks, no putbacks, no redos. Those are all sold. Here's the one we're working on right now. 2 Minutes to Midnight, Rainbow's Gold and Mission for Mary. That has a high bid of $46 right now. Over here, this is Mudvayne, Lost and Found. down. And Mudvayne, the last bid on Mudvayne was a final call to Josh Jones. He has that for $60. Josh Jones at $60. That's the first crate right there. That's crate number 1. Next thing is Riot Fire Down Under. That's a music on vinyl pressing, numbered on red vinyl for $39.99. $39.99 on that. Bullets for You, Toxic Reasons, sealed for $29.99. And we have Grimes Visions. Grimes Visions is $19.99. I still have that. Also over here we have Fever Ray. Fever Ray is sealed, $29.99. Red vinyl experimental synth pop, $29.99 on that. And The Door Soft Parade. The Door Soft Parade sealed for $29.99. And the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, this is sealed for $19.99. Okay, so that was the pre-owned stuff, even though there was some sealed stuff in there. Mudvayne is sold to Josh Jones for $60. Let me confirm that price one more time. Josh Jones on Mudvayne, and that's sold to Josh Jones for $60. That is sold. Thank you, Josh Jones. That's sold to you. That is done. And then, oh no, did I lose my chat over here? Okay, there we go. Almost lost my chat. There we go. And then over here, Iron Maiden is sold to Brian Reynolds for $46. Thank you, Brian. That is sold to you. Okay, let's put that over here. And that is done. Now, this is this, and this is this, and this is this. Okay, let's go pull up Square and see if we can figure this out. Okay? Let's open up this and let's go to Square Messages. Okay, Square Messages. Okay, all right, there's that. Let's open up this and open up this. Okay, so Michael Michael, I'm sorry, but let me. Yeah, we have a major problem. We just, yeah. He's registered, but there's like, what, 12 unpaid invoices? We canceled because we couldn't figure out who it was. I thought, yeah, that's, okay. We'll work on that later. I'll have Ed send you an invoice on Monday. We'll have to have some kind of like prepayment reckoning, okay? we got to have like a prepayment reckoning. Here's the stats. Unpaid, overdue, canceled, paid, canceled, paid, canceled, paid, canceled. So obviously that's a major problem. We have a 2025 U.S. Record Store Day, first and only time on vinyl. This is Tesla Reel to Reel Volume 2. A 2025 U.S. reissue, Record Store Day exclusive, first and only time on vinyl, limited to red vinyl, Tesla, and that's Volume 2, by the way. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is Iron Maiden, and this is Power Slave. This is real. So this is a 1984 UK OG limited edition picture disc. I don't know if I've seen the picture disc on this. This is an 84 UK limited edition picture disc. Discogs notes of a passage of track B2 was cut incorrectly and speeds up for 10 seconds before returning normal speed. Wow. So there's a note on Discogs that a passage of track B2 was cut incorrectly and speeds up for 10 seconds. So that's a bizarre like pressing defect in this one. It's an 84 UK original. The full album as a picture disc, that is a $75 start, okay? Tesla's now up for bid and Iron Maiden's up for bid. So Tesla is the Volume 2 red vinyl, which was a Record Store Day from this year. Record Store Day this year, 2000 on red vinyl. That is a $50 start, okay? $50 start. And then over here, Iron Maiden is an original picture disc, $75 start on that, okay? So Michael Carpenter, about the only way, I'll have Ed message you, but about the only way we could do this is have you buy a prepaid gift card. And if you want to do that in the future, but you'd have to prepay like $500 in advance. And if you want to do that, then you can buy next week $500, as much as you want to buy up to $500. Other than that, we can't let you buy records. So if you want to, you can. I'll let you prepay a $500 invoice, and then you can buy up to $500. Otherwise, you can't buy from us. If you want to go buy that gift card, you can check it out through our website. You can go prepay $500. I'll let you buy up to $500 tonight. First thing we have is LA Guns Renegades. That's on white vinyl. These are all new and sealed. LA Guns is $29.99. The Batman soundtrack is $33.99. Twisted Sisters on orange vinyl for $28.99. Also, we have Breaking Benjamin Ember, $29.99 for Breaking Benjamin. Skinny Puppy's Last Rite. Skinny Puppy is $29.99. Now that's what I call hip hop, which is a 2 LP compilation. $34.99 on that. Veruca Salt, American Thighs, $33.99 on Veruca Salt. Ramstein is $44.99. Also over here we have Wendy O. Williams, $29.99. Wendy O. Williams. Beck Odelay was $33. David Bowie Earthling was $39.99. That was all new and sealed vinyl. And the last thing from this first Hatchet Ed crate is the unpaid auctions. And then after that, those crates you see there, Tanner, is that other big order. Jill's already brought them up here. That's what I'm about to go through for the rest of the night. Okay? And then Tesla, I want to make sure everybody knows that does not have a bid, and neither does Iron Maiden. They're about to be a final call. Okay. There we go. Tanner's going to send an invoice. Sieg on VS, and that is Veruca Salt. And then here's the unpaid auctions. This is John Lennon Telecast. $35 for John Lennon Telecast. That's an unofficial, probably from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, as many John Lennon and Beatles bootlegs we have. That's pretty cool. Also, Little Richard is back, a Japanese pressing, $15 for Little Richard. And we have Concrete Blonde, Still in Hollywood, $140. And that was a 2017 only time on vinyl. That is $140. The Twisted Sisters called Now Playing. It's AKA like a greatest hits. It's on orange vinyl, $28.99. And Space Hog, Resident Alien. Space Hog is $70. A 2021 US pink vinyl, $70. Now, the way I do unsold auctions or unpaid auctions, that's the price. You can claim them right now. Sometimes late tonight, like final call for the show, I might take offers, or just tomorrow, Paul might re-auction them, or we'll just give them back to Laura and she'll just recycle them into our system, okay? Tesla does not have a bid yet. We are looking for a $35 starting bid, a $50 starting bid on Tesla. That's Reel to Reel Volume 2. $50 on that, and then Iron Maiden is a $75 start, and that's a real 84 UK. That's a real 84 UK, okay? Real 84 UK. Michael Bohannon on John Lennon, that is sold for $35. So that's how I do the unpaid auctions. Laura has all the new vinyl tagged. I'm very excited to get into that, okay? Okay? I'm very excited to get into that. We've got new vinyl, and the Hatchet Ed stuff still keeps piling up. Which is not good. The Bowie stuff, the Bowie album is Earthling, a 2 LP, $39.99. Earthling, $39.99. Space Hog is Resident Alien, 2021 US pink vinyl, sealed, $70, okay? Sarah has locked in a bid for Iron Maiden. And do you ever sell reel to reels? You know, that's an interesting question, because I just saw where Rhino High Fidelity is starting to make reel to reels again. I do have some originals. They're laying around here and there, but I don't have them up and ready right now. But yeah, we do sell them. It looks like, I mean, it is a really high grade audio format. I've listened to some before. John set one up in here before, and we listened to it, and man, it was an amazing listening experience. I mean, it was an incredible listening experience. So Laura's got a lot of these sorted, hopefully by, yeah, this is exactly, we're on the same page. Let's go ahead and knock this out. So there's like a couple crates over here of rap and hip-hop I ordered, but also we had a continuation of some metal stuff. And some of the metal stuff that I ordered didn't show up until right now. And Iron Maiden's getting new bids, but no one bid on Tesla. So we're going to make that a $50 buy now, okay? So we're about to do some new vinyl, some new releases, and you don't want to go anywhere, because while I'm going through tonight's newest new vinyl, before we do the rest of the Hatchet Ed crates, because those take a while, because there's like vintage, there's new, there's auctions. I've got to explain what Hatchet Ed crates are every time, so everybody's on the same page on what you're buying. But We've got insane auctions to run. Brian, a few people's been asking about the Black Crows. Sorry, I hadn't been ignoring you. It's just one of those things. There's about 100 things going on tonight. The Black Crows, I'll start selling those in about 10 minutes. We've already sold the Clash. The Black Sabbath lights are in. It looks like the Black Sabbath lights are in. I've got to explain, Ed, to Tanner, that they're here, and by the time we start shipping them on Tuesday, the switch is going to be here separately. He had to ship those separately. So we're going to tag everybody for a Black Sabbath light, and we're also going to show the extras. So those will be a little bit later tonight too. I got to get a Monster Energy drink because this night is obviously going to take intense focus out of me. I've got to get some intense focusing going on right now to probably, especially when these big auctions come up. So you know what time it is, Tanner? That's right. It's monster time. It is MONSTERRRRRRRRRRRRRR monster. Thanks for everybody who came out for the dollar sale today. We sold over 2,000 $1 records, and hopefully we can sell 2,000 or 3,000 more tomorrow. Last month we did about 5,000 $1 records. Today we was on pace about what we did last time. We need to sell a lot more tomorrow, and there's still plenty. Okay? Whew. Here we go. Reel-to-reel player. Yeah, vinyl, cassettes, CDs. If you can collect music, give Otis a hug. Yeah. Where's Otis at? I need some dog therapy. He's already went to bed. Okay. He said, I hate you, Chad. Otis isn't paying his invoices either. He had a $2,000 invoice for unpaid dog treats. Iron Maiden 75, Iron Maiden 76, Iron Maiden 78, Iron Maiden 79. And then here we go. So nobody bought Tesla. Tesla is still available for a $50 buy now. Reel to Reel 2, red vinyl, okay? They're bidding on Iron Maiden. And this is, can Otis get gifts? Absolutely. He would love that. He loves chasing little toys around the store, like little squeeze toys. He just got a new alligator the other day from my sister. We have Diamond Dreamer picture. I don't know a lot about this, but it's a heavy metal album from 1982. And this is Diamond Dreamer picture, a 1982 Netherlands OG, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Doug Reeder gets Tesla for $50. And over here, Iron Maiden's moving to a final call. And Iron Maiden is at $79. And that's with Brian Reynolds, Sarah Weiberdink. Let me know if you want to bid again. You can bid again or you can say out. I do have copies of Taylor Swift back in stock. The Life of a Showgirl, $38.99. Let me figure out where that list may be. Taylor Swift, Life of a Showgirl is on glitter orange vinyl, and we have 2 people on a waiting list. We've got Life of a Showgirl, Chris Sheridan and Mike Torres. Those are sold and sold. There's 2 sold, and I have 8 more copies left. So I do have Taylor in stock available right now. Life of a Showgirl, $38.99. Thank you for the water, Laura. Oh, I meant to go up there and reset the machine. It sounds like it cut off. You got to go flip this breaker every once in a while. I don't know. It's just a weird thing in the regulator, I guess. And power off and power on. I need my Diet Cokes ice cold here later. We might have to get into the reserve of Diet Cokes tonight. So Taylor Swift, there's that if you don't have one already. Also, we have Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor. Now we're going through the night's newest new vinyl. Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor. I only have one. $59.99 for Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor. $59.99. Forbidden. There's some metal stuff that showed up from last night. Forbidden is $34.99. That's called Green. $34.99. And then Seether, Karma and Effect. Seether, the platinum selling album available for the first time on vinyl. Featured the #1 hit song Remedy, $39.99. Diamond Dreamers at $35 with John Kaiser, $35 on that. And I hope Iron Maiden was done. Iron Maiden, I think we were done. We are done. And Iron Maiden is sold to Brian Reynolds for $79. I think I might have lost Sarah on that one. John Kaiser has Diamond Dreamer. I told everybody I would start selling the Black Crows at 7:30. So how about I go ahead and get one up, and we'll make sure we leave it up for plenty of time. 8 o'clock, you're looking at Tool. You're looking at 8 o'clock on Alice in Chains and Led Zeppelin, just to kind of, and Errol Smith, that's some big ones. Also got Honkin' on Bobo. Let's kind of do these in chronological order. We'll save probably the most expensive one for last, which is By Your Side. Just a preview here. That's going to be sold in probably about a half hour. That is, I've never had this before. That is rare. We're going to be selling that here in about a half hour because we got to do these in chronological order. Let's do these first. Let's do the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker. And this is a 1990 UK original. It is EX++ near mint minus. So it's really nice. A classic album. It is amazing. It is a $50 start. It has the original on her sleeve. And it doesn't mention. So one thing to look for on these OG jackets. One thing to look for these OG jackets is if it says produced by Rick Rubin. They later added his name. They later added his name. So these are earlier jackets. This one, unfortunately, though, has a seam split at the top. The top seam got busted. But that is a real OG Black Crowes. Nice. $50 start. Yeah, By Your Side is a real official pressing. I've never had a real official pressing before. Yeah. The Black Crow, this is going to be sold in about a half hour along with some of our other top dogs. A 1999 original. That is rare. Think about how many records we've bought and sold. Never had that one before. And some of these tonight, we've only ever had a few. And some of them I've never seen before. I mean, it's not like they're hundreds of dollars, but I've never seen Diamond Dreamer before. I've never seen that album. $35 is the high bid, and we're about to sell it to John Kaiser. Black Crowes is at $50. Black Crowes is at $50, and Pitcher has a new bid with Hendry. Hendry bid $36, so John Kaiser, you've been outbid on that. Black Crowes has a bid for $50. All right, moving on. We have Violence, and that's Kill on Command, the Violence demos. That's as in Violence, like the thrash metal band. $36.99 for Kill on Command, the Violence demos. We also have King Diamond, $29.99, No Presents for Christmas. Black and white, melt-colored vinyl. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. Those are $29. It's essentially like a single. No Presents for Christmas. And Charon? C-H-A-O-R-A-R-O-N, $29.99 for King Diamond. I've got Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad, Under My Umbrella. That's one of Otis's favorite songs. $33.99. And Forbidden Evil. Forbidden is $29.99. That's the second of the Forbiddens in there. Seether, and this is $39.99. Seether is Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces. $39.99 for Seether, the Gold Certified album on vinyl for the first time. And here is Super Joint Ritual. Olive green vinyl, numbered 36 of 1,000, $38.99, and numbered 37 of 1,000. Low numbers there. Brett Mowlin on King Diamond. Sold, we got 4 left. Pitcher, which is Diamond Dreamer, has a new bid for $38. Hendry, you've been outbid. And the Black Crowes over here has just one bid for $50. Wow. An OG Shake Your Money Maker. She talks to angels, thick and thin, twice as hard. Could I have been so blind? It is a real 90 UK original. The top seam does have a split, but very little wear on the front of the jacket, and it only has one bid for $50, and that's a final call. Joshua Cross on Super Joint Ritual. That is sold to Joshua Cross. Black Crowes has a new bid for $52. We also have Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Marilyn Manson's $54.99. And Ella Fitzgerald wishes you a swinging Christmas. Ella Fitzgerald is on limited edition red vinyl. $29.99 for Ella Fitzgerald. She wishes you a swinging Christmas. $29.99 on that. Pitcher has a new bid for $40. Tony Bradford bid $39. It's at $40. Now Black Crowes has a new bid for $52. Brian Hickson, you've been outbid. Can I request an Iron Maiden picture disc? You can. I'll get it in rotation. I have left No Prayer for the Dying, Seventh Son, and Somewhere in Time. That's the 3 I have left. We've already sold the other ones with controversy. The other ones were all sold with controversy. Every one of them. There was either a miscue on who thought they were first on the buy it now, missing bids, or confusion on what they were bidding on. But there's 3 left. Chad's going to take a drink of this. I need it. that was good. Hank 987 on Forbidden Evil. That is sold right here. Forbidden. That was Forbidden Evil. Thank you, Hank 987. That is sold to you. There's Violence, the album, Eternal Nightmare, Bloody Flesh Marble Vinyl, $39.99 for that. And then Limp Bizkit. It's just one of those days, $39.99 for Limp Bizkit, a 2 LP, okay? Let's start over here with Pitcher, also known as Diamond Dreamer, and that is 40 and now 42. The Black Crows is at 55. The Black Crows is at 57. And we have a request for Somewhere in Time. Charlie Buck wants Eternal Nightmare. That is sold to Charlie Buck. The Black Crows is at 60, and Diamond Dreamers at 43. Black Crows is at 62. I have promised Tool at 8 o'clock on the dot, 28 minutes. If you hop on 5 before or 5 after, it will definitely still be up for auction. Tool is 8 o'clock. So is the OG Alice in Chains. So is the Bob Ludwig. What do we have here of Bob Ludwig? Oh, man, we got a beautiful Bob Ludwig. We got a high-grade RL, VG++ EX. Laura says, gorgeous copy. Oh, my gosh. So, man, we've got some Hall of Fame records tonight on a Friday night. That's probably why there's almost 300 people watching. That is unusual, 7:30 on a Friday night for this many people to still be watching. So, yeah, and there was one laying on my desk earlier. Yeah, is that what this is? Is that what's up with Pink Floyd too? Wow, there's unbelievable. Okay, so let's read through this again. There's way too much left in here. Let's read through those again. We sold King Diamond, Super Joint Ritual. We need to sell some more out of here. So the Black Crows is a real 1990 UK copy. Diamond Dreamer has a new bid for $46. This one does have a split at the top. It does have a split at the top. It does have the original on her sleeve, but the vinyl's nice. EX++ near mint minus. The last bid on the Black Crows was Brian Hickson at $65. Diamond Dreamer is at 46 with Tony Bradford, okay? Does Otis like those bone chews? Let me ask his father. Does Otis like bone chews? Tanner said yes. His father approves. We have The Life of a Showgirl, orange glitter vinyl, $38.99. The new Taylor Swift album, if you don't have it already, this is the first time I can say I have them in stock, and everybody's got one and they're available. Other times we've either sold out or had a waiting list. So now we've got them. $38.99. Taylor's in stock right now to buy. We also have Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor, $59.99 for Marilyn Manson. This is all brand new sealed vinyl that I've ordered. Forbidden is called Green. That's on colored vinyl. $34.99 on that. Seether, Karma, and Effect. Seether is $39.99. Violence, Kill on Command, the Violence demos, that was $36.99. Diamond Dreamer has a new bid for $50. I think it's up to Hendry, unless Hendry's already set out. That's at $50. And the Black Crows, the most recent bid, is still at $65 of Brian Hickson. It's OG. It doesn't have produced by Rick Rubin on the back. Definitely an earlier jacket. We're about to sell it. A classic album, a real 1990 OG copy. I have sold this album anywhere from like $50, and I think we sold one night for over $500. That was like mint and shrink and hop sticker. I have sold these for a wide variety of prices. I remember having a U.S. original shrink and hop sticker we sold, I know, for well over $500 one night. Like a beautiful top, OG, first press, no Rick Rubin. It was beautiful. Hendry's out, so Diamond Dreamer's at 50, so it's between two people, Tony Bradford and John Kaiser, and Black Crows is still getting new bids. I still got King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas, black and white melt vinyl. King Diamond is $29.99. 2 copies of Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad, $33.99. That also could have went into my wrap crate. Next is Forbidden Evil, $29.99 for Forbidden. Seether is $39.99, and that one is Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces. Also, Super Joint Ritual, that is $38.99. Super Joint Ritual numbered. I have one left, 37. I've already sold number 36. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain, $54.99 for Marilyn Manson. Ella Fitzgerald Christmas album, She Wishes You a Swingin' Christmas. That's a classic. Red vinyl, $29.99 on that. Limp Bizkit Significant Others, $39.99. And then we got these are 2 that Laura didn't price because I didn't give her the prices. And let me figure out. I know Heretic Angel is $33.99, and then we have Slipknot. Let me check the pre-order price on this. That's that new 25th anniversary edition of Slipknot. If you give me a second, I'll check the price on that. And that was originally a pre-order, and that's what I was going to do. I was going to match that original pre-order price instead of doing my normal calculations I do to determine the pricing I want to do for new vinyl. So here it is. It is $49.99. Yep, $49.99. That was originally a pre-order from not too long ago. So this is the new 25th anniversary edition, 2LP green vinyl with alternate mixes. So I'll put stickers on those. 33 on Morbid Angel, and Slipknot's 49, which I think if I probably would have ran my normal calculation, it probably should have been like 54. So let me bring out the price gun. Let's get right into another crate. What is today? The 10, 10, 10? Yeah, 10, 10. 10, 10, $49.99, and this is a stray that showed up from yesterday. There's that. Wow, a lot of stuff still left in there. I could have used some of these last night for Metal Night. They show up the next day because I get them from a different distributor. Very unfortunate, but I got some cool stuff still left in here. Limp Bizkit, so did Michael Wilkerson. Of course, OGs of that doesn't come through too often. A lot of 90s stuff in here you just can't get OGs of, or maybe even early like 50, 60 stuff that's tough to get OGs of and high grade. And the last Super Joint is so did Scott Markheim. The Black Crows is at $68. The Black Crows is at $68 with Brian Hickson. Reverly, you're out. It's all up to you. If you keep bidding, we'll keep selling. If you say out, it's over. And then Diamond Dreamer, John Kaiser has it for this. Tony Bradford's out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $50, okay? Let's put up another one of those Iron Maiden picture discs. We're going to keep Black Crows going one after another. We've got a Morica, and then we've also got the really rare one, the By Your Side, okay? And it's going to go up in just a second. But first, let's do Iron Maiden, and this is... hold on a second. Somewhere in Time picture disc. This is an unofficial German. Unofficial German, no year listed on Discogs, but it's likely from 98, 2001 based on the other ones we've had. It actually says Pizza Hut in the artwork instead of Pizza Hut. So yeah, here is the Pizza Hut. You see it right here? This is pretty cool if you didn't know about this right here. See right there where it says Pizza Hut? That's pretty cool. Instead of Pizza Hut, actually says Pizza Hut. Somewhere in Time, that's a bootleg unofficial picture disc from Germany. A $55 start on that. $55 start. What is the high bid on the Black Crow? $68. $68. Let's go through another new crate. As of right now, Laura could check again, but as of earlier, as of last night, multiple times throughout the AM hours, and all through this afternoon since I've been awake, there was no information posted on the Danzig, so they have not made that available. And usually if they don't update their database by Friday afternoon, it might be Monday before because they're probably don't work there on the weekends. So all right, Black Crows at 69. There's a new bid. Brian Hickson, you're out. Reverly did bid 69. Now it's back up to Brian Hickson. Iron Maiden's a $55 start. Let's go ahead and put up something else, because we need to keep, we need just bids rolling in stuff to make your eyes go cross. Here is an unofficial. This is a unofficial of a really rare Guns N' Roses. The OG we've only ever had a couple copies of ever. And this is Guns N' Roses Live Like Suicide. And that's an unofficial on orange smoke colored vinyl. $55 start on this. $55 start on this. Iron Maiden has a bid. Reverly, you've been outbid on Black Crows. All right, let's go through this crate. First thing I have in here is LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. I've got 2 copies of that. $33.99 for LL Cool J. Also Ice Cube Death Certificate. Death Certificate. That's what George Costanza needed. You remember? He said, how can I get a copy of the death certificate? He's trying to get a discount on his airfare. $36.99 Ice Cube. We have Tupac, Greatest Hits. That's a 4 LP, $89.89. I know it's pricey, but think about it this way. It's 4 LPs. It's like a box set. $89.99 for Tupac. We got Brandon Jones on LL Cool J. We got Donna on Ice Cube Death Certificate. We have Brandon Jones on Tupac. That was the only Tupac I got because it's kind of pricey, but I figured we could take an order on that one. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $57. Donna gets LL Cool J. That just leaves 1 Ice Cube. We've got 2 copies of 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying, Many Men. is on this one, $44.99. Many men wish death upon me, $44.99. Black Crows, the last bid on that was out, and Brian Hickson has it for $70. We're about to sell it. Iron Maiden's at $61. The Guns N' Roses bootleg is a $55 start. That is for the unofficial of Live Like Suicide. Or like Laura said, you can keep this as a placeholder, or you can go buy a real one for $1,000. They're very, very expensive. Or you can stick with this one for right now, okay? There's that. The YouTube band's playing Pink Floyd music at the game tomorrow. Oh, really? I need to send that to Moose. Pride of the Southland's playing Pink Floyd tomorrow. Oh, boy. Let me pull that up right quick. He is going to love that. Okay, next thing over here is Lil Wayne, the Carter 3, $38.99, the Carter 3. And I know a couple of these songs. I know a Millie. That one's on that one. If you hear the first 10 seconds of it, you know it. $38.99 for Wayne Carr. Wayne Carr, that's one of our customers. How about Lil Wayne, the Carter 3? That's $38.99. So Black Crows is sold to Brian Hickson for $70. Thank you, Brian, on that one. OG Mark Fowler says, Chad just left Epcot and now I'm with Chad and all you fine people. So he's down at the Epcot Center watching Coletco. Coletco's at Disney World. Coletco is up in Washington State. It's down in California. It's up in Maine. It's down in Florida. It's over in the UK. We're everywhere. Right now, we have Iron Maiden at $66. And then over here, we have Guns N' Roses at $60, okay? Next is Run DMC, Raising Hell, $38.99 for Run DMC, $38.99 on that. We have 2 copies. Also, we've got Drake, Take Care. Some reason 4 of them showed up. I thought I only ordered 2, but how about Drake, Take Care? $38.99. That's available. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. Mega Blast on Run DMC. That is sold, and we have the best of LL Cool J. This is called All World. $39.99. That's like a 2 LP best of LL Cool J. So the Iron Maiden picture disc is at $65 with Stanley Richmond. And then Guns N' Roses, Austin Latham has it for $65. Austin Latham does have it for $65. That's a bootleg unofficial, of course. Let's do the next Black Crows, Amorica, which is going to lead into the third and final one. But right now we have, excuse me, not Amorica, the Southern Harmony Musical Companion, their second album. I like this one. Has Remedy on it. 1992. This one's even more difficult to find than the first one. EX++ Near Mint Minus. Wow. EX++ Near Mint Minus. Wow. It does have the original inner sleeve. This one has Sting Me and Remedy on it. What about Thorn in My Pride? Angel, a devil. That's such a good song. Black Crows is a $65 start. Iron Maiden, Kaysen has Iron Maiden for $66. Iron Maiden, Stanley Richmond, you're out. Yep, Kaysen has it for $66. Thank you. If bids get out of order, you got to let me know. Ice Cube, and this is Lethal Injection. Ice Cube is $33.99. Brandon wants to put back Mama Said Knock You Out, and he'd rather get like the greatest hits album. We can do that. So that's going to go back in here, and we're going to put LL Cool J out instead for Brandon Jones. Got that. Next, I've got 2 copies of Eric B. and Rakim, paid in full, $39.99. And Brian says I don't have it for $66. Kaysen Palamambo has Iron Maiden for $66. Don't I have it for $66? Okay, Kaysen, your red flags are causing confusion again. Who has it for $66? Kaysen has it for $66, and Brian, you've tied them. Kaysen has it for $66, and Brian, you've tied them. Kaysen has it for $66. Scott bid $65. Brian, you bid $66. Then Stanley bid $65. So Kaysen has it for $66. Brian Hickson, you're out. Okay, and Brian Reynolds, you're out. Next is Donna on Eric B. and Rakim. That is sold. Are we done on GNR? GNR is a final call. This bootleg unofficial. And the last bid was Austin Latham at $65. If you're not Austin, then you need to bid. Or if you think that you were already in higher, let me know. Now Iron Maiden's at $67. The Black Crows has 1 bid for $65. DMX, The Legacy. X gonna give it to you. Y'all are gonna make me lose my mind up in here. $39.99. Outcast, Atelians, Atlanteans, Atelians, Outcast. That's a double LP, $33.99. I've got 2 copies of Nos, Illmatic. Nos is $33.99. Brandon Jones on DMX. That is sold. Brian Thurman also on DMX. That is sold. And this is the Black Crowes, the Southern Harmony and Musical Companion. 1992 original Euro press. European, EX++, near mint minus. Mark Riley on Atelians, Atlanteans. That's sold to Mark Riley. And then we have a Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders. $29.99 on that. Shakedown on Nos. Shakedown gets Nos. We also got 2 copies of Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. That is Wu-Tang Clan, $29.99. Joseph gets the other Outcast. That's sold to Joseph. And we have Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, Volume 1. Jay-Z is $39.99. The Black Crowes is a Euro press made for the production or the distribution for the continent of Europe. EU. Euro 1992 original inner sleeve. Yeah, this is a European press. European. That is at 70 with John Kaiser. The Guns N' Roses, I don't see another bid, but they're still bidding on Iron Maiden. Brian Reynolds, $69. Kaysen, you've been outbid. It is at $69 with Brian. Black Crowes is at $85. We've got Drake Views. Drake is a 2LP, $44.99 for Drake Views, and I've got 4 of those. I must have accidentally double ordered Drake, so I've got 2s and 2s. I've got 4s and 4 of the Drake albums, which I guess is okay. Supposed to have 2 of everything in there. I guess I ordered those and then didn't realize I ordered them again. Wow, that's a solid can of Monster right there. That's a solid can of Monster right there, Tanner. Next thing is John Durden on Wu-Tang Clan. If y'all notice, there was a theme to that crate. That was all rap and hip-hop. There's some stuff released in the last 20 years or 10 years, and there's some stuff released, well, I don't know. Some of these are starting to get some age on them. Everybody's like, I'm into old rap. If you ask somebody my age, they might say this is old rap here. 2011, Drake, Take Care. Have y'all seen that? What's that? Man, what's the comedy? The AAA Ron guy. What's his name? Say that again, Tanner. Key and Peele. Yeah, have y'all seen that skit? Him talking about old school. Man, I'm looking for some old school. Oh, you mean like Biggie? No, man, I mean some old school. You mean like Grandmaster Flash? No, I want some of that old school. Y'all have got to see that. Key and Peele, yeah, that's it. Yeah, he walks up to like a DJ and he's like trying to tell him he wants old school music, and he like goes chronologically back in time, naming off every rap artist chronologically, like he goes through like the modern stuff, and then like the 90s gangster rap, and then like the 80s, and then like the original late 70s stuff. And the guy gets mad. He's like, dude, how much more old school can you get than Sugar Hill Gang? Okay? Did you put pass on that one? I put back Brandon's. I'll put back yours too. Okay, so let's put back both Mama Said Knock You Out. So that's how we're going to start the crate. So let's go through these one more time. First thing we have right in here, the Iron Maiden bid. Let me go through the comments right quick. Kaysen had it for $73. Brian's out. Kaysen, you're about to get it for $73. Black Crowes 100, Black Crowes 115, and then Guns N' Roses. Sorry, I've held that up, Austin. Austin, are you a first-time buyer? Austin Latham. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. I've got this sold to you, Austin, for the winning bid of $65. $65, Austin Latham. Thank you, and I'm going to make sure we got you registered. Now, Black Crowes is a real 1992 pressing. That is a hard one to get there. And then the next one we're going to do is even more difficult. And, folks, it's approaching 8 o'clock. We got some serious records on deck. If you're a first-time buyer, just make sure you go to Facebook. If you're a Facebook buyer, we need your email address and your mailing address, okay? So let's run through the rap and hip-hop crate one more time. There might be a few more in another one, but I figured we'd have at least one crate. I was hoping there was 2 full crates based on how much I ordered, but I was just going down and ordering titles, and I'm going to get suggestions for y'all, and I'm going to try to put together some more, okay? We first have LL Cool J, Mama Said Knock You Out. That's $33.99. I still got both, and we still got Ice Cube Death Certificate. Ice Cube is $36.99. So we can go ahead and sell this to Kaysen Palomombo. Kaysen, thank you. That's owed to you for $73. Sorry for any confusion. Sorry from any confusion on anything earlier. The Iron Maidens sometimes can get busy. Y'all are very passionate about your Iron Maiden records. So Black Crows is still getting bids. That's at 130 with D-Kong. That's between Travis and D-Kong right now. John Durden on LL Cool J. And yeah, we got to do some female artists too. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be sexist with this crate. I just went through and that's what I ordered. Hey, I ordered Rihanna in the last crate. I don't know if that's what you're looking for though. But yeah, I need some suggestions. I can't name too many, but that's why I'm gonna need some help, Donna. Next thing over here is this. We have let's do this Aerosmith album first. Man, this one's tough to get to. I mean, I know we got Just Press Play, but this is a tough Aerosmith album to get. Aerosmith, Honkin' on Bobo, is a 2004 USOG. The only time this has ever been on vinyl. They have never reissued this album, ever. Never been reissued. It is in Shrink with Hype, EX edition, $150 start. $150 start. It does have the original on the sleeve. That's old Honkin' on Bobo there. Aerosmith. This has never been reissued. $150 start. There's that. Next thing, Black Crows at $145. Next thing, Ice Cube track info. Boy, I got to be careful reading these track listings on some of these rap albums. Yeah, I got in trouble one time reading some of these out without me proofreading them before. There is some, quote, highly sensitive words on some of these. I got to be careful. Next thing over here is Black Crows 145. Next thing is John Durden. I pulled Ice Cube instead of LL Cool J. Over here, so John Durden did get LL Cool J. Michael Rudolph wants LL Cool J and Ice Cube. So now we're sold out of LL Cool J. No, now we're sold out of Ice Cube. Unless Brandon Jones gets it because of the track listing, okay? And he wanted the track listing to Death Certificate. That might be better for him to copy and paste that right quick, okay? Next thing over here is 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. $44.99 on that. And Lil Wayne, The Carter 3. Lil Wayne is $38.99. We got 50 Cent, we got Lil Wayne. So that is $44. That's a double LP. Lil Wayne's $38.99. And Run DMC, Raising Hell. That's some more classic stuff there from 88, 7, 6, 5, what year? 86. I knew I could ballpark it 2 years, give or take. Run DMC's $38.99. John Howard on Lil Wayne. And I also ordered stuff that I knew, like, I was going down through a lot of essentials, so there's like, some of these albums have big hit songs on them. Like 50 Cent has Many Men, Wish Death Upon Me. So a lot of these are in here because I recognized a big song off one of these. So that was why I got 50 Cent. Of course, Lil Wayne, I knew some of the ones on that. And then Run DMC, it's just a classic from 86, $38.99. I want it, but go ahead and give it to him. Okay, do you want to go on a waiting list? Because I'm going to reorder some of this stuff. So I can order you an Ice Cube Death Certificate. We can put you on a waiting list. They'll be back in next week, okay? They'll be back in next week. Next thing in here, I got 4 copies of Drake, Take Care. Now, when you get into some of these albums, y'all know, like, it doesn't mention it, but a lot of these have tons of other people on them. Like, you know, was it Take Care that's on here with Rihanna? You know, some of these, of course, have features, all kinds of other people. $38.99. Michael Rudolph also wants Run DMC, and he wants a 50 Cent. We're chipping away at the Rap Crate. Those are all sold. I haven't had some of these in a long time. He says he'll take a waiting list, whichever. I'd rather at least keep one sold to somebody and then have a waiting list. To me, a waiting list is good as selling it twice, because all we got to do is reorder. Okay, what happened on Aerosmith? Oh, my gosh. Aerosmith just has one bid with John Kaiser for $150. Is this over? Is this how we're going to do it? Is it sold? We're about to sell it, $150. This is done. Here we go. Final call, 2004 OG. Is that all it's going to take? Honkin' on Bobo, just one bid for $150. John Howard gets the last Lil Wayne. That's sold. We still got Drake, and then I've got this is LL Cool J All World. It's a 2 LP compilation, $39.99 on that. Also, we have Ice Cube. This is Lethal Injection. Lethal Injection's $33.99. 33 Iron Wheels, 1775. Once on the wait list for LL Cool J. Mama Said Knock You Out. All right, so let's get a waiting list started for that and Ice Cube Death Certificate. Now, the reason some of this should be really popular, as y'all know, we talk about it all the time. Rap albums as OGs in general are nearly impossible to get. They are literally nearly impossible to get. I mean, we never get leads on collections. We never get opportunities to buy this stuff. So new vinyl is pretty much your placeholder until you get lucky enough to find some of the OGs. They're pretty dang hard to get. D-Conk has Black Crows at 205. He's out, and we're about to sell Honkin' on Bobo. Eric B. and Rakeem paid in full, $38.99 for that. And Nos, Illmatic, Nos is $33.99. Ghetto Boys, I got to look into that. And let's make a note for Freddie versus Jason, too. You're the third person who's told me about that. Freddie versus Jason soundtrack. And then they're going to make notes for a lot of these female rap artists and other things coming through here. Michael Rudolph wants this Ice Cube. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. 2 more, then I'm going to sell these auctions and put up some big stuff here. A Tribe Called Quest Midnight Marauders, $29.99 for that. I still got both. And Wu-Tang Clan, Enter the Wu-Tang, that is $29.99. So Enter the Wu-Tang and A Tribe Called Quest, $29.99 on that. So Black Crows is sold for $205. Thank you, D-Kong and Travis and everybody else that been on that. Those were the last 2 standing. This is sold to D-Kong for $205. Don't get me any OG copies of this. That is sold. Awesome. And John Kaiser, I would say that's a great pickup there. Only one bid on Aerosmith, Honkin' on Bobo. And that was sold to John Kaiser. And that was a great deal because I figured that would sell for well over $200. I don't think I've ever sold one that cheap before. That sold to John Kaiser for $150, Honkin' on Bobo. That's out of print. Okay, and then one more record, then 2 new auctions. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, Volume 1. That is $39.99 for Jay-Z. And then we got 4 copies. Of course, the one I accidentally ordered, can I get somebody bought in on some Drake? Because I accidentally ordered 4 copies each of these, and that's the only one I hadn't sold at least a copy of yet. Drake Views is $44.99. Drake View, $44.99. With a bonus track, Hotline Bling. So I've got Drake and Drake. I've got Views and Take Care. Okay? What's that, Tanner? Okay. Tanner said okay. I'll stand by Take Care. I know that one. That's the one with the piano in it with Rihanna. Dum, 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 dum. That's not really a rap song. Some of these are more like, I don't know, I guess it's rap, but some of those songs it's like that song Rihanna and Eminem did. It's like when she's singing, it's like a pop song until Eminem comes in and he's going, "Romba-dum-ba-dum-ba-bum-ba-bum." It's kind of like both. It's kind of like a hybrid song to me. It's like, well, she's singing this amazing voice, and then the rap part comes in, then it turns into a rap song. We have Seventh Son of a Seventh Son. Actually, let's not do that right now. Hold on a second. Time out. I got something even better. Folks, button up your bootstraps, tie down your dog, crack your knuckles. It's time, because it's going to take me a minute to explain this, and it's probably going to be up for a while. This is rarest of the rare. This is the primo of the primo. You're talking about Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, the Mona Lisa, the 1933 Gold Double Eagle, the Honus Wagner, Rembrandt, Picasso. You're talking about Christy Matheson. You're talking about Action Comics #1, Detective Comics 27. And then you have Tool Anima. Tool Anima. This is a real 1996 OG pressing, once again from this incredible collection of albums we've acquired that really has went underneath the radar of us promoting some of these incredible records. If we could recap, I might have to go back one day and just put all these pictures together and just recap this incredible year of vinyl we've had. This is incredible. And it's only October. A 1996 USOG in shrink with hype. Laura says side C is EX++. Everything else is near mint. So you got a band like Tool with arguably one of their biggest albums in their discography. They only pressed it one time in 1996, virtually when vinyl wasn't being made, and it's never been reissued. I can't say anything bad about this other than the shrink wrap is loose. Okay, and we almost made a decision to take it off because I thought it almost looked better because the shrink wrap's loose, but we don't want to take shrink wrap off a record like this because this right here is a big seller of the real pressings, okay? So when you see these, this is like, there's a lot of bootlegs, there's a lot of stuff that helps you determine this is a real one, and this one right here, these are the selling points. These original stickers and the shrink wrap, so it's really loose. I mean, that's nothing to fret about at all, loose shrink wrap on a record like this. So it's plain and simple. It takes $1,000 to get the bidding started. Actually, $995, but I would rather start off 4 digits. It's a $995 start. I'd rather go ahead and say $1,000 to make it dramatic, okay? So this is a real 1996 Tool Anima. I'm trying to think. I've been selling here on Facebook for 6 years. We've bought and sold hundreds of thousands of albums. I think this is the 3rd one we've had. Maybe, yeah, 3rd one. One was sealed, one was opened, and then we've got this one. Starting bid is $1,000. A grail of grails. 1 0 0 0 decimal 00. If you already know about this, you know it's extremely tough to get. They've demanded that kind of price for a while. I think I sold a sealed one for nearly $2,000, and that was several years ago. And we sold an open VG Plus copy, VG Plus, and it sold for over $1,000. This one's pristine. Okay, this one's pristine in shrink wrap. It has got the Tool Anima sticker on it. It's got the parental advisory sticker. It's a $1,000 starting bid. Okay? Think about it. Think long and you'll think wrong. Right, Tanner? Next auction. Let's go ahead and put up something else crazy. Next, well, this is the 8 o'clock Primo Hour, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I've never had this record. I've had bootlegs, but I've never had this before. The Black Crowes, By Your Side, with hop sticker, a 1999 Euro original pressing. This album's not in print, and I really don't think they've reissued it. Like, I know I've never seen this to order, okay? I've never been able to see this to order. I don't think it's been reissued since 1999. The Black Crowes, By Your Side, a $250 start. And let's go ahead and do Aerosmith Just Push Play. Okay? If you're new and you plan on bidding on any of these, some of these big auctions, we might require immediate payment. So I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. If you bid on Tool and you're a new buyer, we may go ahead and invoice you tonight. I got Tanner here with me. If you're new and you've been on some of these, we may go ahead and have to have payment tonight, especially on a $200-300 auction. Aerosmith Just Push Play is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker and the original price tag. It's a 2001 USOG EX condition, a $195 start. Aerosmith is also up for bid. Another album that's been long out of print. It's never been reissued. It's in shrink and it's in hype. It's another beautiful OG top copy. And all these came from the same collection here. Okay? That's also bid a $195 start. Did any other rap album sell near the end of the crate? I don't think they did. The last one I sold was Ice Cube. And that Ice Cube went to, I think it was Michael Rudolph. He doubled up there. Yeah, Michael Rudolph, Ice Cube. There was no other claims, right? I don't see any other claims. Okay? And I'm scrolling through comments, make sure I didn't miss anything. Black Crowes 250, Black Crowes 250, Aerosmith 195. Okay? So Aerosmith, Brent, your bid came in second on that. Now, let me tell y'all something about this Tool album. When Paul bought this, he knew we had one, and he told me, he said, when I find this, do you want to keep it? Because he knows I don't have one. And I was like, well, you know, here's what I'll do. I'll make that decision on the fly, and I'll also make a decision when I'm setting the starting bid. So I'm going to make one stipulation I don't do too often on auctions for this album. The starting bid is $1,000. I'm not going to let it go to a buy it now. I know somebody's going to bid on it before I close it. But I'll put it this way. If it doesn't sell for $1,000, I'll pay for it tonight for $1,000. I'll take it home, and I'll finally check it off my checklist. I've got to be very patient with record collecting, as y'all know. I run a business, so I have to let stuff go. I have a bootleg copy, but if you want to bid, you better lock it. I'm not going to let it go to a buy it now. Gabriel's bid. Now I feel a lot better, okay? It's going to have to get some bids. It's got to bid, and it should bring a lot more than that. It should. It's a beautiful OG copy. Gabriel has it. Okay, Black Crows is at $270. Aerosmith is at $195. Now Madeline has bid. $200. Y'all are making me like, everybody's like, holy crap, we better bid on this before Chad takes it off the table and wraps it up and puts it underneath his Christmas tree. All right, now, there we go. We got some serious auctions up for bid. Anybody else on this crate? If not, I'm going to go ahead and knock out our third and final crate of new vinyl. Folks that's watching, some people's tuned in for this stuff, and there's more coming, like Allison Chains is on deck. We've got 7 hatchet head crates, 4 crates from John, 7 hatchet head crates. You did get an Eric B. and Rakeem. Yeah, you did. So, new vinyl, 7 hatchet head crates, and 4 crates from John, and I think Laura's working on some stuff too. I have a checklist of records. As a dealer, it's very hard to run a business without keeping everything. Right, Tanner? I'm persuaded by my staff sometimes to sell stuff, especially when Paul finds something he wants and I want it too. That happened this past week with a David Bowie record, and I immediately yanked it out of Paul's hands. So I do keep stuff. Don't worry. I don't sell it. I don't sell everything, but I have to be very selective. Y'all can imagine the stuff that comes through here that I want to take home every day. So, all right, Eric B. and Rakeem. Well, there's only one, so we need to give one to Donna. We need to give one to Donna, and we need to give one to Mega Blast, okay? So I had 2, and there's only one in the sold crate. So let's give one to Donna. Let's make sure Donna has one of these, and let's make sure John Durden has one of these. All right, let's get the auction rolling. So right now, Tool has a high bid of $1,020 of Rob Fordham. $1,020. It makes me want to listen to H. I love that song on there, H period. H period. So that is $1,020 with Rob Fordham. The Black Crows, who has the high bid on this? John Kaiser does at $270. $270, and then here's Aerosmith. Our new bidder tonight, Madeline. Madeline has this for $200, John Kaiser. She says, put me down, just press play, $200. Madeline, here's how I need you to bid so I don't miss it. Make sure you put Aerosmith for $200, okay? So John Kaiser, you're out on that. John Kaiser, you're out on that. Madeline has it for $200. Here we go. First thing in here is Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, and the hot dog flavored water. That's a double LP. That is a brown and silver vinyl, $44.99. Did I get the second of the same Ice Cube? I don't think so, but I will make sure. Michael Rudolph didn't get tagged twice for the same Ice Cube. Now, nobody bought a copy of Lethal Injection, I think. No, we sold both copies of Death Certificate, and there's a copy of Lethal Injection sold. So, no, you should have got one of each. We should have got one of each, okay? 46 and 2. Oh, my gosh. That That's an amazing. Antonio on Limp Biscuit. That is sold to Antonio. And then Donna wants lethal injection. So, yeah, that's sold to Donna. Lethal injection. Now we're sold out of Ice Cube. Okay? There's this. So the only thing left in the wrap crate is Drake. We didn't sell a Jay-Z. We have one Wu-Tang left. We didn't sell a Tribe Called Quest. We have one Nas, one LL Cool J Best Of, the other Drake album, and one 50 Cent left. Of course, just my luck. The one I accidentally double ordered, nobody bought. Okay, so we have one Chocolate Starfish left. This is a really good pressing. A half-speed Abbey Road remaster of the Who's Next. $33.99. Aerosmith 220, Aerosmith 220. The Black Crows is at $295 with Brent. John Kaiser, you're out. Tool is at $1,040. Rob Fordham, you're out. $1,040 on Tool Anima. I'll go over it again in 1 second and show it up closely. The Wu-Tang is 36 chambers. Enter the Wu-Tang. 36 chambers. Okay, so I still got one Limp Biscuit. That is colored vinyl. I got a lot of jazz coming up right here. We have Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural, a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Also, I have Picture of Heath, Chet Baker, Art Pepper, Phil Urso. That is a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. And one more, Curtain Call, Hank Mobley, $34.99. The Jay-Z that was over here is this. If you just missed it, we went through a crate of wrap that I had ordered for tonight. I got more, and I got a lot of suggestions tonight from the audience. In My Lifetime, which I think is like a greatest hits. $39.99 for Jay-Z. That should be like a greatest hits volume 1 type deal. $39.99 for that. The Limp Biscuit is $44.99, and that is 2 LP colored vinyl. That has My Generation on it. Full Nelson. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. It's on there. Air Raid Vehicle. Full Nelson. My Way or the Highway. We have Ron Burns on the Who. That is sold to Ron Burns. And let's go ahead and show Tool here in detail. So it is an OG pressing, of course. The only pressing. It's a US edition. It's a 2 LP. It's beautiful. The vinyl, to be specific, disc 1 is EX++ near mint minus. And then disc 2 is near mint. Or actually just one side. Side C. Just side C. The other 3 sides are near mint minus. OG, beautiful vinyl. I mean, there's the light. It's near mint. This is a beautiful copy. It's like one of those. It's like the stars have aligned. There's nothing really bad I can say about it other than the shrink wrap is loose. The inner sleeves is about the most artwork you're going to see on the album. Push It. That's 46 and 2. Stinkfist. Eulogy. I like Eulogy. Ting, 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 ting. That's a good one. All right. And then the shrink wrap, like I said, it is loose. That's about the only thing bad I can say about that. Yeah, this is incredible. Oh, man. 46 and 2 when that, of course, you know the way it comes on with the bass and then it hits that rumbling sound. Which when you hear that live, it changed me. I just told Paul the other day, I was like, you telling me to go see Tool, it changed me as seeing those guys play at that level live, it was amazing. And the Black Crows, I've seen them live in an amphitheater here in Nashville. Amazing band. And this is a rare album. And the last bit on this Black Crows album, I mean, I can't say enough about it. I could just stop the sale and just keep talking about how great these records are. The Black Crows at 320, I've never had this. It's a rare record. It came out in 1999. It's rare. The Black Crows, I mean, that's the word to use, rare. I've only ever had one, that one. Tool is at 1,060. We sold Who. So we sold one Who, and then the Limp Biscuit is sold to Michael Wilkerson, right? Michael Wilkerson gets this one right here. All right? That is this one right here. So that is sold. Now we're sold out of Limp Biscuit. There's one Who left. A lot of jazz. No claims on any of those, right? And then we have Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues. That's an acoustic sound series. That's $34.99. And then the Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, a half-speed Master 2 LP at a great price, $38.99. Next thing over here is Black Crowes. Brent's out. The Black Crowes, the high bid is with John Kaiser at $320. It's at let's go to the top cam right quick. $320 on this. Sorry, the crate's kind of delayed. These are some serious auctions right now. The Black Crowes is at $320. Tools at $1,080 with Gabriel Chavez. Rob and Gabriel right now is the only two bidders. So if you're thinking about bidding on Tool, I'm not going to sell it immediately when one of them says out. One of them's going to say out eventually. We'll figure out who. But right now, there's just those two guys. So if you want to get in, you might want to at least throw your name out there for a bid, so that way I at least, I don't lose you if you're going to be bidding, okay? Same thing for the Black Crowes. It's with John Kaiser right now. Rare album. It's nothing bad to say about this one at all. It has a high bid right now for $320. And then Aerosmith, boy, this is a big one here. Aerosmith, also Unbot's bidding on Tool and Reverly. Unbought and Reverly's bidding on Tools. So those are other bidders. There we go. And let me show Unbought the inner sleeves. Aerosmith here, it has a high bid with Madeline May at $250. Madeline has this for $250, okay? And that means that John Kaiser, you've been outbid. John Kaiser, you have been outbid on that one, okay? Let's show the inner sleeves on Tool again. Tool Anima. It's right here. And no splits. Here's where it opens. No. There's no splits on the inner sleeves. On the inner sleeves. Splits on the sleeves. Where's the other one at? Here it is. Let's see here. That's, of course, where it opens. And no. No. There's nothing. Like I said, I can't find anything bad to say about this other than the shrink wrap is loose. Okay? It is a gatefold jacket. Yes. $19.99 U.S. original press. Gatefold jacket. Shrink wrap. Hop sticker. Parental advisory. The inner sleeves are pristine. The vinyl is essentially near mint minus. The jacket has virtually no wear on it because it's been in shrink wrap. It's a beautiful copy. Hard to replace. Rob Fordham has it for $1,100. The Black Crowes. Gregory, I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid, right? Gregory, you asked about the Black Crowes. Hammers up. John Kaiser, $320. Aerosmith is still getting bids. It's now at $260. Madeline, you've been outbid. Okay, then there was a question, there was a claim in here, Patrick Lear on Sonny Stitt. So I want to make sure I didn't miss any claims out of the bids. The only thing I've sold out of here is Sonny Stitt and Limp Bizkit and The Who. We sold one copy of The Who. We sold one copy of The Who. We've sold both Limp Bizkits and we sold Sonny Stitt. Okay, and if anybody wants on a wait list for Limp Bizkit, The Who is still available, and all these jazz albums are still available. The Rolling Stones was the last one I showed, $38.99. Big Black, Songs About Blanking. Big Black, Songs About Blanking, $29.99. Aerosmith has a new bid for $265. Tool has a new bid of $1,110. Tool has a new bid of $1,110. Aerosmith is at $265. Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago, Acoustic Sound Series, QRP, $34.99. And I like this, the best of James Bond. And folks, this isn't just some score music covers. This is a compilation of all of the real James Bond themes. Over 3 LPs, $54.99. $54.99. You even get Chris Cornell, You Know My Name. That's one of my favorites. And of course, my second, or tied for first, would be Live and Let Die, Paul McCartney. But yeah, this is the real theme songs 3 LPs, 26 tracks, $54.99. You even get the James Bond theme by John Barry. Run da da dun dun da da dun dun da da dun dun. Goldfinger's on here. Lulu, the man with the golden gun. That's a good one. Duran Duran, A View to a Kill. That is the real Duran Duran's on here. Aha. Tomorrow Never Dies. Garbage, doing The World Is Not Enough. Adele, Jack White, Sam Smith, Billie Eilish. That's almost about every one of them. I mean, there's 26 on here. What is there? 27. What did they didn't include? Goldeneye. This has got to be about everything. Dr. No really don't have like a theme. From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, You Only Live Twice, Majesty, All the Time in the World. This is just about everything. Yeah, I mean, that's about every Bond. So that's everything. That's the real theme music. 3 LPs, $54.99. James Bond. Okay, so Kaiser, you do get the Black Crows. How about we go ahead and throw up Alice in Chains then? Oh my gosh. So one down. John Kaiser gets the Black Crows, a rarity here. This is sold, and BC Black Crows is done. And congratulations, that is sold to John Kaiser for $320. $320. That is sold. Let's put that away. James Bond's $54.99. Triple LP, that's the best of the best. See, I always thought that was just like covers. When I found out, I mean, I've seen this in stock for a while, and then I was like, let me look this up. I know I have one. I mean, I collect James Bond records. I have literally hundreds of different ones. I'm trying to maybe perhaps compile the best James Bond vinyl collection on earth. I have a lot. I don't even know what I have. I've never really archived them. So I have a copy of this sealed, but when I never really paid attention to what it was. I just remember when it came out, I was like, yes, obviously I'll take one. Folks, I'm trying to obtain the best James Bond collection in the world. Y'all can help me with that. Send me free James Bond records, especially if it's something rare. Tool, $1,140. It's between Unbought and Rob Fordham. Unbought and Rob Fordham. That is where we're at. Rob Fordham. Rob Fordham. You have the high bid right now. Unbought, it goes, or Unbought has it. Rob Fordham, it goes back to you. Okay? Here we go. Unbought said out and then bid again. Reverly's also bidding. Okay? Do you need assistant personalizer collection? Just James Bond stuff. What about Aerosmith? John Kaiser has it for $270. Madeline, you're out. Okay? Now, I've got bad news, Unbought. If you've said out and then you started bidding again, you can't bid again. That's probably some horrible news. But if you say out, you can't start bidding again. Okay? You cannot start bidding again. So right now it's between Reverly and Rob Fordham. And then Madeline, if you're done on Aerosmith, then you need to say out or you got to keep bidding. John Kaiser has it for $270. She's still bidding. Let me try to show a few more LPs right quick. Got to make sure we don't mess up anything on these auctions. Big time ones here. Mingus by Mingus. Charles Mingus is $34.99. Temple the Dog is a double LP, $34.99. And George Jones, Pure Country, that's on red vinyl. The soundtrack, excuse me, I did that again. George Strait. I did that last time and I got yelled at. George Strait, $38.99, not George Jones. Both guys do country music though. Okay, Alice in Chains. Folks, what do we have here with AIC? Oh my goodness. Get the air horn warmed up for this one too. Let the bidding begin. All right, right now, this is being introduced for auction. John Kaiser, you're out on Aerosmith. John Kaiser, you're out on Aerosmith. The high bid's $280 of Madeline May. Three-Legged Dog, Tripod. What is it officially called? The name of the album is officially called Alice in Chains by Alice in Chains. This is a real copy. It's not a bootleg. And you know it's not a reissue because it's never been reissued and it's not in print. A 1995 U.S. original pressing. A 1995 U.S. original pressing. And check out this grade. EX++ near mint minus. $375 start. a double LP, a real pressing. This should get to an air horn quickly. Allison Chain, self-titled. A real OG pressing. It is now up for bid. Bids are in. Right now, Tool is at $1,170. Rob Fordham has it. Reverly, you're out. Errol Smith has a new bid for $285. Madeline, you're out. Okay? The next thing is a beautiful RL Led Zeppelin 2. That's the next auction. That's the next auction. Reverly says I'm not out. I was letting you know you've been outbid. For future reference, if I ever say you're out, that means you've been outbid. That doesn't mean you have set out, but I do need you to bid again pretty quick. $1,180 on Tool. No doubt the singles. $36.99. A 2LP orange vinyl. Aerosmith's already at 500, or excuse me, Allison Chains is already at 550. Albert Ayler, Verve by Request, Love Cry. Albert Ayler is $29.99. Seether Disclaimer 2, $39.99 for Seether. Live Mental Jewelry, $29.99. Louis Armstrong wishes you a cool Yule, and that should be on red vinyl. It is. Red vinyl, Louis Armstrong, $34.99. Three Doors Down is $29.99. And Rob Zombie Spook Show International Live, $39.99. I can tell you this right now, it's really hard for me to sell vinyl with what's on the auction block back there. All these, nobody is paying a bit of attention to what's in the crates because of what's going on back here right now on the auction block. This is actually pretty insane. This is something you might want to snapshot for your memory, especially when the Led Zeppelin 2 goes up next. This is like a freeze frame, a moment in history. Okay. Tool is at $1,210. Unbought wants Live Mental Jewelry. And Aerosmith has a new bid for $295. Okay. Allison Chains is still at $550 of Gregory. That means a lot of people's out. Gregory still has it for $550. There's been one bid since then, but it's been for less. Live is sold to, let me show that on this camera. That's sold to Unbought, okay? The No Doubt, we sold out of this last week. I thought I had somebody on a wait list, but they ended up passing. It's orange vinyl. It's a singles collection, which is essentially a greatest hits. $36.99. Okay. Tool is at $1,225. Allison Chains is at $555. And they're still bidding on Aerosmith, which is at $295. John Kaiser, you're out. Now, the deal with Allison Chains albums, they're obviously a 90s artist. And they're one of the top grunge bands of all time. Demand and prices are crazy. You really can't get OG copies of Facelift. It was really only pressed internationally. Dirt is also really tough to get. This is one of the first ones you can really get a true OG US of. And of course, it was really low production. Okay? Antonio Villanueva. So let's run through this again. There's a lot of jazz in here. We just had a whole crate of rap. A lot of unusual stuff. And don't forget, the crate should be pretty crazy tonight, too. We're about to start hitting some Hatchet Ed stuff hard and heavy, and I got 4 new John crates. And, of course, y'all know the deal with Tool. They're a 90s band. They're a 90s band as well. They came out in an era when vinyl was pretty much not being made. And they're really, really weird about how they put out their stuff. When we were discussing this album yesterday, I was like, how weird is it? I know these guys aren't hurting for money. You know, they're all multimillionaires over and over. But the thing is, Why not just go ahead and release this? But they're pretty weird, and collectors know this, fans know this. They love protecting their discography, so who knows? It might be another decade before we see it. I hope not. It was supposed to be getting remastered not too long ago, but still, these OG pressings, they're going to always remain rare. Becky Lerner on No Doubt. All right, so now we're sold out of No Doubt. Let's go through these again. First thing we have is one copy of a classic album, one of my favorites of all time. If someone's like, Chad, what's an album with no skips? Probably this one right here. The Who, Who's Next, beginning to end, a great album. Half Speed Master, just $33.99. We won't get fooled again. $33.99. Alice in Chains is at $6.75. Aerosmith's at $3.05. And then Tool Anima. Update, Tool is at $1,230. Alice in Chains is at $750. Now we're going to show some jazz audiophile stuff. Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural, a Blue Note Tompo at $34.99. Richard Yeager on The Who. That leaves one Who left. We sold one earlier. So Stanley Turrentine. We have Chet Baker, Art Pepper, Blue Note Tompo at $34.99. These are audiophile grade, high quality jazz records. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, and then we have Tool at $1,235. Reveille's back in. Curtain Call, Hank Mobley, a Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. And Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues, acoustic sound series, that's $34.99. Aerosmith is at $312 with Madeline. John Kaiser, You're Back Out, another rare album, just pressed. This one has never been reissued in the Aerosmith discography, and plus, based on when it come out, it's another rarity. We also have 2 copies left. Speaking of 90s albums that are tough to get, this Rolling Stones album is tough to get. It originally came out in what, 1990 something, 1, 2, right in that era. $38.99 for Voodoo Lounge. That's a double LP half-speed master. Alice in Chains has hit $800. Tool is at $1,240. As soon as we wrap one of these up, which it looks like, who knows at this point, they're all still getting bids. I'm going to put up a Led Zeppelin 2 hot mix. Oh my gosh. We got Big Black, Songs About Blanking. Big Black is $29.99. Lonnie Jolly wants a Voodoo Lounge. You won't see too many OGs of that come through. Tool is at $1,245. Alice in Chains is at $800. And then Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago. That's an acoustic sound series. Anytime I say Tone Poet or acoustic sound series, those are high quality audiophile pressings of jazz albums. Big Black is sold to Brandon Jones. Alice in Chains is at $825. Tool is at $1,245. And Aerosmith is at $325. Did you have a Black Flag? Oh yeah, I mean, even after these are gone, we still got some crazy stuff over here. I've got Iron Maiden, Pink Floyd, Aerosmith, Black Flag, Angel Witch, Russian Vodka, Led Zeppelin, some kind of Keith Richards record, Anthrax, Soulfly, Slayer, Beatles, Iron Maiden, and then I've got my bonus crate. Next thing, the best of James Bond. I've already went over that in detail. That's the original recordings. It's a trifold jacket, $54.99. $54.99. We have one of our top bidders out on Alice in Chains. The third auction may be the first to sell. $825 on Alice in Chains. Reveille, it's back to you on Tool. Rob Fordham has it for $1,250. Madeline, it's backing on Aerosmith at $330. John Kaiser, You're Back Out on that one. Charles Mingus, acoustic sound series, that's $34.99. Temple of the Dog, $34.99. Speaking of reissues that you might want to pick up instead of waiting for OGs, do y'all realize the near mint value of all these OG jazz albums? If you had near mint OG first pressings, it'd be several thousands of dollars to acquire all those. These are not bad then. New audiophile, high quality for $34.99. This is another rare OG record. I've still had just one of these. I think we've had one. I think I had a sealed one we sold. An OG Temple of the Dog, $34.99. Over here, we have Aerosmith, $333 of John Kaiser. Tool is at $1,260. Next thing is George Strait, Pure Country. George Strait is an anniversary, 30th anniversary, Pure Country, red vinyl, $38.99. Albert Ayler, Love Cry, $29.99 for Albert Ayler. Seether, Disclaimer 2 is $39.99. Live Mental Jewelry is $29. Louis Armstrong Christmas Album, red vinyl, $34. Three Doors Down is $29.99. And Rob Zombie, Spook Show International Live, $38.99. Hammers up on Alice in Chains. George Jones, $825. A 1995 USOG, EX++ near mint minus. Hammers up. We're going to sell it. We're going to take Otis out of the room and blow the air horn. Time is ticking. I'm just going to make sure. I know there's some people probably calculating. We're going to sell George Strait. I'm going to go bring over the Hatchet Ed crate, and then we're selling that. George Strait is sold. I have filled up another full crate here. Let's bring over the next Hatchet Ed crate, which is going to be the next crate. And I got to rip off all these names. Oh man, I have no idea what's in here. Actually, let me... I've got to rip off 100,000 sticky notes on these. It's a lot of stuff. Two things. I've got to rip off 100,000 sticky notes, and I'm about to blow the air horn twice. I'm about to blow one right now for George Jones, okay? All right, so this is sold, and this is sold for $825 to George Jones. $825. George Jones, and as soon as I said that, Rob Fordham bid $835. Man, Rob, that was a hair late. That was a hair late. Oh my gosh. I would have loved to obviously take more bids, but this is so to George. And we're going to go ahead and get him the air horn. If you would have bid a couple minutes ago, I would have thought maybe using on the mix. I would have waited for you to set out. You was probably waiting to see how Tool ended up. My bad. Sold. This is gone. Congratulations to George Jones. $825. And this is sold. There's air horn number 1. That is sold. Let's put that one away. And I think we're done on Tool, but I got to give it one more second. Yeah, that was a big shot in the foot. We might have been on that up to that might have been like a $200 shot in the foot, because they might have kept bidding on that well past $1,000, but we don't know. It's sold to George now. Unless he wants to sell it to Rob for $835, which I doubt. Okay, and then Tool. We got to make sure we're done on this, okay? We got to make sure we're done on this. Tool, Rob Fordham's out. Reverly has it for $1,265. Reverly has this for $1,265. $1,265. Rob says he's dropping out. This is not sealed. This is a 1996 U.S. original pressing. It's near mint. It is pristine. It's got the hype sticker, the parental advisory sticker. It has both inner sleeves. This is a final call. If you want to bid on Tool, you've got to bid right now. It is a final call to Reverly, $1,265. $1,265. $1,265. If you were waiting to the very, very, very end, this is the end. Just like Jim Morrison. Remember when he said that? This is the end. Jim Morrison. We're saying that in memory. This record is dedicated to the memory of Jim Morrison. Okay? $1,265. We just sold Alice in Chains. We just sold Allison Chains for $825. Hammers up. Time's ticking. Aerosmith is still getting bids. Aerosmith is at $340 with Madeline. John Kaiser just bid $346. We're about to start going through these Hatchet Ed crates. Hope everybody's ready. Tanner's outside hold notice before he brings them back in. He said, text me when I can come back in. As soon as I sell tool. I've gave it a lot of time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. We went through a whole can. Sold to Reverly, 1969. This is sold to Reverly. Final price, ring it up, $1,265. We're done. That's 2 pricey records. More's coming. All right. Next thing we have is this. Aerosmith. Madeline May has it for $350. Madeline May has this for $350. John Kaiser, it goes back to you. Thank you to everybody bidding on all auctions. Thank you to everybody that was bidding on all auctions. It wouldn't be an auction unless everybody was bidding. Next one is an instant air horn. Let's put it up. This one, I'm in no hurry to sell, just like Tool. I know y'all are going to bid on it, though. Tanner just raised his eyebrow. We know what this is, don't we? You need cooling. Woman, I ain't fooling. Leaves are falling all around. Time that I was on my way. Heartbreaker. The Lemon Song. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ra-dum, da-dum, 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 down, down, da-dum. Amazing. Goosebumps every time. What do we have here? We have, going up for bid, a 1969 U.S. Presswell press. Let me read you the note from Laura. Gorgeous copy. I love those words. Gorgeous copy. Very strong VG++ EX. Now, obviously, we got to be super conservative on something like this, right? And Laura's the best at that. VG++/EX minus. A high-grade copy compared to most. It's not near mint minus. It's not EX. It's VG++/EX. Led Zeppelin 2. Now, the important information. RL. Right there. See that? RL. Side 2. RLSS. So RL on both sides. Nice, thin, dead wax. It's cut super hot. The now iconic Bob Lugwood hot mix. Let me go over every mark I see. Side 1, just a couple scuffs. Right here. Right there. Right there. Just superficial marks. This is going to blow your socks off. Something that can never be replicated. Incredible. From 1969, the true OG pressing. It has a correct Atlantic inner sleeve, too. That's the correct inner sleeve. from 1969. Make sure you got plenty of socks. You'll have to change your socks multiple times. The jacket's also nice. And you even get a lower RL both sides. I've thought about it. I usually listen to all these. I haven't got to listen to this one yet, but I can promise you I will tonight during cleanup time, and I'm going to spin Tool because I hadn't got to hear that in a long time on vinyl. $675. $675. Led Zeppelin 2, RL, $675 start. It should sell for over 1,000. If not, I'm going to be very disappointed. Right, Tanner? Right. I'm going to be very disappointed if that doesn't hit 4 digits. $675. Good luck to all those that's bidding. Now, where are we over here on Aerosmith? Aerosmith over here, the last bid on Aerosmith was between 2 people. Sorry this has took a long time, but Madeline has it. Madeline, it looks like you're going to get it. Final call for $350. This is at $350. John Kaiser just recently set out. It's at $350. We're about to sell it. A 2001 USOG. 2001 USOG. Okay. Led Zeppelin already has a bid for $750. Let me get the sticky notes off this. I didn't realize these were like this. We're about to go through a lot of hatchet ed crates. We still got to tear off some sticky notes here. Let me do that. Actually, oh my gosh. This is going to take a while. Let me go through a different crate first, because some of these have discounted prices, and I want to sell them for the same discount price. You know, I want to be able to see the price on them. You think you could tear off all the names? Okay. If not, we can get Laura up here to assist. We just, because I want to see, if we sold them once on sale, we probably need to go ahead and sell them again on sale. I'll go ahead and go through John's first crate over here. And plus, I got plenty of miscellaneous other stuff to show. Right, Otis?
That's right, Chad. We got all kinds of miscellaneous to show tonight.
We'll go through this one. Buy it now, best offer. Okay. That was Otis talking, yeah. If you had a pair of scissors, you probably could just go clip, 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 and snap off all of his names. We got to take the guy's name off all these sticky notes because the price and his name's written on every one of them, so. All right, Madeline, you get Aerosmith. Madeline, I got to make sure you're registered, okay? And I just want to let you know, we may go ahead and send you an invoice early. I don't know when, but since you're a first-time buyer and this is a pricier record, I want to make sure you are registered with us, okay? I got to make sure you're registered. Thank you, Madeline. This is sold to you for $350. I'm going to set it over here with the other kind of pricier stuff for tonight. I'm going to set this over here on a flat table. I'll lay it actually right here on this cart. That's the 3 so far pricey ones from tonight. Just Madeline, I'm going to check Facebook right now to make sure you've got us your information, okay? Sorry for the delay. I'm working on handling some pricey stuff right now. Madeline, I'm going to be on the lookout for your message, okay? Unless you've already sent us a message. I need your email address and I need your mailing address right now, okay? And then we'll make sure we get you registered. So, Led Zeppelin 2, is this still at $750? Wow. Paul Brothers has it for $750. Going once, going twice. RL Presswell Press. This is it. And it's at $750, and he's about to get it. Beautiful copy. Got to make sure nobody else wants to bid. I would think by now you're typing in your bid or you're about to. $750. Going once, going twice. I don't let these go too often. Y'all know this. Next auction is going up right now, and that is Anthrax, Persistence of Time. Anthrax, Persistence of Time is a 1990 USOG, something we don't get too often. That has a new high bid of $55. Now, a couple people may want to know what's going on here. This was originally mixed in 1969 by a guy named Robert Ludwig. When he made this, it was a unique mix. It was cut very hot. What does that mean? It's mastered to play very loud. So loud, it was causing playback issues with low-quality turntable arms. For example, people were putting this on and the arm was literally jumping off the turntable, off the record, because it was cut so loud. It has since been really overlooked up until, I would say, in the new audiophile age, where people have research pressings, they're doing spectral analysis of sound quality, and there has pretty much been a determination among the audiophile community, among collectors, this is the definite version to have of this album. Now, that makes it unique in a couple ways. It also makes it unique because you're talking about a band like Led Zeppelin, one of the biggest acts of all time, one of the most collectible acts of all time when it comes to vinyl, and here you got one of the greatest rock albums of all time. And you got the best version of it. So this is a perfect storm for a super collectible record. The best sounding copy, a Led Zeppelin record, one of the best rock out. It's just like everything combines for this perfect storm anytime you got this. And it's also, a lot of people have now said it's something that they really can't replicate. It was cut from that master tape. It was done at that time and space in history, and it really can't be replicated again. There's only so many of them out there, and most of them are beat to heck. I've got, how many's behind the counter, Tanner? 8 right now? We've got about 7 or 8 behind our counter right now. I keep them in my special stash. I've got 7, 8 more of these. They're all low grade. They're like G+, VG-. So here lately, if we let one go, it's a nicer copy, okay? So I've got trash copies. That's usually how we find them. If we find a bunch of record, like an old stash of records we bought from somebody's collection, they're usually beat up. So the higher grade copies are super desirable because they're low population. They're low population. You know, if it was a bell curve, right in the middle of the curve, you would have like VG- copies. At the end of the curve is a small percentage of stuff EX or better. A very small percentage. A very small percentage is EX or better. There's a lot of these out there. It's not like a rare record. It's a rare record to find in high grade. It has now hit $1,000. Anthrax is at 80. Anthrax is at 80. Okay, we're about to go through a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Carly Simon hotcakes. Carly Simon is $9.99. We've went from Led Zeppelin and Anthrax all the way to Carly Simon. You just never know here, right, Otis?
That's right, Chad.
Next thing is this. We have the best of the Duprees, $14.99. This one's hit 1,000. Y'all know I've sold some of these for what? We sold one night for $3,500, $2,500. We've had a couple near mint ones, which are rare. I mean, we've had some EX++ near mint minus copies. They have sold big money. This one's not too far away. VG++/EX. Not too far away. Next thing is Commodores, Heroes. Commodores is $14.99. This is the best of the Duprees. Did I show that? Yep, $14.99. Country, Casanova, Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen, $19. Oh yeah, Donna, which records did you want, Donna? I'm sorry, I'm so locked in. Donna wanted a couple jazz albums, Sonny Stitt and Stanley Turrentine. Sonny Stitt and Stanley Turrentine. That just hit me. Donna wanted Sonny Stitt and Stanley Turrentine. I could have swore I already pulled you a Sonny Stitt. Did somebody else buy a Sonny Stitt earlier? They must have. So those are sold to Donna, okay? This is a Buy It Now Best Offer. No, Buy It Now Best Offer. Buy It Now Best Offer. There's some records, like I said, you could do a bell curve with it, and yeah, just like in the middle, it's like James Brown records, Rolling Stones, and mono. You know, like there's a lot of them out there. They're not rare, but they become rare and high grade. Bob Dylan records. There's millions of them, but when you get an early Dylan record and shrink with a hop sticker, it's mono and it's near mint, you could buy a regular copy for $15, but a near mint minus shrink wrap, insert, complete, you might be talking about $350. You know, it's just on that top end of the spectrum for beautiful copies. We have Tanya Tucker, Love Me Like You Used To, $14.99. These are buy it now best offer. Glenn Campbell is $9.99. Tanner right now is ripping off the name tags for these Hatchet Ed records, and because we don't show the person's name, we obviously don't do that. And we're keeping the price tags on them, and we've got all kinds of Hatchet Ed. As soon as some of these big auctions slow down, obviously these take a lot of time. They're very important to go over. You know, they're very rare and expensive records. We're going to be going through a lot of crates tonight. So here in the next half hour, we're going to try to go through like 12 crates, okay? We're going to go through a lot of vinyl, and I'm here to sell stuff. It's Friday night. I'm not here tomorrow. Paul's doing the show, so I've got to sell a lot of vinyl. Leonard Skinner is new and sealed, $36.99. Dean Martin's $9.99. What is this? The Constitution. We the People, $14.99. It is the United States Army Band. It's the United States Army Band. That's a cool cover. I like that. $14.99. There's old Ben Franklin. I'm kin to him. We have Book of Numbers. This is Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee. $19.99 on that. And Rough Mix, Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane, $14.99. All right, Zeppelin's at $1,150 with Tim Voldness. We still got a lot of bidders. This is going to be a battle. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets to $1,500 here pretty quickly. That would still be well within the range. Zeppelin's at $1,150. Anthrax is hit 90 with Antonio. And we were talking about Led Zeppelin last night. I'm partial because I'm a super fan, but that is an amazing album from beginning to end. It is an incredible album. Wait till you hear Heartbreaker on that mix. Oh my gosh. That part where you can just hear John Paul Jones's bass. It's like distorted. It is an amazing experience, especially if you're right in front of some speakers and you've got it so loud your eardrums are bleeding. Steve Mason on WE for We the People for $9. Sell that to Steve Mason. This is a buy it now best offer. We have Quarter Flash, $14.99. We did lose a member of the Moody Blues. John Lodge died this morning, and that just leaves one original member of the Moody Blues, which is Justin Hayward. Everybody else has passed away. There's only one member left of the Moody Blues. There's this right here. Jumps on it. Yeah, keep your cats away. You probably play it so loud your cats will stay out of the room. The Manhattan Transfer, Mecca for Moderns. There is some Japanese. Yeah, there's this guy bought a little bit of everything. Like I said, he was a long-time buyer, and I just didn't really go unnoticed. He wasn't paying his bills, and then he got 5 invoices behind, and he said he can't pay for them, and so we just got to resell it. But he's been buying for years, and he's paid, I mean, he's bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. So we never hide anybody's name, but sometimes things just happen. That's why we don't let people get behind. Because let's just say he just had one unpaid invoice and we said, yeah, that's okay. We understand you can't pay right now. We'd cancel it and let him buy again later. But when you got 5 unpaid invoices and you left us hanging, I mean, he's bought thousands and thousands of dollars for us. Maybe we can work out something in the future, but this is a major setback. We think it's like $5,000 or $6,000 worth of stuff. Themes from hit TV shows, $19.99. That's 7 crates worth. It's got to be $5,000 or $6,000 worth. We have Bob Seger, It's You. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99 on that. Led Zeppelin. The last bid on Led Zeppelin, Tim Voldness. We're moving it to a final call. Is everybody done? Is everybody done? This is at $1,150 with Tim Voldness. He has it, and it's moving to a final call. It's moving to a final call. The next thing is Anthrax. The last bit on that. This is a tough record to get to. Persistence of Time. This is a 1990 U.S. original that's near mint. Near mint. Antonio has it for $90. Next thing over here is Kelly Vlodarchik on TV Themes. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. And then Paula on Rough Mix. Let's sell that to Paula for $12. Billy Humphrey on the 12-inch single. That's sold to Billy Humphrey. Paul Brothers is out on Led Zeppelin. Tim Voldness, it's looking better for you. Tim Voldness, it's looking better for you. Final call on that. Blake Shelton. Whoa, what is this? A 2013 promo, $49.99. Blake Shelton, based on a true story. It looks like a full album. Boys Around Here, Mine Would Be You. Sure, be cool if you did. Boys Around Here, it's some kind of promo based on a true story. Blake Shelton, 2013 promo, $49.99 for that. Pretty Baby. a Gold Stamp promo. That's a soundtrack, $19.99. And Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, $14.99 for Sunfighter. All right, Danzig on BS for Blake Shelton. Never seen that before. And Hammers Up on Led Zeppelin. We're about to sell it. Making sure we're all done. 1150, Tim Voldness. 1150, Tim Voldness. Paul set out, and that was one of the last people. So I think we're done. Donna Summers, $9.99. John Anderson, Eye of a Hurricane. John Anderson's $29.99. And Feelings, Morris Albert. Morris Albert is $9.99. And The Complete Life of Douglas MacArthur, through his own words. Douglas MacArthur is $14.99. And Original Recordings by W.C. Fields, $19.99 on that. Brian Thurman on John Anderson, that is sold. And the Doobie Brothers, that's their debut album, $26.99. It's the Burbank, the second label, $26.99. First thing, Antonio, you get Anthrax for $90. Thank you, Antonio. And 2, 1, Zeppelin is closed. Tim Voldness, $1,150 sold to Tim Voldness. Next is Kelly Vladorchek on Douglas MacArthur. Thank you, Tim. Now, I would blow the air horn right now, but we got two problems. One is Otis is laying right next to me, and he's dead asleep. And I do not want to blow this air horn next to Otis. It would be funny, but it would also be kind of cruel, and we don't want to hurt Otis. So we'll give Tanner a moment to make sure Otis is out of the building. Tanner's helping me rip off these stickers right now. When Tanner says he's ready and out of the building, I'll blow the air horn. He's walking outside with him right now. We don't want to scare Otis to death, okay? So there's that. And Tim is cashing in some silver for Led Zeppelin. Hey, you can't listen to that silver, buddy. You can't put silver on your turntable, but you can put this on your turntable. Tim, you got a gem. Hey, this is something they're not going to make again. This is the real deal 69. And I've always said Zeppelin's fan base is growing. There's more Zeppelin fans right now than there was in 1975. I can promise you that. You still got everybody that was alive from that generation, and then everybody that has become a fan in the last 30 years like me. Okay? Here we go. Tanner's out. We got to get a new air horn out. We've already went through a whole can, and we used it a couple times last night. We used it to start the show earlier. Man, we sold Black Sabbath, autographed by Ozzy. Ozzy was signed Black Sabbath. We sold that earlier. We sold The Tool. We've sold Led Zeppelin, and we've sold Alice in Chains. Oh, yeah, I buy gold. We got some people sending some jewelry in right now. Hopefully this is on tight. Hold on a second. There we go. It takes, you got to break it in. Okay, Tanner, you got the green light, buddy. He probably can hear it outside. It's loud. It's loud with my headphones on. All right. There's that. Tool sold earlier for $1,245. Now, we'll be asked about that record for about a week straight because people are seeing that post, and we get asked about that record on a daily, well, weekly, sometimes a daily basis, either through email, messages. I mean, people ask about that record all the time. So, okay. Whew. Here we go. Time for a reset. What an epic last, hour? The last hour has been crazy. We have sold Tool, Alice in Chains, the Aerosmiths, Zeppelin. It's been wild in the last hour. I knew that would all take about an hour. It's 9 o'clock, but we still got some great stuff. I still got Iron Maiden, still got Aerosmith, Black Flag. This Keith Richards is evidently pretty tough to get. Soulfly, Slayer. We got some good stuff here. Let's go ahead and put up Black Flag. And for the rest of the night, it's only 9 o'clock too. The next thing we're going to do next is we're going to start getting these Hatchet Ed crates because I've got to recoup this money as soon as possible. That was like $6,000 I had in receivables that I thought was going to come in, and it's not there. So it's like $6,000 evaporated, right, Tanner? So hopefully we can get all that resold tonight and get it all sold, okay? Black Flag, everything went black. This is our next auction. If I've missed any claims in here, let me know. I should be able to concentrate a lot better now. Those are really attention grabbers for me, too. It's like, what's going on? I got to make sure we don't mess up and I don't say anything wrong or miscall any bids on big auctions like that. We're good to go, though. So here we go. Let's get back to the crate, and our next auction is Black Flag. Everything went black. You're going to want to see these next couple of crates because this guy bought a wide variety of stuff, and he bought it. Have you seen many auctions, Tanner? He bought a lot of auctions, best of my memory, yeah. So here we go. It sucks for everybody. This is a U.S. reissue. We have an unknown year, most likely early 90s. So Laura has it as a U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown, but we know it's early 90s. EX edition, a $35 start. If you have gold to sell, you can mail it to us. If you have silver to sell, we'll buy that. Whatever you want to do, contact us. And if you want to buy records, you know where to watch. Right here. So there's that. And then I think this is a Pink Floyd bootleg. Pink Floyd, A Dark Side of the Moon live. This is a 2016. That's that well-known Wembley Empire Pool concert from 1974. VG Plus, Pink Floyd, a $35 start. All right, back to this crate. These are new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. What do we have here? This is Principal Edwards' Magic Theater soundtrack from 1969. That looks psyched out. Whoa, look at that. He's doing the Jimmy Page thing, playing the guitar with the violin bow. $26.99 on that. We have Daddy. Two back-to-back strange ones here. A 1971 French copy. $39.99. Daddy. Look at that on Riviera. Some interesting stuff there. Whoa. We have Tudor Lodge. A 1988 UK. $39.99. Necromaniacs, Life is a Grave, a picture disc from 2007, $39.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $34.99. Can y'all believe my brain went blank on this one? I stared at this for a solid 3 seconds before it hit me. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, $34.99. It is cover variant F. Cover variant F, $34.99. Gregory on N for Necromaniacs. Nigel Tuffle played a guitar with a violin. What if somebody played a violin with a guitar? We have Archie Shepp, Things Have Got to Change. Whoa. An ABC Impulse with promo sticker, $49.99. What a night for records tonight. Oh my gosh. Al Green, I'm Still in Love with You. Oh my gosh. $24.99. Oh my gosh. Seasons of Light, Laura Nero in concert, $14.99. Black Flag, Jeff Brindley has it for $45. Chris Knapp, you're out. Dark Side of the Moon is a $35 start, live, bootleg Pink Floyd unofficial. Gregory wants to put back Necromaniacs. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. It's a one-time price reduction tonight, $10,000 for a restocking fee. That has been reduced from $10 trillion. So if you do the math on that, that's like 100% off. We have Scott Arnold on Led Zeppelin for $28. In Through the Outdoor, sold. We have Solid State, Jimmy McGriff, A Bag Full of Soul. A 1966 press, Solid State, $19.99. Black Flag has a new bid at $47. We also have Steve Miller Band Anthology. Unfortunately, it's from the dreaded Connery collection. Hey, but this one's rare. He wrote in yellow Sharpie instead of black. Steve Miller Band's $34.99. He says, you know what? Give me Necromaniacs. Is that it? Tanner says that's a good Hatchet Ed crate. All right, we'll go through that one next. Flag 47, Flag 50. He says, you know what? Cancel that putback fee. Go ahead and give it to me. Let's wipe off his $10,000 putback fee and let's go ahead and give that to him. $39.99. We have, Tanner said that was a wise move. You saved a lot of money right then. We have Blow by Blow, an anthology of harmonica blues. Blow by Blow, $19.99. And we have If This Ain't the Blues with Jimmy Rush. And boy, what a cool cover. Look at all those signs, and he's out on a street corner. Cans of paint, Coca-Cola signs, a 1957 mono. I've had several that looked just like that. I wish I had them back. Those aren't cheap. $400, $500, $600, $700. Coca-Cola, $24.99. Jimmy Russian, $24.99. Louisiana Red and Sugar Blue, Red Funk and Blue. A UK copy, $19.99. And we have Willie Maben come back, $19.99 for Willie Maben. All right, Pink Floyd's a no bid. You can pick that up for $35. Black Flag over here. Jeff Brindley has it for $50. William Drugovich, it's up to you because Chris Knapp just set out. Shakedown gets Pink Floyd for $35. That's sold. Otis is tired, isn't he? Otis is tired. He's just, man, he is just crashed over here. I'm going to finish this can of Monster because I think I'm going to need a couple more tonight to get through this. Holy moly, what a sale this has been. We're just warming up. Two Monsters in 4 hours. That couldn't be healthy. Next is Woo, Jimmy Smith at the organ. I said Woo because it felt like an earlier, heavier copy. 1966 Blue Note. Jimmy Smith, $39.99. All I have is 1966 for your details. $39.99. That Zeppelin is OG with E. That is OG with E or F. That was F. Hold on a minute. It's hard to see. E. Boy, Scott, I don't know for sure. I think it says E. It's hard to tell. There's one little blip right there that keeps it from being an E or an F. I think that's E. Because the other day we had Classic Records, and the Classic Records was for sure E, and it looked like this. There's the word strawberry is written in the dead wax. See that right there? The word strawberry. The word strawberry is written in the dead wax. Well, my body is starting to shiver, and the palms of my hand getting wet. Full in the rain. Good one. Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, an unofficial 1998 German picture disc, full album, and unofficial. Iron Maiden, $55 start. Yes, this is New Arrivals, buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Next thing is, what was the Solid Rock album? Those are usually like stereo test press. No, this is Jimmy McGriff, A Bag Full of Soul. It's solid state. That's like a brand of, it's a label. It's a way they made, I guess it's a label, but it's like a way they started, it explains it on the back. But Solid State is the label. They started making, it's recorded with transistorized equipment on 28 channels. So, yeah. In Through the Outdoor just sold. Somebody made an offer for 28, we sold it. Iron Maiden's at 55. Patrick Lear on Jimmy Rushing for 15. That one was marked 24, 57 mono. I like this one. It's clean. How about 18? 18, and that's yours. Roy Rogers, $9.99. That's a compilation. Richard Groove Holmes, Jazz Milestones. This is $24.99. Pacific Jazz, $24.99. Patrick Lear on Jimmy Rushing for $18. Blow by Blow. That was this compilation here. I will sell that. Are you a first-time buyer? FBG Eternal. FBG Eternal. Are you a first-time buyer? I will sell that to you for $15. If so, we got to get you registered. We have Buddy Rich Plays and Plays and Plays. Buddy Rich, $14.99. Huge influences on guys like Neil Peart. Buddy Rich. We have Genesis, a 12-inch single of Turn It On Again, a 1980 promo, $29.99. And whoa, Ozzy, Shot in the Dark, coming out of nowhere, an 86 promo, a 12-inch single, Ozzy. Didn't even know that was going to be in here. Shot in the Dark, $29.99. What about Black Flag over here? William Drugovich, You Are Out. Jeff Brindley has it for $60. $60 with Jeff Brindley, and then the Iron Maiden has this one bid for $55. Richard Yeager said price. What did you ask about? Solid rock? Oh, $19.99, Richard. $19.99 on the solid state record. And then Black Flag got a new bid for $62. Richard Yeager on Buddy Rich. 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum on Ozzy. Then Old Man Hilton. And then Jason. Then David. Then James. And then John. And then Buddy Rich is already sold in Black Flag 65. We're about to sell Iron Maiden. There's been a lot of jazz and blues in this crate, Donna. But Blow by Blow has already sold. I just got to make sure. I got to make sure we have our new buyer registered, okay? Led Zeppelin, these are, let's run down the back table right quick. Skinner 30, everything's new and sealed. Skinner 36, Pink Floyd 34, Forbidden Planet 36, and Led Zeppelin 29. This is just a standard reissue. Pink Floyd's a remaster. Forbidden's a rare soundtrack, a reissue of that from 1956. And then Zeppelin's the Jimmy Page remaster. Okay? And Scott said he will take Led Zeppelin 1. There he goes. That's James Chilcott. Okay. So FBG over on YouTube is James Chilcott. Okay. Gotcha. Zeppelin is sold to Scott Arnold. And Richard Yeager offered 15 for the solid state. All right, we'll start going through these. Let's finish the crate, then we need to go through them again. Whoa! Pink Floyd Relics, a 71 Los Angeles press. It is in shrink. It looks like it's a little loose. Nice, though. Original Sears price tag. Pink Floyd Relics, $49.99. That hadn't come through in a while. Berlin. Oh, I love the hop sticker. Take My Breath Away. Take My Breath Away. Love theme from Top Gun. $34.99 on that. Shrink and hopped. K-Tel alert. Bing Crosby live at the London Palladium. $14.99. That's a double LP. Jimmy Davis and Junction is $19.99. And we have The Wolves. The Wolves is a 1988 alternate rock, $14.99. All right. So Iron Maiden is sold one bid for $55 to Scott Williams. Thank you, Scott, on that. Seventh son of a seventh son picture there. That's actually pretty cool. They did a good job with the artwork on that one. We sold Solid State for $15. And Be Yourself Adventures wants Pink Floyd remastered. Looks like I got to redecorate in the back. Nobody on Forbidden Planet or Leonard Skinner. Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. Free Bird. And then Black Flag, he's out. This is sold to Jeff Brinley for $65. Looks like I got to redecorate in the back. We got more auctions coming. Then I got to get to my surprise crate. Holy moly, what could be in the surprise crate? Glad I asked. Yeah, that warmed up the back for sure. How about Red Box, the circle and the square? Red Box is $19.99. So we need to redecorate, or at least put two more new ones back there. What can I put back there? Let's redecorate. Let's put back there, well, if we're going to sell one Zeppelin, we might as well put another. And if we're going to sell Pink Floyd, we got to replace it with Black Sabbath. Here we go. This is a remaster from 2012 of Master of Reality, Sweet Leaf. That is $33.99. And then we got over here in the corner, we just sold a OG Bob Lugwood for $1,150. You can buy a remaster for $33.99. Or you can buy a remaster for $33.99. Led Zeppelin 2. Your pick. Led Zeppelin 2. So there's that. Okay? Now, we have... I'm not for sure. Let's go through this crate one more time. I have Led Zeppelin 3. Yeah, I should. About any given time, I have that discography in stock. I've got right here 1, 4, and In Through the Outdoor and The Wall. Here's some of like our best sellers of all time. There's another Zeppelin 1. There's Zeppelin 4. That's on clear vinyl. In Through the Outdoor. There's a new copy of that. And then The Wall. I've been listening to this a lot lately. I was watching Gilmore tell Rick Beato how he recorded the footsteps. Did y'all see that? How he said their footsteps. You know those marching footsteps in that song on The Wall? He had to like drop those in there when he was editing that album. He had to drop those footsteps in there one at a time. It took him hours and hours to record that and make that. There we have it. I have not found Led Zeppelin 3 yet, though, but if you give me a second, we'll try to. That's amazing. I didn't realize that those footsteps on the wall, that Gilmore said he had to go through and put those in one at a time and drop it. And when they were making the, I was like, man, that's incredible. He had to do those one at a time. Let's go over here and put up another auction. Oh boy. How about a 2018? And this is really cool because it's on cow colored vinyl. This is 2018 Aerosmith Get a Grip. It's on black and white split colored vinyl. This was a limited edition of just 1,100. It's a colored vinyl pressing of Aerosmith Get a Grip. And it's on black and white cow colored vinyl. $35 start for Aerosmith Get a Grip. $35 start. We're going to recap this crate quickly because the next batch is all Hatchet Ed stuff. We have Carly Simon hotcakes for $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Please buy or make offers. I'm here to sell records. Commodores is $14.99. The best of the Duprees, that's $14.99. Country Casanova, Commander Cody, $19.99. Tanya Tucker is $14.99. Glenn Campbell, Gentle My Mind, $9.99. Aerosmith, $35. Dean Martin TV show was $9.99. Sonny Terry, Brownie McGee, that's a soundtrack they did. Book of Numbers, that's a soundtrack they did. $19.99 for that. And Quarter Flash, $14.99. Footsteps at the beginning of the trial. Yep. You could tell Gilmore was like, man, it was laborious, but I think all that work paid off for him, right? He had to work. They probably worked on that album strenuously for hours and hours, but it kind of paid off for him, didn't it? 1998 German press, another Iron Maiden picture disc, No Prayer for the Dying, $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Next thing is the Manhattan Transfer, $9.99. TT sold for $10. That was Tanya. Sell that to Scott Oman for $10. The Commodores is an original album. No, this is an original album they did in yeah, this is original studio material. $14.99 on that. Also, we have the Pretty Baby soundtrack, $19.99. Paul Cantor, Grace Slick Sunfighter, $14.99. Donna Summer, $9.99 on Donna. Morse Albert Feelings was $9.99. David Duell on MT, and MT was Manhattan Transfer. Thank you. And we have W.C. Fields for $19.99. We have the Doobie Brothers. That is on the Burbank label, $26.99 for that. And then this was an interesting soundtrack. Principal Edwards Magic Theater soundtrack from 1969, $26.99 on that. We have Dayde, D-A-Y-D-E with an accent mark, a 71 French, $39.99. Tudor Lodge, a 1988 UK, $39.99 for Tudor Lodge. Archie Shep, Things Have Got to Change. ABC Impulse with promo sticker from 1971, $49.99 for that. Al Green, I'm Still in Love with You. Oh man, Love and Happiness. This is a good one. $24.99. Al Green, an original. Also Laura Nero, $14.99. We have Steve Miller Band Anthology. That's a double LP for $34. Louisiana Red and Sugar Blue. Red Funk and Blue, a UK press, $19.99. Willie Maben, Come Back, $19.99 on Willie Maben. And Jimmy Smith at the organ with Lou Donaldson, Kenny Burrell, and Art Blakey, Volume 1, 1966, No Condition No Shrink Wrap for $39.99. Roy Rogers was $9.99. Richard Groove Holmes was $24.99. Genesis Turn It On Again was $29.99. Pink Floyd Relics, a 71 Los Angeles press in shrink, Sears price tag $49.99. Aerosmith, it's on colored vinyl, black and white split cow-colored vinyl. Mike Quadrini has it for $45. Jeremy Mercury out. Iron Maiden doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. Donna on Jimmy for $22. That was Jimmy Smith sold for $22. And then Scott Arnold on Red Funk. I will sell that to you for $15. We have Berlin, Count 3 and Pray, shrink wrap hop sticker from Top Gun. Bing Crosby was $14.99. Berlin was $34. Jimmy Davis, $19. The Wolves was $14.99, and Redbox, the circle and the square, Redbox is $19.99. Archie Shep, $35. Let's go ahead and I'm going to let that one roll to Patrick Lear, $35. Red Funk, $13. Let's read that Scott Arnold, $13 sold. I'm letting stuff fly. Let's go through the next crate, Hatchet Ed stuff. The first crate from that big order. The first Hatchet Ed crate earlier tonight, that was our normal Friday night Hatchet Ed crate. This Hatchet Ed crate is, I woke up Otis. This Hatchet Ed crate is the true first Hatchet Ed crate from this big order, okay? The other Hatchet Ed crate we went through earlier, that was our normal Friday night conglomerate. That was the normal Friday night conglomerate. This is the first true Hatchet Ed crate, and as y'all see, this thing is packed. This crate is packed. It is packed full. Bundle. Yeah, since those are kind of new arrivals, that would be a pretty pricey bundle. John Barry, I've been talking about you. We probably could do some late night bundles on half off stuff later tonight, but the new arrival bundles are always tough because even though they're best offer, they really hadn't been shown but one time. So, I mean, we can do like I could do like a straight percentage, but it would be like 25% off. That's usually what I discount. Usually the new stuff, if you look at what I'm taking offers, it's somewhere between 10 and 25% off I do on new arrivals. It also depends on what the title is. Some of that stuff, you know, is like pretty fair, like the Aussie. That should have probably went up for auction. So, and there's a couple others that got grabbed. So, but if you want me to give you a price, I can. Travis Berlin was $34.99. Errol Smith's at $57, and nobody bet on Iron Maiden, so you can pick this up. Iron Maiden can be picked up for $55. It's No Prayer for the Dying, an unofficial picture disc, 1998 German. Yeah, John, we'll be doing, hopefully after we get through all the Hatchet, or I tell you what, John, tonight, this guy, so let me tell you all the story one more time. We had a longtime customer. He's bought and paid thousands and thousands of dollars worth of Invoice. He got several behind without paying, and he kept buying. We realized money wasn't coming in. We reached out to him. He said he can't pay us, and we had to cancel about 5 invoices, nearly $6,000 worth of records. So obviously his name's not going to be mentioned because he was a longtime great customer. Things happen, but this, don't ever get that far behind because this is bad. We could be showing new stuff right now instead of having to resell all this. It's new stuff, it's auction stuff, it's buy it now stuff. And what I was going to say, John, and for anybody that likes bundles, this guy over here has 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 3 crates full of bundles. 3 crates full of bundles in those big brown bags like they ship them to y'all in. So there's some bundles that didn't get paid for. So we need to get those sold immediately. We'll do those in just a second. One more look at Errol Smith, $65 with Travis Woods. It is on white and black split colored vinyl. $65 on that. Chad, you have any Rush signals? I don't think I have signals in stock. And then Michael Wilkerson got Iron Maiden for $55, okay? I do a bundle of bundles. Yeah, John Barry, I might just stack up these bundles here in a minute, tell you how many records there are, and just you might just buy this entire bundle collection, sight unseen. Because this guy bought good stuff. You're about to get an idea of what he was buying right here. So, bad situation for him and us because we're having to resell all this. We could literally be showing John and Laura's new arrivals right now. Instead, we're selling like weeks worth of stuff we could have already paid and shipped. Here we go. This crate is packed too. So let me try to get to the back here. Let me go ahead and pull 4 or 5 out to make some space here. Let me start right here. Let me take these out. Now I've got some space to work with. I'll show those in just a second. All right, first thing we have is this. Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas. Unpaid, if the unpaid auctions, I'm going to sit off to the side when I pull them out, okay? Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas. This is $30. Bing Crosby, Merry Christmas. Bing Crosby. Japanese pressing, $30. $7 Spyro Gyra. Now that was originally $9.99. Catching the Sun. These are all going to be sticker price because some of them I took offers. You know, it's like a buy now best offer. I've left the price on there. So $7 for Spyro Gyra Catching the Sun. Fuse 1 Silk. Fuse 1 was $14.99, $11. Stanley Clark, Eric Gale, Stanley Turrentine, George Benson, Ronnie Foster, $11 on Fuse 1 Silk. $35. This was $44.99, a 2024 stereo remaster. $35 for Ahmad Abdul Malik, The Eastern Music. That's a Vinyl Me Please. That was $10 off for $35. Donna gets Fuse for $11. Okay? Also, Brian Adams, a Japanese pressing of Crazy. That was an unpaid auction. $35 for Brian Adams Reckless. That has the Summer of '69 on it. Run to You, Heaven. Big album there. Aerosmith is still getting bids. Mike Quadrini, you're out. Travis has that for $75. Don't forget, I've got more auctions over here. The other auctions I have over here include an artist known as Slayer. Ever heard of them? Boy, this is a wild cover. This is Slayer, Boys Keep Swinging. Slayer, Boys Keep Swinging. This is a unofficial 1998 UK. This is Slayer live in Berlin 1987 and live in Belgium 1987. $55, but the chicks have fun as well. Boys Keep Swinging, $55 on that. Chris Knapp gets Malik. Make sure that goes in for $35. Next is the Essential Count Basie Volume 1. That was $14.99. This is the Essential Count Basie, $14.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash. This is new and sealed, remastered. Chris Bellman, Bernie Grunman, 2LP. Crash Into Me, $36.99. Mike Quadrini, it's up to you on Aerosmith. It's at $75. This is $15. Thelonious Monk, Something in Blue. That was an auction. A 1980 U.S. reissue, still in shrink. Thelonious Monk is $15. Like I said, I'm going to set all the auctions over there, and I'm going to try to separate the new vinyl. The Marachi Bass with Chet Baker. Chet Baker was sold for $13. It was EX $17.99, and original 1966 U.S. stereo, $13 on that. Thelonious Monk is sold to Donna for $15. Kelly Vlodarchek on Dave Matthews, that's sold to Kelly. Appreciate that. Next thing is $10 for King Curtis, Sax in Motion. That was half off. That was $19.99. $10 for King Curtis, Sax in Motion. And then we have Styx, The Grand Illusion. Styx is new and sealed, $29.99. Styx, The Grand Illusion. Next thing is Chris Knapp, next on Monk. Somebody just beat you to Crash, Christopher Dean. Two things. I might have another one, or I can probably order you one if you want to go on a wait list. I might can find you one. I might have one here in stock inside of the building. Jared Inc. on Count Basie. That's sold to Jared Inc. And Donna got King Curtis for $10, okay? Moving right along, we have a MoFi Jackson Brown, $35. Whoa, I don't know what happened there, but that was the original price tag. Did I auction this or something? I might have put this up for auction, maybe pulled it out of a John bin or something. I'm not for sure. But just $35 on Jackson Brown, and it was stickered almost 3 times as much. Brian Adams is sold for $35, and that's sold to Brandon Johnson. Shakedown got the Jackson Brown MoFi for $35. I lost Mike Quadrini. I got to go ahead and sell this for $75 to Travis Woods. $75 to Travis Woods. I told y'all some great stuff in here. So that is sold. And that is done. Let's put that right over here. Slayer, final call to get a bid in. $55 on that. Shakedown was first on Jackson, then Donna, then Michael. Jared Inc. got the Chet Baker for $13. And he said not CB. Okay, not Count Basie. What was CB then? My bad. CB, Chet Baker? Oh, it's Chet Baker. Okay, so Count Basie. I got you. So Count Basie's going back in the bin. Chet still goes to Jared Inc. Okay. So we had Chet Baker and Count Basie. I got you now. There's another Spyro Gyra Incognito. $7 on that. That was originally marked $9.99. And then Amy Grant in Concert Volume 2. Amy is $9.99. New and sealed, Aretha Franklin. Vinyl Me Please, I've Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You. All analog, and it's on purple and white. All analog by Ryan Smith. A sealed Vinyl Me Please for just $34.99. And Rhino High Fidelity, numbered, limited edition numbered copy of Television's album Adventure. $39.99 for that. Gregory on Aretha Franklin. Slayer is a live unofficial. It's a final call, and plus I'm about to introduce another auction. It's a Berlin 1987 and Belgium 1987. Boys Keep Swinging. Final call for $55. Next is another Spyro Gyra Morning Dance. That's a good one. Morning Dance, $7. So these Spyro Gyras, we've got 3. They were $9.99 each, and it looks like I sold them for $7, $7, and $7. Sounds about right. There's Television. and we have 3 spiral gyros. I'm going to keep all those together. New and sealed, looks like more high fidelity. Yep, there's the other one. Marquee Moon, great television albums. That's the Kevin Gray, $39.99 for that. Trying to keep all the new and sealed stuff in the back of the crate. And then we have Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington, $14.99. And then we have Hart. This is the mobile fidelity sound pressing of this. Dreamboat Annie. This is a 2LP, 45 RPM, new and sealed, $59.99. Donna, I'm going to keep these at the discount prices right now. So whatever, because how about we say they're $10 a piece, and I'll sell you all 3 of them for $21, because they were marked $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, and then it looks like I sold them to them for $7.77. So I'm going to keep the discount sticker on these. Slayer is a buy it now for $55. If anybody wants that, let me go ahead and introduce a couple more auctions. That way we can keep. So technically these are going to be sticker price, but a lot of these were already discounted if I've already scratched through the price. But if something happens later, we'll renegotiate. We have Soulfly Dark Ages, and this is a 2005 Euro OG in shrink. Soulfly Dark Ages, EX++, an $85 start. So she's going to get them for $777. Yeah, that works. I could just say, yeah, they're $999, $777. That works. All right, sell those to Donna. Thank you as always. MoFi Heart, Cars, Rhino High Fidelity. This is going to be a, I'll put all this new vinyl together. It's going to be like a whole new order came in. $39.99. What's 3 between friends? There you go. We have another one. Spyro Gyra City Kids. $7 on that. Richard, you just missed out on those 3. There's another one, though. First come, first serve. $7 on that one. Ooh, the Jackpot pressing. Those are now unavailable. Etta James at last. The Jackpot by Kevin Gray. $33.99 on that one. And then John Legend, Get Lifted Rising. John Legend is sealed for $14.99. A lot of interesting stuff in here. Sealed records, Rhino Hi-Fi, MoFi, new and sealed, jazz, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Tool sold earlier for $1,440. What would it sell for? $1,450? I forgot. Next is Keith Richards. Keith Richards Rarities. Check this out. Where's my Stones collectors at? 1989 U.S. Unofficial Keith Richards Rarities. It's a double LP, a $50 start on that one. Next is Richard Yeager first on Spyro Gyra. I'm assuming that was what his yes was for. So that's sold to Richard Yeager for $7. And then Lonnie Jolly on John Legend. Then Donna. And we have Donna next on Spyro Gyra. Christopher Dean getting the Cars. And John Legend's already sold, but that track was not on there. We have $50. Coltrane live at the Village Vanguard. Japanese pressing. John Coltrane, $50 on that. I didn't leave any auctions in here. No. So that's the next auction. John Coltrane, Village Vanguard. Yusef Lateef. Into Something, Yusef Lateef, $24.99. Wax Time, Direct Metal Mastering, $24.99. And we have the Cars, the MoFi. So we just sold the Rhino Hi-Fi. Here's the MoFi, $44.99. It's all mixed up. Wow, there's some great new stuff in here too. A lot of the stuff I can't get anymore, like that Etta James is now sold out. Bing is still available. The Bing Crosby Christmas album. There it is, sold for $30 to Heath Norman. I told y'all there's great titles in here. New stuff, auctions. Next is Colt, C-O-L-T. That was for Coltrane. That is sold to Chris Knapp for $50. And he's also getting Yusef Lateef. And that was back here in the new stuff. Trying to keep the new and the pre-owned separated. There's Yusef Lateef. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Wow, so Soulfly, $85 start. That's a rare out of print, or I should say a scarce out of print title. And then Keith Richards is at $50. Christopher Dean getting another car. So he got the Hi-Fi and he wants the MoFi. MoFi and Hi-Fi. Those are both sold to Christopher Dean. It's all mixed up. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Greatest Hits, a double LP, $46.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, 2 LP sealed. More MoFi, Carole King Tapestry, $44.99. Carole King Tapestry, MoFi, $44.99. New and sealed Psychedelic Furs, Talk, Talk, Talk. That has Pretty in Pink on it, $39.99 for Psychedelic Furs. And all analog, Vinyl Me Please, Dolly Parton, lacquers cut by Ryan Smith, flame colored vinyl, $34.99 for Dolly. No more Iron Maiden picture disc. MoFi Bill Withers Greatest Hits, 40. This is pretty insane, honestly. $44.99 for Bill Withers. Carole King, so did David Duell. More MoFi coming up. MoFi Foreigner Double Visions, $44.99 on that. MoFi Foreigner Head Games, $44.99 on that. And we also have MoFi Foreigner Debut. Wow. So in MoFi, Foreigner, self-titled, Double Visions, and Head Games. Also, Bill Withers, Red Hot Chili Peppers sold to Scentless Apprentice. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Yeah, the Bill Withers is one of the more definite versions of that album. This is an amazing sounding record. This gets very high praise. Just the two of us. Next thing, new and sealed. The other Etta James, Jackpot Pressing. All analog lacquers by Kevin Gray. $34.99. Be yourself. You got 3 foreigners to pick from. Wow, you can buy Keith Richards for $50, a no bid buy it now. And Slowfly is a no bid buy it now for $85. Wow. No more Iron Maiden picture disc tonight. Nope, doesn't look like it. First thing, he's going to let me know which foreigners. Bill Withers. Donna said price on, but she didn't get her comment finished. Michael Rims on Bill Withers. And that's still in print, so I can order more of those. That's something I can still get. A lot of new vinyl coming up right here. The George Harrison Let It Roll, $59.99 for that. That is a 2 LP, $59.99. Price on the Pablo. That is Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. That's $14.99. Shania Twain, Come On Over. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. $33.99. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. $33.99 for Shania. Also, the Band of Foreigner. Well, there's 3 different albums. I'm assuming you want the self-titled album. You want the debut, the self-titled then, right? You're talking about that one, Foreigner by Foreigner. So that's So to Be Yourself. There's 2 other ones in here by Foreigner. There was 3 Foreigner albums. One's called Foreigner, one's called Head Games, one's called this one right here, Double Vision. Also, we have Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers Moaning, $26.99 on that. Grant Green, Idle Moments, $34.99 for Grant Green. Keith Richards, there he is as a studio album. Main Offender. We have the Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, $34.99. Taylor Swift self-titled debut, $33.99. The Godfather soundtrack, $38.99. Wow, a lot of stuff in here. Grant Green is So to Donna. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Angel Witch. Might be getting some deals on auctions because chats went pretty quiet on. The last 3 auctions have no bids and no claims. So the last 3 auctions, neither of them got a bid, nor did they get a bite now. Here's the next one, Angel Witch, a 1980 OG. A 1980 OG. This is EX, a $30 start. Chris Knapp on Blake, and Blake was for Art Blakey, so did Chris Knapp. Be Yourself Adventures also wants Double Vision. That leaves MoFi Head Games. Shania, yep, that's Seth's theme song. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. First time I ever got in the car with him, that was blasting on his radio, and I was like, dude, ever heard of Led Zeppelin? Seth cruising around in his orange Camaro, listening to Shania Twain. Cosmic Things, B-52s, $34.99. We have the John Williams Conducts John Williams. This is May the 4th Be With You, individual blue vinyl, $46.99. Donna already has Grant Green. There's that. We have Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. And an auction. No, this was a half off. Mandy Moore, $12.50. $12. That was half off. Mandy Moore, Silver Linings. I will still honor the half off price. This was $37.49. It was originally $49.99. Whitney Morgan, and there's the 78s. $37.49 for that. And the Record Store Day Essential red smoke colored vinyl of Siamese Dreams, Smashing Pumpkins, $49.99. So that's crate number 1, and there's more where that came from. Angel Witch has a bid with Nick Orlando for $30. Next is Michael Remza on MM, and that was for Mandy Moore. Make sure that goes in for $12.50. James Vasquez was second, and then Brian Peace on the B-52s, and that was the MoFi. Love Shack Baby. That is sold. And Travis Wade on Smashing Pumpkins, the Record Store Day Essential. Okay, so let me do a quick sort here. Whitney Morgan is sold to Joshua. Make sure that goes in for $37.49. It was $49. Okay, so let's see. All these here are new and sealed up until right here. And so there's only... Oh, and then I had more over here that I pulled out. Hold on a second. Let me add some more stuff. There's more. But wait, there's more. Okay, so this was the stuff I pulled out. Frank Sinatra Collected, numbered on blue vinyl, $49.99 for Music on Vinyl. That is the Epic Sinatra Collected, $49.99. And then Count Basie and the Mills Brothers, the Board of Directors, $9.99 on Count Basie. Basie's in the bag. Count Basie, $9.99. And then this was She Coltrane. She Coltrane, that is $7.50. She Coltrane was the half-off price, $7.50. And then we have Miles Davis for $25. A 1961 U.S. repress in mono. It is, though, in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition. $25 on Miles Davis. Now, I'm assuming Donna's okay with Count Basie. Donna's okay with the other Count Basie. Donna got Chi Coltrane. Donna got Miles Davis. Patrick Lear next on Miles Davis. Angel Witch is OG. It's a final call to Nick Orlando. It's a 1980 Italian OG EX condition. One bid for $30. We're about to sell it. Also, Elvis, $7.50. That was the half-off price. It was $14.99. Orange label, $7.50. Also, Tio Maserio with the Prestige Jazz Quartet, Tio. All analog, Ryan Smith. It was $39.99. It's $30. It's $30. And the next auction is going to go up right now. The Beatles, live from San Houston Coliseum. Really cool cover. That's a photo outtake from the Butcher cover sessions. The Beatles, live from San Houston Coliseum. An unofficial. This is the single LP version of this release. There's another LP version that's also 2 LPs. And this is the evening track list. So they did 2 shows at Sam Houston Coliseum. August 19th, 1965, Sam Houston Coliseum, a $55 start. Okay, next thing over here is the following. Jay Castillo was third on Miles Davis. And then next thing was John Durden was first on Elvis. That is so to John Durden. Tanner just took my crate. And then Be Yourself was next, and then Steve Biddlecombe. The Beatles is now up for bid. We also have David. That's one of those sealed OG copies of David Lee Roth. $38.99. Chad, third time claiming Soulfly. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. I'm sorry. Soulfly is sold to Mark Stanley for $85. I did not even see that. $7.50, and we have those are sold, and those are sold. Beatles 55, Beatles 55. David Lee Roth is sold to Brian Thurman. That's $28.99. We also have, and that's where we left off. Okay, so that was my newest additions there. So let me put that there, and let me move Sinatra. Okay, so Nick Orlando got Angel Witch. He was the only bidder for $30. That's surprising. And then the Beatles has 2 $55 bids and now 57. Okay, so now we're officially going to recap. This thing was packed full. Thank you, everybody. This was like full. I mean, it was packed to the gill. And now we just have a handful left. And let's read through these one more time. Beginning right here, this is the Essential Count Basie Volume 1, $14.99. So some of these were claimed at sticker price. I'm still going to sell them at sticker price. Some of them were claimed at half off. I'm going to sell them for half off. Some of these were unpaid auctions. If you want to buy it for that price, that's okay. Everything is sticker price right now. If they don't sell, I usually do a Hatchet Ed video, and then if it's an auction, we'll just resell it later. Right, Tanner? The Beatles. Count Basie is sold to Donna. She got all of them, I think. And then we have Amy Grant in concert volume 2. Now, we're about to go right into another crate. $9.99 on Amy Grant. Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington. $14.99. There's the Tio Macero or Maxero, M-A-C-E-R-O. That was $30. That was $39.99. Vinyl me, please. And then Frank Sinatra Collected. $49.99 blue vinyl. 2 televisions, both Rhino Hi-Fi. Marquee Moon is $39.99. And Adventures is numbered. It's $39.99. Sticks, Grand Illusion, new and sealed for $29. Heart Dreamboat Annie's $59.99. Hello, I'm Dolly Parton, $34. Etta James, we got two different ones. They're both jackpot pressings, which are Kevin Gray remasters. We have At Last and The Second Time Around, $33 and $34. Both Etta James and their analog. Psychedelic Furs is $39. The First Time Ever on Vinyl, The Best of George Harrison, Solo and Beatles, $59.99 for that. Shania Twain, Come On Over. Man, I Feel Like a Woman. You Don't Impress Me Much, $33.99. Seth, You Don't Impress Me Much. Clifford Umstead on Sticks. Sticks is sold to Clifford Umstead. And that cracked up Tanner. The Beatles is at $60. The Beatles at $65. We have Foreigner Head Games. MoFi. $44.99. MoFi. We have Keith Richards Main Offender, $29. The Jackson 5 Ultimate Collection, I Want You Back. We have Taylor Swift, self-titled, $33.99. The Godfather, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. John Williams Conducts John Williams, $46. Idle Moments by Grant Green, $34. Blue Note, Blue Vinyl. MoFi. Hall & Oates, $44.99. There are no MoFo pressings. Somebody asked if there were some MoFo pressings. No, but there's MoFi. Okay? Let me take a drink of water. I'm running on nothing right now but Monsters and Oreos. Seth, so you're a pharmacist. Well, that doesn't impress me much. Sorry for any pharmacists that's out there. Oh, so you got a doctorate in medicine, Seth. That still doesn't impress me much. We do got Black Sabbath lights. Black Sabbath lights are in. Black Sabbath lights are in. If you was on a waiting list or a pre-order, I got you down for one. I haven't officially read off the list, but we're going to do that in just a second, okay? Anything else? The Beatles is at $69. And that's with Chappie. Let's go over this again. We have the Beatles live from Sam Houston Coliseum. The Beatles is a 1973 German unofficial. There's two different versions. There's a 1-disc and a 2-disc. This is the 1-disc version that has the evening set in 1965. And that's over here. And that's at $69 of Be Yourself Adventures. Okay, Be Yourself Adventures, okay? The next thing over here is the following. The next thing I have is the Black Sabbath lights. So let me go ahead and read off the list. And let's go ahead and get the next Hatchet Ed crate over here, okay? And we're about to do that right now. Okay? We're about to do that right now. Another crate. All right. Jackson 5 is a 2 LP Greatest Hits, $34.99. I'm assuming this is the next best crate, Tanner. Oh, yeah, this is the next best crate, right?
Sure.
He said, yeah. Oh, fantastic. Great job, Tanner. Great job ripping off the names off these sticky notes. Okay, let's make sure Jeff Brent RTO gets a Sabbath light box. How do you want me to do this, Tanner? Just count them out, make sure we have enough, and can I get your attention again? Can I get your attention again? Black Sabbath lights, you just want me to count them out and lay them on the table? I got them, because I can't remember how many extras I have. So, I know what to do. Just go back, Tanner, whatever he's doing, go right back to it. Thank you. I'm going to pull up these names here. Low battery, that's not good. Black Sabbath, let me remember these first few names. This is the only time I need my laptop. Black Sabbath is Jennifer Schrader, Stacy Metternich, Brent Robley, and Oso Adventure. Okay? So for the first four, Jennifer Schrader, Stacy Metternich, Brent Robley, Oso Adventure. Let's go get those. And then I got to pull up the pre-order. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. There's four. This is so to be yourself adventures. This is so to be yourself adventures. $69. Chappie just went out. Perfect timing. All right, and then let's pull up the pre-order. I can show y'all what we're selling a lot better, okay? And let me search Black Sabbath. Quick timeout. This is another killer Hatchet Ed Cray. So much stuff to show tonight. Oh my gosh. All right, Black Sabbath Light, Black Sabbath Light. Look how many posts we have in our group about Black Sabbath. It's crazy. How about Black Sabbath Light? There it is. So here's what we're selling. It's a multicolor changing Black Sabbath light, okay? We had 4 people on a wait list for whenever we showed them live, and that was the 4 people I just read off. They're pretty epic, honestly. So there's those. That's what you're buying. By the way, Laura has a crate on the way. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. And then here is Russian vodka. Literally, that's the name of the next record we're about to sell. All right, so I'm going to start counting these out. That was the 4 people, and then here's the pre-order. And then I made a post so everybody could see it in our group. And we have one for Brandon Jones. By the way, these are $55, okay? They're really cool. They're $55. They're LED multi-changing Black Sabbath lights. They're really cool. And we're going to make some for other bands, okay? We're going to make some for other bands. The first one we're going to make is Kiss, and that's going to go up for a pre-order, okay? That's the first one we're going to do. That is Kiss. That one's coming next. Let me step over here. Let me step across. Let me put this over here on the table before we have a disaster. I might have to step away. No, I can put it right here on this crate. Hold on. Okay, I don't want to mess this up. I also don't want to drop any of these, okay? So there's that. And this is, okay, here we go. All right, so there's that. And then we have, okay, we got Hiram Aponte. We got Scott Smith. We got Mike Pierce and Darren Wortman. Mike Pierce and Darren Wortman. Those are 2 more. So Mike Pierce and Darren Wortman. Whoop, that's why I want to go ahead and take these in here. Mike Pierce and Darren Wortman. Yep, don't worry, there's more coming. Give me 1 second, I'll give you all the information. Where to stack these? I'm going to put them right here. Okay. Whoa. Oh, yeah, and I got a note from Guy Shard about the Taylor Swift. Guy, I'll take care of that 1 second. Let me lay that over here so I don't forget. Okay. So give me 1 second on this. Please don't go anywhere because I don't want y'all to miss the crate as soon as I start showing it. Don't definitely want you to fall asleep or leave. Okay, and then we got John LeBeatty and Bob Riger. John LeBeatty and Bob Riger. Let's pull 2 more out. John LeBeatty and Bob Riger. Thank you, John LeBeatty. Thank you, Bob Riger. Okay, then we had somebody say they wanted a Kiss and a Led Zeppelin. Those are in the works. And then Saxon, and then Kiss, and then Slayer, and then Kiss Def Leppard, and then Jeff Brent. Jeff Brent's next. He was on the pre-order. Jeff Brent RTO said he wanted a Black Sabbath, a Kiss, an Iron Maiden, and a Led Zeppelin, and a Beatles. So right now I got you for a Black Sabbath, and I also got one for Shane Devers. Okay? So there's the next 2 was technically Jeff Brent, and Shane Devers. And then the next 3 are sold to Amy Hutchings, Thrasher, and Robert Matthews. Did I already say Robert Matthews? I didn't. Okay, so 3 more sold. Amy Hutchings, Thrasher, and Robert Matthews. Amy Hutchings, Thrasher, and Robert Matthews. Thrasher Morales, Maorales. So 3 more sold. Okay, so that leaves me with 1 extra. Wow. Yeah, so I only got 1 extra. Did anyone claim any of these live? Because I only have 1 extra. Yeah, I only have 1 extra. And if anybody claimed them live, that was it. Okay? So the first comment when I started showing these was, of course, the other bands they have. We're going to get some in the works. Don't worry. I didn't want them to get, like, too confusing. So I'm kind of trying to do one, you know, every now and then. And they're $55. And once again, we'll have to take a waiting list. No, wait a minute. I got another one in here. I got 2 extras. See, I had plenty of extras, but people kept pre-ordering and pre-ordering. Okay? So they're $55. One for Rob Fordham and then one for Ed Riviera. Okay, I think they're all sold again. Because, yeah, a lot of these, the pre-order was posted 2 weeks ago, and then I put in an order, so I'd have like 5 extras. And then in the last week, there's been several comments, and actually in the last 4 days. So the 2 claimed live was Rob and Edwin. And of course, we had 4 people on a waiting list. I've already read those people off. And then on the pre-order was Brandon Jones, Hiram, Scott Smith, Mike Pierce, Darren Warman, John LeBeatty, Bob Reiger. And then we had Jeff Brent got 1, and then Shane Devers, and then Amy Hutchings, Thrasher, Robert Matthews, okay? And then 2 were sold live. Does anybody want on a waiting list? Because I got to, no guarantee when they'll come in. It probably will be next week, but that looks like that was all of them. So that box is empty. All right, let's get that out of the way. Back to vinyl. Sorry, but people's been asking for these pretty much all week. I know which ones we're going to make next. Kiss, Iron Maiden, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Slayer, all the big collectible bands. Tanner, can you do me a favor in 1 second? I know you got plenty of time and you're not doing anything. Can you make sure? I could count them in 3 seconds, but I want to be accurate. Count how many are right here in this stack. Those Black Sabbath lights. Because I've counted them, and then I'm going to see what you come up with, because I've counted them twice with 2 different numbers. So I'll see what Tanner comes up with. I want to make sure we got that exact number shipped to us, and they're all tagged. Okay, let's get back to auctions. We got Russian vodka, and I'm not joking. That's what it's called. Russian vodka. It's by something, something, something. It's something in Russian. It's a Russian OG thrash metal album from 1993. Russian OG thrash metal. That's a $35 start, okay? Here's the agenda for about the next 20 or 30 minutes. More auctions. I'm about to get into the surprise crate because that's one of the last advertised ones. We got a Hatchet Ed. We got a Laura crate. This has never been gone through. So Hatchet Ed and then Laura. And then we got plenty more Hatchet Eds. And I've got plenty more Johns. So all new vinyl pretty much for the rest of the night. 18. Okay. I'm going to pull up my order and make sure that was right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Hatchet Ed. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull these out so I have some space. Mick Jagger, $15. A Japanese pressing of She's the Boss. Mick Jagger, $15. If it's an auction, I'm going to set it right over here. And those are, of course, sticker. Here's how the Hatchet Ed crate works. A lot of these were already discounted, so they are the price that's marked. That is $15 on Mick Jagger. New and Sealed Styx. That's one of their newest albums, Circling from Above. Styx is $36.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying. Music on Vinyl, $39.99. John Stevens gets the Mick Jagger for $15. Let's put the first person on a waiting list, Red Cave Collections for Black Sabbath. Red Cave Collections for Black Sabbath. You got it. So that will be officially the first person on a waiting list. And if anybody else decides you want one, I mean, they're really cool. I mean, that's what it looks like lit up. the video kind of gives you a better idea. You know, they change colors. It's really hard to see it on this, but it's pretty dang cool when you, especially when you turn off the lights. They're pretty dang cool. David Doyle on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I still got the Black Sabbath behind the counter. I think I'm going to get a bunch and hopefully have a lot in stock and keep them behind the counter to sell here in the store too, because they look pretty dang cool. George Duke, Follow the Rainbow. George Duke is VG $9.99, so Hatchet Ed stuff here. This huge order, and then we got a new arrival crate from Laura. That should be interesting. We have The Cure, I Hear No Sound. This was new, $29.99. Amsterdam, $19.79. That's technically new. Randy Travis Now Playing, which is essentially a greatest hits from Randy Travis. Translucent tan colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. And then Quincy Jones from the $6.99 bin. And look at that. It was a double LP for $24.99. Quincy Jones is $6.99. That's the discount price on that. Brian Call got The Cure. That's so to Brian Call. Sherry Darnell also on the Black Sabbath light. Brian, are you still in Mount Juliet, or did you head back to Michigan? All right, Quincy Jones $6.99, because we are having another big epic $1 sale here. As soon as I get done stretching again tomorrow. So I hope everybody's coming out again for the dollar sale again tomorrow. Donna got Quincy Jones. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. They're marked what they're marked. Okay, so like that was already $6.99. That was $6.99 from a discount crate. So whatever price I say, they're technically sticker price, but a lot of these are already discounted. This is whatever Mike just commented. You see that word in Russian? Mike just commented. That is what this is called. Whatever that Russian, Kropus Metalania, Russian vodka. It's a 1993 original Russian thrash metal album. There they are. They're over in Russia just thrashing it up. Thrashing it up over in Russia. $35. Nick Bargeron on Randy Travis. That's so to Nick Bargeron. New and sealed Paul McCartney with Neil Young. That's a live unofficial 2004. $34.99 for that. George Duke, Master of the Game, also marked down to $6.99. Look at that. A 79 white label promo, $6.99. $6.99. Also, Maroon 5, Songs About Jane. That's new and sealed Maroon 5. $36.99 for Maroon 5. We have George Duke, So Did Donna for $6.99. There's going to be some steals in here because a lot of these are half off. They were from discount crates, and it was probably one of those deals where when I was showing it that night, he claimed it, and there was probably 2 or 3 backup people. And unfortunately, if it would have went to somebody else, we could have already paid and shipped it. But now we're having to resell them. Jackson 5 going back to Indiana. EX condition, $17.99. Haven't seen that too often, and in a while. Haven't seen it too often, and it's EX, which those are usually pretty beat up. Kelly Vladicek on Maroon 5, but I want to thank anybody in here that is buying anything out of here because it's really helping us out. This was a huge no payment here. Jackson 5 is sold to Kelly Vladicek. Donna was second on that one, so she got Maroon 5 and Jackson 5. Wow, the fives. Bob Dylan, Time Out of Mind, sealed, $39.99. Includes a bonus 7-inch, first time ever on vinyl, Bob Dylan. Also, Elvis Presley, Now is $9.99. And we have Loretta Lynn, We've Come a Long Way, Baby. Loretta Lynn is $6.99, marked down from $9.99. $6.99, marked down from $9.99. I do have John 5. I got some kind of box set over here that's autographed. I've been meaning to sell it. Donna says, oh, give Jackson 5 to Donna, and she says, no, keep it. They're having a friendly argument. We have Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $24.99. That's an unofficial on purple vinyl. And we have Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. That's a new 2LP sealed, $44.99. We have the Russian thrash metal, sold one bid for $35 to Mike Strauss. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $35. Sherry Darnell on the Dylan. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Let's see that Elvis cover again because he's the king. This is Elvis Now. RCA Victor LSP 4671. $9.99 on that one. And then the other one's called Sunset Boulevard. That's a new sealed 2LP, $44.99. And then over here we have Reba, Rumor Has It. Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. I can't believe this was only $14.99. A Gold Stamp Promo. This is a This has always been kind of tough to get. $14.99. Wow, MoFi Miles Davis in a silent way. MoFi Miles Davis, $44.99 for Miles Davis. That's sealed MoFi. Also sealed MoFi, Natalie Merchant Tiger Lily. That's a 2LP 45 RPM. Natalie Merchant 59.99. Dire Straits, that's a live unofficial, live on Telegraph Road. Dire Straits is on yellow vinyl, live in England, 1992. That is on yellow vinyl, $29.99. And James Taylor, $10. Shrinking Hype, it was $14.99, so I went ahead and took that for $10. You can buy it now for $10. Also, new and sealed Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. Ozzy Osbourne, No More Tears, $44.99 on Ozzy. We have the new music of Ornette Coleman. Tomorrow is the Question. Craft Recordings, all analog. Bernie Grumman, Ornette Coleman, $29.99. David Doyle on DS, and DS for David Doyle was for the Dire Straits unofficial. That's so to him. Thank you on that. And then another. Is that another Elvis? Or is that the same one? Wow, 2 copies. One or two things. They pre-ordered one and bought another one, and didn't know it, or they pre-ordered 2. Probably pre-ordered 2. $44.99. We have Quincy Jones Hip Hits. That was a 63 stereo, half off. So Quincy Jones is now $15. Plays Hip Hits. We got a sticky note covering it up. There we go. $15 on that. And then we have the Baby Huey Store, the Living Legend. That's a Rhino Reserve, all analog, $38.99. Quincy Jones and Soda Donna. So keep the Jackson 5 with Kelly Vladerchik. Got it. They've got it. Auction, Ringo, Rotogravier, $35, buy it now. That's probably a buy it now price. Auction, no, this was half off. Joan Armour Trading is sealed. That's that 4-track EP, $7.50. $7.50. Baby Huey is sold out. It is. I think I got a waiting list. What I'm going to do is these are available live right now, but like those Etta James, I'm pretty sure while my laptop still has some battery from that last crate, I'm pretty sure I got a waiting list on some of those Etta James. Ozzy still available. Let me pull up right quick. But if they're live in here right now, you might want to claim them. I may have deleted those Etta James waiting lists because I thought that was also discontinued. Those Etta James jackpots. Or they just didn't become available anymore. Yeah. So those Etta James from the last crate, no waiting list, but I don't think I can get those anymore. Just FYI. Okay, so next thing is Donna on JA. And JA for Joan Armour Trading. Make sure she gets that for the $7.50. George Burleson first on Baby Huey. And then Donna was second on Baby Huey. David Johnson on the Ringo. That won't be the last. Japanese pressing, I'm sure. Next is $7 for Petula Clark. That was $9.99. Downtown's on that one. George, you've got to go downtown. That's what Mr. Wilhelm told George. You got to go downtown, George. That's that. And we have Barry Manilow sealed for $10. Sealed Greatest Hits Volume 2, $10 on that. Jeff Brent went to the first Paul McCartney show on this new tour. Oh, yeah. Yep, I saw you. That's why I commented on your post. I was like, are you actually there? Because that was did you win tickets for that? Because that first Palm Beach concert or wherever he was playing, that was like a lottery system. That was like a $5,000 concert. So I'm assuming you won tickets. Yeah, these are Soda Gregory. Etta James and Etta James. Clifford, you were next. Ringo was $35. And we have Cosmo on BM for Barry Manilow. Make sure he gets that for $10. Yeah, the Palm Desert. Yeah, Palm Desert. Yeah, I think that was a lottery only concert. Heart is $15. This is sealed. An original club copy, RCA club copy. Heart is sealed. And we have Grover Washington Jr. Wow, $4.99, half off of $9.99. Grover Washington Jr. is $5. And we also have the very best of Judy Garland with Somewhere Over the Rainbow from The Wizard of Oz, $7 on that. Brian Collar on Heart, that was a sealed copy for $15. Cody Wright getting the rebuy. I was waiting for that to claim because that's a tough one to get from 1990. That's so to Cody. And then Donna on Grover Washington. Do y'all want to see the country collection I just bought? It's stuff that should be auctioned, but I bought it from a customer, and I had to pay so much for it. I've just got them straight priced, and I'm going to do buy it now or best offer. But it's stuff like Keith Whitley, Willie Nelson, what's that other guy? Oh, man. I can't remember. Alan Jackson. But I got about 12 records over here that probably value at $2,000. They're pricey. They're like beautiful copies, and I'm going to show them, and I need to try to sell them this week. Wasn't I first on Heart? You were not first on Heart. No, Brian Call was first. Brian was first, and then you were second. You're probably looking at your Facebook chat, okay? Chris Ledoux, there we go. There's Chris Ledoux. Thank you. Yeah, that's another one. I saw Cody. I know Cody's a country buyer. Give me a second. I'll show those at the conclusion. Hey, there's another. See, I told y'all. This guy bought a lot of stuff. He was buying probably duplicates of stuff and didn't even realize it. There's another Bill Withers, $44.99, new and sealed. Janis Joplin at Woodstock, that's pretty dang cool. Of course, it's a bootleg, $29.99, and $32 for Count Basie. It was an auction, a 1975 OG. Grover, I knew something happened. Thank you, Donna. Grover, I got distracted. Donna got Grover. So Cody got Reba. Donna got Grover. Brian was first on Heart. David, you were second. And then Joy Fino gets Janice. The Bill Withers Mo5 sold to Ron Burns. New and sealed Pink Floyd, $44.99. It looks like I had it marked for. I think that was just an incorrect price. But yeah, this is Pink Floyd live in Philadelphia, $44.99 on that. Hall & Oates, the Philly tapes. Never seen, well, I guess I have seen it. I've sold it once. I can't say that again. How about I've only seen this once? Here's the second time. The Philly tapes, sealed, Record Store Day, $19.99. Record Store Days looks new to me because we don't do Record Store Day. And so anytime I see a Record Store Day title that I've never seen, I'll have to say I've never seen it before because I don't see them. Next thing over here is the platters for $5. That was a half off price. It was $9.99. The Carpenters is half off. It's $5. It was $9.99. Another Carpenters for $5, made in America. It was $9.99. And then Charlie Parker is now just $15, $24.99. So I evidently took an offer for $15. Charlie Parker, the Verviers, it was $24.99. So Cherry, you were second on Janice. Christopher Dean second on Bill Withers. And then Scott Arnold on platters for $5. And then Donna got Charlie Parker for $15. Okay, next thing is Funny Face. That's a soundtrack. It was a Audrey Hepburn film. That was half off for $10. And then new and sealed, The Doors. That's that new Electra. That was originally a compilation only released in Japan. Purple vinyl, $29.99. Biddlecombe second on the platters. Patsy Cline and Shrink Wrap, a Decca Press, VG Plus, $19.99 for Patsy. And then we have Steely Dan live in Ellis Auditorium, Memphis, $29.99. Depeche Mode live at Hammersmith Odeon, $29.99. And another Platters, and this one was sold for $7. Remember When. Robert Warner got The Doors. That's already sold, Scott. You were second. And then next is Cecil Taylor Solo, $9.99 for Cecil Taylor. And we have Miles Davis, a Japanese pressing for $35. Miles Groove. What's it called? Excuse me, Bags Groove in mono. Miles Davis, $35. Paula wants Carpenters America for $5. That's sold to Paula. Donna on CT for Cecil Taylor for $9.99. That was $19.99, a 73 Japanese import. David Doyle got the Steely Dan live in Memphis. That's a great one. The Righteous Brothers is $6.99, Soul and Inspiration. Jackie on DM for Depeche Mode. That's sold to Jackie for $29.99. We have Grover Washington Jr. That is analog too. Chardonnay colored vinyl with Bill Withers, just the two of us, $33.99. Biddlecombe gets the platters for $7. We have the Best of Bread. No, this one's analog. I don't know about Grover Washington, but this one's analog. I knew one of them was. Bernie Grundman, white vinyl bread. I love Publix bread, $33.99. And then George Benson Cookbook, that was $19.99, now $12. Next is Ron Burns on PC, and PC was for PC was for Patsy Cline. Have I ever thought about doing an in-person auction? You talking about where people come to the store and I auction records live? No. That would be the event of the century. We have Donna on George Benson for $12, and then we have Sinatra for $9. Starline Capital, that was $14.99. 9 on Sinatra. Another Sinatra that was 14 for $9, and a Art Tatum for 14 that was marked $19.99. Here's Art Tatum on Brunswick, $14 on that. So I couldn't imagine. We'd have to have security here. There'd be some of y'all start throwing punches. I throw up like a Metallica album. We'd have to have like bouncers here. There'd be people getting bounced out of the door. I have to put back Barry. I was thinking of Rod Stewart. Oh boy. So Barry Manilow, was somebody back up on that? Sealed Barry Manilow for $10 if anybody wants that. Donna got Art Tatum for $14. And here we go. I pulled a handful of stuff out earlier to make some room. So there's more. But wait, there's more. The Concert Sinatra, $19.99. Hey, another Platters for $7, that same album. There's a Bread OG for $10. That was marked $14.99. Duke Ellington, the Sacred Concert, $15 for Duke Ellington. The Jazz Legend of Louis Armstrong, that's a double LP, $19.99. Kathy DeMoss on the Barry Manilow for $10. Brandon in Delaware on Sinatra. You've got several to pick from. The Concert Sinatra for $19. My Way for $9, and This Is for $9. Brandon, let me know. Paula on BM. If that was for Barry Manilow, you were now second. Donna on Duke Ellington. That's sold to Donna for $15. And then we have Scott asked about Sinatra first. Okay, hold on a second. What's on the first Sinatra? You're talking about This Is Sinatra. I've got The World on a String, 3 Coins in the Fountain, Love and Marriage, From Here to Eternity, South of the Border, Rain, That Gal Got Away, Young at Heart, Learning the Blues, My One and Only Love, Love Is the Tenor Trap, and Don't Worry About Me. Or you can buy Sinatra Collected earlier for $49.99. That's got the best of the best of the best. And then Duke Ellington, Nunchuck, Sinatra. So Kristen Driscoll gets Louis Armstrong. Actually, so Christian, I've got whatever they're marked down right now. So $19.99 on that. Okay, and then Steve Biddlecombe on the Platters for $7. Scott Arnold got this for $9. Okay, Scott Arnold on that. And he wants This Is Sinatra. Scott got it first. He actually asked about it right before you did. My bad on that. The early Duke Ellington, $9.99, and George Benson's $10. So if these are already discounted, they're discounted. If they're sticker, they're sticker. Tool sold about 2 hours ago. 1,400 and change. Kevin, I missed you. I was waiting for you to bid. I knew you asked about it. I was like, where's Kevin at? Yeah, that sold a couple hours ago. Donna on Duke Ellington, and that was sold to her for $9.99. She got George Benson for $10, and Kristen Driscoll got Louis Armstrong for $10. Okay, more auctions, yes, more auctions. Sorry, hadn't forgot about those. And tools, what did tools sell for? 1,400 and what? I've kind of forgot. Let's put up Crocus and let's put up the Beatles. No, let's put up Crocus and let's put up the Ramones. We sold Alice in Chains for $850, Tool for $1,400 something. Led Zeppelin sold for $1,150. $1,150 on Led Zeppelin, $850 on Led Zeppelin 2. On Alice in Chains. Tool, $1,450. Yeah, those were the big dogs tonight. Alice in Chains, $850. Led Zeppelin, $1,150. Tool, $1,450. And then the big Aerosmith sold for $350. Those were probably the top 4 of the night. And then we sold the signed Black Sabbath album by Ozzy. We sold that technically last night, but I claimed that. And yeah, Heath Norman wants Concert Sinatra. That sold to him for $19.99. Okay. I guess. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think Tool got over 1,400, I thought. Maybe not. It'll be a while before I have another one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Let's introduce a couple auctions to keep things interesting back there. These Hatchet Ed crates are so crazy. I think nobody even really cares we're not auctioning stuff. And guess what? There's 1, 2, 3 more over here, 4 more over here. And then there's like another one, 5 more. There was 7, and this is only the second one. So yeah, there's about 5 more left, and then the bundles. And we got a lot to sell. But yeah, let me show these country albums. Tool was $12.65. Okay, Tool was $12.65. There we go. My bad. Go ahead and charge him $14.50. He don't care. Who got it? Who got that? Reverly. He probably does care. Are y'all sure? I could have swore it got up into the 1400s. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Crocus, Alive and Screaming. Crocus is a 1986 USOG Club, EX Plus condition, $15 start. The Ramones is a US repress, strong VG to VG Plus, $15 start on that. Okay, give me 1 second. We're about to read through this again. I'm going to show these. Country albums. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. Crocus was a $15 bid, bronze at 21, and this is a Jacksonville US repress, $15 start on the Ramones. Nick Bargeron bid 15 on that one. Okay, before I do anything else, yeah. So, like I said, these country albums are pretty itemized. I mean, they're marked. They're pretty dang tough to get because of the condition and the rarity. And we'll show them buy it now or best offer. I've got a whole stack over here. Probably more money I've paid for a stack of vinyl in a while, but he's a really good customer and they're premium records. So I've told y'all before, sometimes people be like, hey, I got about 20 records. Do you want to buy them? And they'll send me a spreadsheet and, you know, it'll be like just premium stuff. And obviously, you know, it's not like we're getting them in a collection where maybe we can get a bargain on them. So they're going to demand higher prices or I just can't sell them. There's even a Stevie Ray Vaughan in here. So let's start with some of the cheaper stuff. And I'm going to price them to you. I've got a spreadsheet here that he agreed on and I agreed on. And we'll see what happens, okay? The first one is J.D. Crowe in the New South, Somewhere Between. And this is Near Mint Minus and Shrink. And this is 40. Hold on 1 second. This is VG Plus. It has one scuff mark on it. $49.99. J.D. Crowe in the New South, Somewhere Between, in shrink wrap, $49.99. Has that one scuff on it. That's it. J.D. Crowe in the New South, Somewhere Between. And if you notice, there's a guy by the name of who on the front? $49.99. Okay? Keith Whitley, lead vocal and rhythm guitar. J.D. Crowe in the New South, $49.99. Keith Whitley, lead guitar, or excuse me, vocal and lead guitar. Lead vocal and guitar. I'm going to mark some of these so I don't forget. I'm going to put them over here so I can keep them all together. Okay. Crocus got a bid for $21. Ramones, $18. Why did you like my King Diamond comment in the Black Sabbath Light Grope post? No reason. I just liked it. Ramones, $22. And here we go. So let me sort this from vintage to new. vintage to new, and some of the vintage is pre-owned but sealed. And this was a fantastic hatchet ed. And let's knock these out one more time, okay? I'm going to start showing some of these one at a time. Okay, here's our next one. Man, I'm having trouble reading the spreadsheet. My eyes are getting crossed. Okay, 124.99. This next record is 124.99. 124.99. JD, $35. Pass. Waylon Jennings is $124.99. This is a gold vinyl, radio station only. Waylon Jennings from I'm Always Been Crazy album. Don't you think this outlaw bits got done out of hand? And the flip is medley of Buddy Holly hits. $124.99. Crocus is sold to Brian Call. One bid, $21. Or wait a minute, did somebody ask for the details? Hold on a second. Did somebody... Crocus info again. Sorry, Chad, I was blabbing. My bad. Okay, let me read this. I forgot to do. I knew somebody asked. A 1986 U.S. Club. A 1986 U.S. Club RCA Indianapolis with inner sleeve EX Plus condition. Crocus is with Brian Call at $21. And sorry, somebody asked for the details on that again. The Ramones is a final call to Brian Call as well, $23. Okay, I'll show a few out here, then I'll show more country. Paul McCartney featuring Neil Young, new sealed unofficial 2004, $34.99. Styx, Circling from Above, new sealed, $36.99. Miles Davis, In a Silent Way. Miles Davis, MoFi, $44.99. New and sealed, STP Unplugged, $24.99. Christopher Dean, There's No More Bill Withers left. Okay? No more Bill Withers left. Elvis Presley, Sunset Boulevard. I've got 2 copies, $44.99. Donna gets Miles Davis. So did Donna. Next over here is Crocus. Crocus is sold to Brian Call for $21. Next is Ramones. Ramones is sold to Brian Call for $23. Dang it, Nick Galetti bid. That came in at the last second, and so did Danny's. As soon as Gregory said he was done, I went ahead and sold it, and y'all's bids came in late because Brian was the only bidder, and the only holdup was Gregory, and he said he was passing. My bad. Y'all would have kept bidding on that. Sorry, it's already gone. Brian Call, though, gets STP, so he got that and Ramones. Let me grab some more stuff, and then here's MoFi Tiger Lily Natalie Merchant. That is a 45 RPM, $59.99. Sorry, I pulled the trigger a little too fast on that. That's okay. Oh, boy, here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready? $124.99. Chad, what is $124.99? Chris Ledoux, the singing Bronc Rider, Melodies and Memories, $124.99. Chris Ledoux. Also, we have Ozzy, $38.99. We have Tomorrow is the Question, the new music of Ornette Coleman. Kraft, Bernie Grumman, $29.99. This is a Japanese pressing, Miles Groove. It's a Japanese Prestige Golden 50, $35 on that. $35 on that. Next thing is Pink Floyd, Sound of Philadelphia, $44.99. I bid before you called it sold. Not on Restream. Not on Restream. You probably bid on Facebook, but it didn't come up over here on my phone till after I said sold. Next auction is Judas Priest and Ace Frehley. Hopefully everybody bids fast and quickly. Fast and quickly. Fast and quickly. Ace Frehley, live, record store day, orange vinyl, EX edition, $20 start on that. Hell Bent for Leather, Judas Priest, a 1979 US Club, VG Plus, VG Plus Plus, and that is a $20 start on Judas Priest. What means when you have a club copy? Give me 1 second, I'll explain that. Next is we got an offer on Waylon Jennings for $99. Sold. Waylon Jennings is sold to Danzig. That is sold to Danzig for $99. Chris Ledoux is sold to Nick Bargeron, $124.99 sold. Michelle Clements on Ozzy, sold. Donna on Miles Davis for $35, sold. A record club means it was sold through licensings of the RCA Record Club, BMG Direct, etc., etc. I don't really have a lot of time to explain it right now, but if you give me 1 second, I'll give you like a full dissertation. But right now, this is $149.99. And you may be asking yourself, Chad, what is $149.99? Another Chris Ledoux, $149.99. Sing Me a Song, Mr. Rodeo Man. That is $149. Y'all know the deal of his catalog. Rare, out of print, not available. $149. I'm showing some rare countries randomly, one at a time, till we get through this whole collection. George Burleson on Pink Floyd sold, $44.99. Ace Frehley 20, Judas Priest 20, Ace Frehley 22, and Judas Priest 20. There we go. Everybody's like, holy crap, Chad's going to sell these fast if I don't get bids in. Next thing is Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light. Just the two of us with Bill Withers, $33.99, and the best of bread. I love Publix bread. Baby, I'ma Want You, $33.99. So those are available, and then here's some pre-owned stuff. We also have George Duke, Follow the Rainbow. George Duke is VG $9.99. Elvis Now, Elvis is $9.99. Loretta Lynn was $6.99. James Taylor was $10, Shrink Wrap and Hot, and Petula Clark was $7. So Judas Priest is at 20 and 20. Now Ace Frehley's at 25. First is James Chilcott. And did you have a bread OG? I did. The price on that one's $10. Price on that one's $10. Maybe I'ma Want You. So we still got a Chris Ledoux over there. And so the next thing I have is this. And you may ask yourself, my gosh, Chad's pulling out some crazy stuff over here. What possibly could he else have? This next record's $124.99. Trust me, if a bid comes in on time, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to throw away money. But if it's not on time, I can't take it. Next thing is this, $124.99. What do we have here? Travis Tritt Country Club. This is not available. It's never been reissued, and I think this was only sold through the club. $124.99 for Travis Tritt. Scott Arnold takes bread for $10. Be Yourself was second. Judas Priest is at $22. Ace is at $25. Also, the best of Judy Garland, $7. Also, we have Satch and Josh, $32. $32. That was an auction. Let me put that over here in the auction pile. That was a 75 USOG, Count Basie, $32 on that. That was an auction. Hall & Oates, the Philly tapes. Hall & Oates, a 2021 record store day, sealed, $19.99. Steve Riley on JG for Judy Garland, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, sold for $7. The James Taylor over here was $10. It was $14.99. Shrink and Hop, Travis Tritt, $99. I might have to bump you on that one. That's a tough one. I'll do it for $115. I'll do it for $115 on the Travis Tritt. Boy, that's a tough one. Next thing over here is Carpenter's, $5. That's the half off price. We have Audrey Hepburn, Fernie Face. That is $10. That was half off. Righteous Brothers was $6.99. And the only Sinatra left, My Way, $9 on that, Mine Way. All right, so Priest, it looks like it is going to sell to Mike Ospaw for $22. Edward Boosie still has Ace for $25. And now there's a bid for $27. Now there's a bid for $27 over here. What else is going on? We have over here. We have Peter Haas on JT. Peter Haas on JT. That is sold to Peter Haas, JT for $10. And then Be Yourself Adventures, TT, $110. So we have an offer. I had it at $125. We have an offer for $100 and $110, and I said $115. Okay, and Ace is at $25. Now it's at $30, and that means Judas Priest is sold. And let's get into another crate. Judas Priest is sold to Mike Ospaw for $22. Okay, awesome. There's that. And what's next over here? I have, this is a good one here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Tanner just said, oh my gosh. Tanner just said, oh my gosh. $174.99. LA to Miami, but folks, we're talking about a top copy here. Beautiful, beautiful. There it is, $174.99. Oh my gosh. Oh, the ground is shaking. Do y'all know the story on Keith Whitley? Travis Tritt sold to Danzig 35 for $115. Sold. Travis Tritt's gone. I sold it for $115 to Danzig. Keith Whitley, $174.99. I've got these. These are all auction records. We've went ahead and straight priced them. These are all auction records. They've been straight priced. These prices are probably what the final auction bid would be, give or take probably $20. Okay? More auctions are coming. We've already got a bid on Keith Whitley. How about we go through another Hatchet Ed crate? Anybody else? Ace Frehley, sold. More auctions coming right now. That's sold for $30. Sold. 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 Next. Oh my gosh. Probably one of the most expensive of the bin. We have an offer for $150. Cody, you're extremely close. This is a archival copy. Let me tell you the price for $224.99. An OG first pressing of Dolly Parton Jolene in shrink wrap with hop sticker and the original Kmart price tag. The way it was on the shelf when it came. Oh yeah, Laura crate. Oh my gosh, Laura crate. Thank you, Travis. That's it. We're talking Jolene, orange label, the way it was. I will always love you. Hop sticker, unbelievable. $225. Cody, you give me a $10 bump and Keith is yours. $160. $160. I told y'all this collection. This is the same guy I get the Clint Eastwood autographs from. So that should tell you everything. He loves high-grade, good stuff. This is all those Clint Eastwood autographs and posters. Same guy. He's got more Clint Eastwood posters. I got to do a deal with him. The problem is he's put them in like $500 frames. Right? I wonder if he's watching right now. He's usually watching. He put them in like $500 frames. So it's a problem because we got to ship them with the frame and, you know, all that. Great stuff. So Keith Whitley is sold for $160 to Cody. Dolly is sold for $200 to Gregory. You got a fantastic record there. That's amazing. And then we have an offer on Chris Ledoux for $99. We already sold one for $125. This one's marked $150. Man, I've had some of these bring crazy prices at auction. I'll split it with you and go ahead and sell that one for $125 as well. Yeah, let's go through the Laura crate. Let's go through the Laura crate. I mean, these are beautiful records too. I mean, that's why when he sends me these spreadsheets, I don't really haggle too much because I know what I'm getting. They're really nice, you know. And I've got about 5 more over here. I've got about 5 or 6 more over here. So we're talking about some of the best country albums. You can get Keith Whitley, Dolly, Early Willies, Waylon, stuff like that. Oh, I got to hide the Laura sticker. Hold on. Laura crate. Oh, my gosh. Things are just going to keep getting better and better and better. Let's see what the sticker she drew. Here, I'll go ahead and let y'all look at it while I'm figuring out where to put it. There's the Laura sticker that will be awarded to somebody. Where should I put it? Where should I put it? How many crates have we sold tonight, Tanner? Are you because I like to keep track because I do have to cut early tonight. And I'll tell you why I got to cut early. Because I've got to leave at 9 o'clock in the morning to get to the Tennessee football game. How many crates have we sold so far tonight? We're at 4? Okay. All right, let's put that on this. I have made my decision. Beatles butcher cover. I got 3 of them. How many do you want? How many do you want? Okay. Orange vinyl. It was orange label. Yeah, it's OG orange label. You probably meant orange label, right? Yeah, this is the real deal here. Beautiful copy. I had a sealed copy one time that was stamped up here promo, and we sold that for over $500. Miss Janie Ellenberg. I can tell you exactly who bought it. It was Mark Promo, okay? All right, and let me write down where I'm hiding the Laura sticker. And let me write down where I'm hiding the Laura sticker. I can't find any sticky notes. Where's my, there they are. All right, here we go. The ones in the hot picture. Oh, that was a bootleg of a live concert. That was a bootleg of a live concert, and that's already sold. All the hot picture stuff is gone. Okay, let's go ahead and tease. So we got some negotiating going on Chris Ledoux. Those are being negotiated right now. We have a standing offer. That's the only thing that hadn't sold, right? No, we still got J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley. We still got this J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley, which was only $49.99, and one Chris Ledoux. Okay, this was from the Hatchet Ed crate. That's only the only auction from the Hatchet Ed crate that hadn't sold. 1975 OG, and that was $32. And we have the Keith Richards bootleg for $50, and Slayer was $55. Slayer, these my bad. These two are still left. These are the two from the hot pictures. Slayer $55 and Keith Richards $50, and then the Count Basie was $32. Hatchet Ed shirts. Now, Craig, are you watching? The reason I asked if that's UPS, we're going to go ahead and bill Hatchet Ed t-shirts today or this week. They're supposed to be delivered tomorrow, but we never get Saturday deliveries from UPS. That's why I was asking you that, Craig. So Craig sent me tracking. They should be here tomorrow, but if not, they're going to be here Mondays, and everybody's been waiting for them, so we can go ahead and ship them and bill them. They will be here tomorrow. And what I'll do is, even if they do show up tomorrow, I will leave the spreadsheet pre-order for Paul so he can tell everybody who got one. But we're going to go ahead and bill them, because if they're not here tomorrow, they're going to be here Monday. That way everybody can bill and UPS. Okay, that's weird. We don't get Saturday deliveries from UPS ever. So it must be like a different service. Our standard ground service for like new vinyl, it never delivers on Saturday, ever. Yeah, that's Slayer. That's the Thrash Slayer. That's Slayer live in Belgium, 87, and live in Berlin, 87. And then Keith Richards is $50. Okay? Chris Ledoux is sold to Danzig 35 for $120. You got it. Sold for $120. All right, let's do another one. This next one, is everybody ready? $174.99. The ground is shaking. I wonder, do you think of me? Shrink wrapped Keith Whitley, $174.99. $174.99. Keith Whitley. More surprise auctions coming, and I'm going to keep showing a few of these country albums, a couple at a time. And here is the last of this guy, and I don't think I've ever had this one before. Let me look it up here. Oh, this one, yeah, I've never had this one before. Oh, it's sealed, that's why. And it's sealed. This one's also $174.99. We have not showed the bundles. We got Laura Crate and then more Hatchet Ed. Another Chris Ledoux, Old Cowboy Classics, sealed. $174.99 on that. $174.99 on Keith Whitley. All right, here we go. Check condition. New arrivals from Laura. The location of the sticker has been hidden, right? Yep, right back there underneath the price gun. And I'm going to go ahead and grab a couple more auctions. What is in here is pretty crazy. Like Ozzy and Joan Jett. So let's grab a couple of these. And there's a lot of 80s hard rock and metal. Here we go. Offer on 40 for Slayer. Well, you're the only one so far. So that's sold to you for $40. $40, that's sold to Danny Thomason. That leaves Keith Richards. Chris Ledoux is sold to Matthew Cabot for $175. Done. Next over here is Ozzy, A Diary of a Madman, an 86 OG, an 86 CBS reissue label. It is from 86. It's clean though, EX edition, flying high again. That's up for auction, $40. And Joan Jett, Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth, a 2015 remaster. Joan Jett's a $20 start. Joan Jett's a $20 start. Give me 1 second. Otis, I gotta fix my shoe. Otis, I gotta fix my shoe. About time for a new one. I get a new pair of Nikes every 30 days. My standing on my feet's very important. These are about worn out. I took it off, but if you want that, yeah. Okay. Of course, these are sticker price. Allura crate, wow. Sticks, the Grand Illusion. Come sail away with me. VG Plus, $12.99. AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, 2003 EX, $22.99. And Motorhead, Iron Fist and the Hordes from Hell, Motorhead, 2009 with CD EX, $22.99 for Motorhead. Glue Gun, what a name of an album. The Scenes Is Not For Sale, or the name of a band, Glue Gun, a hardcore punk, EX, $22.99. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors is VG Plus, $17.99. Brooks, yeah, I got to get some more Hokas too. My Hokas blew out though. The soles just like ripped right out of them one day when I was running. And it was bad. Like I was running and the soles of my Hoka shoes just like slipped out from underneath me. I mean, it almost was like a wipeout. It was pretty funny if you could have caught it on camera. And I was like, what the heck just happened? Okay, next is Motorhead. That's so to Scott Arnold. He was first on that. Danny Thomason was second. Joan Jett, 23. Nobody's been on Ozzy yet. $40 start on that. And we have Le Planetaire Renew. What did I just say? Lee Pat Renew. And this is El Tabor Jas Sabrad. Estonian folk. Estonian. No wonder I can't say it. $9.99. Okay, we've been showing some rare country albums, and I've been pricing them on the fly here from my price sheet where me and this guy reached an agreement. And here is another one that's just beautiful. It's OG. It's really, really, really hard to get, and it's the first press. It's $199.99. The only thing that hadn't sold is J.D. Crowe with Keith Whitley and the Keith Whitley album. That's the only ones that hadn't sold. Here's the next one, $199.99. And like I said, these are top copies. These are top cops. $199.99. Billy Joe Schaefer, old five and dimers like me. We're talking top of the line. $199.99. Ozzy has a bid for $40. Ozzy has a bid for $40. Joan Jett's at 23, so Danny Thomason, you're out. Next thing is Kelly Vlodarchek wants the Ladybug album. That's so to Kelly Vlodarchek. Ozzy does have a bid for $40, and John Barry was second. This crate is full. Let me swap out crates right quick, because that is all of a sudden FULL. And let me grab a new empty one to get us rolling here with another. Man, yeah, we got enough. We got enough stuff to. We got enough stuff to show tonight for like 3 more nights. Did that make sense? Okay, we have Adrian Smith, Richie Connitz. This is limited edition red and black smoke vinyl, EX, $17.99 on that. Radiohead in Rainbows. Radiohead is a 2008 USOG, VG Plus $27.99. And the Applicators. The Applicators, What's Your Excuse? That is an all-girl punk album, EX $22.99. Brian Thurman on Adrian. That is so to Brian Thurman. Nick Galetti on RK. RK for Nick Galetti was the Richie Connett. So, yeah, you were second. Joan Jett is sold then. JJ. Joan Jett is sold to Chad Snyder for $23. And Ozzy, just one bid, $40. Sold to Lothel, Matt Parsons. Nice. Flying high again. Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. Dang it, Driston, you just missed Ozzy. Again, The Applicators is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. We have Chase the Dragon. And this is VG Plus $12.99. That's by Magnum. Magnum, VG Plus $12.99. And Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1, EX edition, $22.99. All righty, so let's grab a couple more bonus auctions. I've got 4 more from the Country Crate, and I'm taking offers on these. And I've just got them straight. Like I said, these could have easily been auctioned, but we're taking offers. Ooh, let's do a couple. I mean, I'm going to put up a couple right here that, one for sure that definitely should have been sold on like a Thursday night metal night. But I'm going to put it up right now for y'all that are watching. And for y'all that are watching at 10:53 I've got some surprises for a Friday night, and I'm going to try to get in as much as I can. Paul's going to be having a great show tomorrow, but I'm going to try to sell as much as I can. I'm sure Laura is right now digging out fantastic auctions for tomorrow night, right, Laura? That's what she's doing right now. We're going through a Laura crate, but I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now. I'm going to go ahead and let you know right now. In the next couple hours I'm here live, I'm going to try to throw as much at you as humanly possible. And because it's the end of the week for me, I got to go to Knoxville tomorrow to hopefully see the Balls just absolutely dominate those old Arkansas Razorbacks. This is a revenge game tomorrow. Kingdom Come, an 88 USOG. We always put these on Thursday night metal nights. An 88 USOG EX condition, a $25 start on Kingdom Come. This is Pink Floyd. It is Sid Barrett, Nick Mason, Roger Waters, Rick Wright, early Pink Floyd. And this is, where's the details? Here we go. It's a 2018 Euro reissue, sealed, a 10-inch, $20 start on that. The first thing we had was Brian Thurman first on Magnum. Okay. Richard Davis on Gone, which was, he got auto-corrected. He was trying to get GNR. And then, Edwin, you were next on Magnum. By the way, these are all sticker price. Mike Quadrini second on Guns. Matt Parsons first on Radiohead. Michael Rimsa second on Radiohead. Danny next on GNR. Chuck Edgar next on GNR. And the last check condition record was Fangers. Video games. Fangers is a new wave power pop album. EX, $9.99 on that. Okay, next is the same artist back to back here. These are always been tough to find, especially this one right here. This one is $224.99, and it's still in shrink wrap. Let me show you this one right quick. $224.99, and then I'll go ahead and price out the other ones, and then we'll show what's left. $224.99. This is called Make Way for Willie Nelson. It's an OG shrink wrap copy, orange label, $224.99. Willie goes up in value when he's short-haired, no beard, before his heavy use of marijuana, okay? Clean cut Willie demands a lot more money than rough Willie. Pink Floyd 10, Pink Floyd 20, Pink Floyd 25. The rest of the crate is all EX plus, near mint minus. Rest of the crate is all EX plus and near mint minus. Give me 1 second. Okay, first thing is this, the Blasters. You probably could have already seen the top of it. The Blasters is a Record Store Day 5 LP box set, $124.99. The Blasters, an American Music Story, the complete studio recording, 79 to 85. $124.99, okay? We also have Soundgarden, Super Unknown, Spoon Man, Black Hole Sun, 200 gram, nice. 2014, $49.99. Kingdom Come over here, just have a bid for $25. Pink Floyd's at $30, and now Kingdom Come's at $25, and Matt Parsons on Spoon Man. That is so. Jason Thomas second. Speaking of Willie, look at this. Home is Where You're Happy. It is a sealed compilation from 1984, a double LP, a sealed original compilation. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new old stock, 20 previously unreleased songs written and performed by country music's most exciting performer. Sealed Willie, $19.99. There's 5 of them in there, sealed old stock. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is $30 of Anthony Correa. We're about to sell it. The next one, man, he's on, Willie's on the map right now. And this one is $249. I think this is the most expensive one in the batch. $249.99. $249. And this one's called Make Way for Willie. Make Way for Willie Nelson. $249.99. Another, that one is scarce. Don't get that one too often. That is before he decided to be an outlaw, okay? So Soundgarden went to Matt, Jason second, Michael Rims a third, Sealed Willie goes to 007, Sealed Willie goes to Matt Parsons, and there's 3 copies left. What about Kingdom Come over here? Wow, it's only at $25. I can tell it's getting late, but I expect some more bids. Final call on Kingdom Come, $25. $25. Now, Be careful claiming a Willie right here, because you might get a cheap Willie or you could get a really expensive Willie. So be careful, okay? So right now, 007 got the 1999 Willie. Matt got a 1999 Willie. George, let me know which Willie you want. And we also have Matthias Eek Midwest, a contemporary jazz album, $17.99. This is Baroness, the red album. This is baby pink vinyl, and this is $34.99. Baroness, the pink album, and Hard Traveling, Dave Alvin and Phil Alvin, sealed, $14.99. Anthony Correa, just so you know, you did get outbid on Pink Floyd. It's at $33, okay? $33 on that. Next thing is Jerry Torrey says, well, first of all, we got to figure out which Willie that George Burleson wanted. He wanted a 1999 Willie. So that's so to George Burleson, 1999. Next thing over here is Mark Stanley on B for Baroness. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $35. And Alan Hagen wants a 1999 Willie. There's one 1999 Willie left. That's not bad for an 84 2LP sealed compilation. 1999. Also, Tommy Flanagan, Thalonica. Boy, there's been some tough words in this crate. 1983 jazz album, Preston, Germany, $14.99. And we have Chick Corea and Friends, Remembering Bud Powell, $29.99. Juanita Gagney, you've been outbid on Pink Floyd, but I can't believe it. Kingdom Come just sold for $25, and that's O'Brien Thurman for $25. Let's move that over there. Right in the midst of a Laura crate. But with, first of all, we got two more country records over here, but this one, actually, let me just leave that taped, and let me just get this in a new sleeve. All right, then I'll rip that off. All right, so here is option, and this is a beautiful top copy and shrink and hop sticker. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see that bringing that at auction. I'm going to price it, and then we'll take it for auction. We'll take offers. I mean, it's hard to price like upper spectrum, top, beautiful OG copies like this. This is why I auction stuff, because I always have a dilemma. So, but you'll see what I'm talking about. $124.99. It's a beautiful OG copy and shrink with hop, an OG double LP, near mint minus, $124.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive, $124.99 on that, okay? Next thing is this. We had Pink Floyd at 35 of Anthony Correa. Alan Hagen got the last Willie. Ray Reid, David Hoy on TF for Tommy Flanagan. Nick Bargeron got a 1999 Willie. That was the last 1999 Willie Nelson. Pink Floyd at 39. Brian Thurman wants Styx, The Grand Illusion, Come Sail Away. Brian Thurman, did you know last night you got the Laura Crate sticker? I don't know if you might have got off, but I think it was you. You bought a, oh man, what was it? What did you buy last night? But I think you got off because I never did see you acknowledge it. Chick Corea sold to Brent Alverson, and he's out on Pink Floyd. And was it Motorhead? It was Motorhead. There you go. Nice memory there, Scott. Motorhead. But yeah, I don't know if you even knew that. You might have went to bed. Anthony, I'm going to sell. He went out, so this sold to Juanita for $39. All right, moving right along. We have Oscar Peterson on a clear day. Oscar Peterson's a 2022 record store day. $29.99 for that. White City Graves, One of Us. A hardcore rock punk album, sealed, $14.99. White City Graves, and we got 3 of these. We have 3 of them. It's a horror rock punk album, $14.99. Okay, you did it. My bad. You did acknowledge it. Whoa! Otis just went right between my legs. That was a scary... I forgot you was even in the building. Okay, now, this is a... Otis is hearing me rattle these sleeves. Oh, what do you got here, Chad? Sorry, this has got shipping tape stuck to the sleeve. There we go. All right, this is a rare record. This is Loretta Lynn's first record, $199.99. It is graded VG+. Her first record, it's a rare 45. It's on the label called Zero. This is $199.99. $199. It's on a label called Zero. $199.99. Loretta Lynn, and I think I sold it to Alex. I did. I remember selling this to Alex. I'm a Honky Tonk Girl and Whispering Sea. That was her first release. That was her first ever record on a label called Zero. $199.99 for Loretta. Okay? All right, so I think we've shown all that collection. I'll show you what's left in just a second. Donna got Oscar Peterson. It's Hard Traveling, an EP. Yeah, 4 tracks. Sealed $14.99. And then a White City Graves is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek and then Darren McGavin. Darren, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we need to get you registered, okay? So that's so to you. Moving right along in here, then new auctions. Dexter Gordon, Walk the Blues. Dexter Gordon is a 2017 Record Store Day. $17.99. Scott Arnold gets White City Graves. That was the third and final copy. And Steely Dan Gold. And yes, this is the one that has FM on it. Very desirable because it has the track FM on it. $39.99. Richard offered $100 for Stevie. Sold for $100 to Richard Yeager. All right, let's introduce 2 new auctions right quick. Let me take 10 steps backwards and get over here to my crate. I need to move it closer to me, but I'm kind of boxed in right now. It would take me 10 minutes to clean up, so let me not waste any time doing that. And let me put up a rainbow, a crocus, a UFO, a Kiss, a Judas Priest, a Michael Schenker, an Accept, an Iron Maiden, an Accept, a Rainbow. Let's do Crocus because there was a lot of interest earlier in Crocus. And let's do a Pink Floyd because we just sold a Pink Floyd and there were several people bidding on that. So we first have this right here, Pink Floyd, a 1972 USOG. It's a Winchester press. It is a strong VG, maybe VG, but this is an OG obscured by clouds. It is OG, a $20 start. And Crocus, a special promotional 12-inch, Screaming the Night. An 86 USOG EX Plus, $15 start on that. And then we have, next thing is, we have... first-time buyer. Okay, thank you. Make sure you register a first-time buyer form. Thank you and welcome. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold for $100. Donna got Dexter Gordon. David Dole got Steely Dan. Beautiful copy. Joshua, we already sold. And John, I got to keep all these sticker price right now. I got to keep all these sticker price, but thank you for the offer. Laura Crate, new arrival first read-through is always sticker price. Gorillas is unopened, a double picture disc, $39.99. Coming up next is the Hatchet Ed crates, still from this collection or this big order, and then all the bundles. I still got to do all those, okay? Matt on 4. And that was for Gore, for Gorillas. So Matt got that. Kelly was next. Now, here was what was left in those country albums. J.D. Crowe in the New South with Keith Whitley, somewhere between $49.99 for that. I Wonder, Do You Think of Me, Keith Whitley, $174.99, released right after he tragically passed away young. Billy Joe Schaefer, 05 and Dimers Like Me, top copy, $199.99. And then Willie and Willie, 2 scarce ones here. $249 and $224. $224 and $249. And listen, I'm open for offers, okay? I'm open for offers. This right here should definitely sell the Whitley and the Billy Joe Schaefer, J.D. Crowe. Willie's, make fair offers. And then I got the Loretta Lynn. That's all that's left out of that, okay? Quite a bit of rarities there and super tough country albums to get. That's all that's left from that little batch that I bought. Got to make some deals. Got them right now. At some point, they might go back up for auction at a lower price or a starting bid. They could easily bring that. I could see a couple of those selling for more. If you want to make an offer, go for it. Crocus is at 17. Pink Floyd's at 20. Next is the International Vicious Society, 2004 Spain, a very eclectic compilation. A very eclectic compilation is the note from Laura, $19.99. So if you decide, John Barry, you do want that for $14, just let me know. And we have King Crimson Earthbound. King Crimson is $49.99. Nice. A 1972 UK original. and it looks fantastic. $49 and Earthbound, $49.99 on that. And Baroness, the blue record, Baroness is $44.99. No, all the Chris Ledoux sold. Now, somebody made an offer later, but yeah, they're all sold. There are no Chris Ledoux's left. We sold one to you. We took an offer, and somebody bought the other one at sticker. All three of them sold. Pink Floyd's a final call for 20. Mark Stanley on Baroness. Also over here we have Walter Becker and Donald Fagen. Speaking of Steely Dan, the early years. Interesting. I've never seen this before. From Jim Imports, $27.99. Walter Becker and Donald Fagen, $27.99. So Hard Traveling is sold to John Barry. That's sold, thank you. And then Crocus is at 21. Brian Thurman's out. And we have Mark Winter, Painter's Joy. Mark Winter is a soft rock album on white vinyl, $9.99 on that. Pink Floyd is a 72 OG pressing. A 72 OG pressing, a VG, maybe a strong VG, $20 on Pink Floyd. And that has a high bid with Eric Conard for $20. Okay? Next thing is David Rudder, Charlie Roots, Haiti. That is a Calypso album, $9.99 on that. Pink Floyd has a new bid. And Vacinio, 2 decades of Seether, gasoline orange colored vinyl, the best of Seether, just $19.99. Chevy Chase on Becker and Fagen. There's a lot of credits. I'm skimming over it quickly. I don't think so. I don't see his. I mean, I'm looking very quickly. There's a lot of credits on the back of this, but I don't see his name. This is Obscured by Clouds. This is Obscured by Clouds. It was actually a soundtrack they did. It was a movie. It was called The Valley, and they did the music, and they called the soundtrack Obscured by Clouds. It's the soundtrack for the early Pink Floyd did they actually did several soundtracks. The two well-known albums is the music from More and the music from The Valley. Early Pink Floyd did two well-known soundtracks. This one, which is kind of one of their studio albums, and the soundtrack for More. Then they appeared on a lot of other 60s soundtracks. They did a lot of music in the 60s on various soundtracks. That one's called Obscured by Clouds. But they're kind of known as Pink Floyd albums, but they're soundtracks to movies. One's Obscured by Clouds, and the other is the one called More, the one with the windmill on the front. Okay, Pink Floyd got a new bid for 23, then 22. John Barry got Rudder, which was this right here. Brian Thurman got Seether. Matt was next on Seether. George Burleson next on David Rudder. You were second. Pink Floyd 25. Mike third on Seether. And Taylor Swift, Midnights. Blue vinyl, $22.99. Taylor Swift, Midnights, $22.99. Now, Crocus was done. Crocus was sold for $21 to David Polkey. That is sold. And now Pink Floyd's at $27. If anybody wants to make an offer on the country albums, be my guest. I promise we'll be able to work out a deal. Pink Floyd's at $27. And let's read through this crate again. These is all new arrivals from Laura. They're sticker price. I'm going to take a quick drink of water, and we got to get right back into these Hatchet Ed crates. There's so much more to go through. It's already 11:11. I was going to try to stop tonight at midnight, but I might have to go to 1, maybe 12:30, maybe 1, but we got a lot more to show. Water. The bad part is it takes me about 2 hours to clean up, do the videos, and get out of here. So if I know I stop at midnight, I'll be maybe asleep by 3, and I'm meeting them at 9 to leave for Knoxville, which means I got to wake up at earliest 7:30 or 8. So that gives me about 5 hours sleep if I leave at midnight. So I know this, if I stop at midnight, I'm getting 5 hours sleep. If I stop at 1, I'm getting 4 hours sleep. That's getting dangerous. That's almost like I'm going to be miserable tomorrow trying to watch that game because I'll be so sleepy. So the earlier I stop, the more sleep I can get. But I'm also trying to sell as many of these records because it's been a great night and a great week. It's Make Way for Willie Nelson, $249, and both sides now, Willie Nelson, $225. Billy Joe Schaefer, 199. Keith Whitley, 174. And J.D. Crowe of Keith Whitley, 49. Some pricey country albums there. I've got to mark top price or best offer. Pink Floyd's at 30. Let's read through this crate again. And then I'll show you if the Laura crate sticker has been claimed. Who knows? It may not have been claimed. The first thing I'm going to show you right now is AC/DC, Let There Be Rock. And this is EX2299. I never did show. I forgot all about those comic books. We just need to probably wait till Monday. Yeah. That way we can at least let people know they're coming. AC/DC $32.99. And we have Glue Gun. The Scenes is not for sale. A Hardcore Punk EX $22.99. We have Fleetwood Mac Rumors VG Plus $17.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's the original label. $17.99 for that. James Chilcott on that. JD 32. I'll sell it to you for $45. Billy Joe Schaefer $100. I'll sell it to you for $140. Next auction, Kiss Dynasty. Kiss Dynasty is a 1979 USOG inner sleeve poster in Kiss Army merch form. Nice. A true 79 OG copy. It's in VG condition, but listen to this. Listen to this. We have the poster. We have the Dynasty poster, which is, there is a note, careful, yep. It's ripped, but we do have the poster. It's barely hanging on, so you might want to be careful. The seams have almost split on the Kiss poster, so if you're going to frame that, be careful with it. There's the inner sleeve, and then there's the Kiss Army merch, okay? And that's a VG copy with all the goodies, except the poster is damaged. We'll say $20 start on Kiss. Next is GG Glue Gun. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Patrick Lear getting that beautiful, beautiful King Crimson. What happened to it? Beautiful King Crimson right here. That's sold to Patrick Lear. 72 UK original. So sweet there. I countered the 2 country offers. I mean, these are the thing about these is they're top copies. They are top copies, Tanner. And what do we like about top copies? That's right. They're the best. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. EX Edition, $17.99. Fingers, Video Games, a New Wave Power Pop album, EX $9.99. Are we done on Pink Floyd? Final Call to John Cassidy for $30. Eric Conrad went out. The Blasters box set. You get 5 albums, 5 LPs, $124.99. Kiss has a bid for $20. Kiss has another bid for $20. Matthias Eek, E-I-C-K, a contemporary jazz album, $17.99 for that. The International Vicious Society, that was a very eclectic compilation is the note, $19.99 for that. Also, Walter Becker and Donald Fagen, that is essentially Steely Dan, the early years, $27.99. Mark Winter, Painter's Joy, white vinyl, $9.99. Taylor Swift Midnights, $22.99. Kiss 20. Anybody else want to get any claims in? Sorry, I'm stretching. Oh my gosh. Oh. Otis is playing fetch with Tanner right now. All right. Pink Floyd is sold. Pink Floyd is sold to John Cassidy. Laura, we're so close. I figured if we sold the Blasters box set, the rest would be downhill. And the Laura crate sticker has been claimed, so I like it when it has been claimed, because then all of a sudden the claims start rolling in because everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's got to be on one of those. But unfortunately, it has been claimed, and it goes to Soundgarden. I saw Soundgarden there. I was like, it's got to go on Soundgarden. I actually picked one of my favorites. Sometimes I randomly put it. Sometimes I randomly put them. Sometimes I put them on one of my favorites. So if I have one of my favorites in there, I'll put it on one of my favorites. And then, of course, I like to mix it up and just put it on something completely random. So, plus, I thought that matched up pretty good. So, I think that was to Lothale, Matt Parsons. Is that who got that one? Matt, did you get that? If so, congratulations, okay? There's that. And let's go ahead and go through the next Hatchet Ed. Yep, next Hatchet Ed. It's you. Now I got Taylor Swift stuck in my head. Shape of your body, it's true. All right, let's go through the next hatchet ed. All right, here we go. Let's knock out another one. Y'all know the deals on these. These are sticker price because about everything in here has already been discounted. Or it was an unpaid auction. Yeah, about everything in here has already been discounted. Or it's been an unpaid auction, which is obviously that price again. All right, so let me stand up and do this. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where's Otis?
Hey, Otis, what are you doing over there? You know Tanner's got your toy?
Oh my gosh. I wish I had a dog. Tanner's got a cool dog. I don't have a cool dog. It's 3 a.m. after the sales. I'm here all by myself, and I'm like, man, I wish I had a dog to play with right now. I don't. Who got the sticker? Matt got it with Soundgarden. Hatchet Ed. Well, I will say there is at least one Japanese pressing in here I've seen. Kiss is at 28. Larry Gonzalez, you're out. Okay, and he says he's done. So Edwin has Kiss for 28. Don't forget about the bonus auctions. Don't forget about the Hatchet Ed crates. Let's get started, okay? First thing I have is Nat King Cole, $7. Like I said, these are already discounted, so whatever price is the price, because most of them were already sold. Like, that was $9.99. He offered $7. I said sold, $7. Are y'all ready for this? A Laura crate sticker. What? $24.99 for a Laura crate sticker. What? Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, and it's sealed. What? 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 Al Stewart MoFi, 27, a half off Al Stewart MoFi was $54.99, $27.50, $27.50. We have Louis Armstrong and Eddie Condon. That is $10. That was a half off price. A 1956 6i Louis Armstrong, $10, $10. Also Frank Sinatra, $7.50. That's live. Half off, half off. $7.50 for Frank Sinatra. Over here, Kiss is sold to Eden Riviera. Kiss is sold to Eden Riviera, $28. And he gets a part of a poster, some of it, the inner sleeve and the merch insert. There we go. Next thing over here is the following. We have Lothel on Robert Plant. He got it. Matt got back-to-back Laura crate stickers. Oh my gosh. You should go win. You should go play the lottery. You might win. That's so to Lothel. Matt got that. Chad Snyder next. Then Edwin Riviera. Then Kristen Stark. Donna got Louis Armstrong for 10. So Michael Remza was next. And then over here, Linda Ronstadt was $20. It was $24.99. A great compilation. That even has her early Stone Ponies tracks. And The Carpenter, sealed, $14.99. A sealed copy with hype sticker. 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 And the reason I'm saying that over and over, I'm stalling for dead air because I'm over here trying to find some more auctions. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Absolute horror. Green vinyl, Metallica, Walmart exclusive, sealed, $35 start, and Justice for All. Rainbow Rising, great album of Ronnie James Dio and Richie Blackmore. This is an 84 reissue, VG++, $15 start. Let's keep going through the Hatchet Ed. The Dave Brubeck Quartet, Jazz Impressions of New York. In shrink wrap, $24.99. Giroux, Gary Mulligan. Giroux is a 74 reissue, $14.99. Also, The Cooker, Lee Morgan, Blue Note Tone Poet, sealed, $34.99. Dolly, sealed, hype sticker, $15. Dolly, sealed. Jethro Tull, half off, VG Plus, $7.50, does have some cover damage. Just $7.50 though. Rainbow has a bid for $15. Metallica has a bid for $35. Steve Gibbs on Brubeck. And that one's this here. Steve, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, thank you and welcome, and just say, yes, first-time buyer. That is so do you, and I need to get you registered, okay? And we will get you registered after I confirm you're a first-time buyer. Gary Mulligan sold to Donna Turner. Lothel on JT for Jethro Tull sold, and another bid has come in on Metallica. So we got 2 people at 35, and we essentially have 2 people at 15. John Cougar sealed for $20. Wow, a sealed RCA club copy sealed for $20. Steve's the first-time buyer. Welcome to CollectCo. I need you to do me a favor. If you don't mind DMing us right quick, just go to our Facebook page, hit send message, your name, your mailing address, and your email address. $8 in limited shipping. I'm here tonight for a little bit longer, and then tomorrow there's one more show with Mr. Paul, and that will wrap up the week. And that will officially be the conclusion of $8 shipping. We bill on Mondays. The invoice comes to your email, $8 in limited shipping. It will come to your email. Metallica 36, Metallica 40, sealed John Cougar, sold to Robert Johnson for 20. You can go ahead and message us right now. If you don't want to miss any crate auction, you can wait till the end of this crate. But I just need to make sure we get that as soon as possible so we don't lose you, and we got to have your information. If you like jazz records, you're in the right place. The Carpenters, $5, made in America. $5 on the Carpenter. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, Japanese pressing, $30. $30. If it's an auction, unpaid auction, I'm going to set it right over here. So far, they've all sold except one. Prince, $25. That was a sealed copy. Prince, $25, sealed copy. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, $29.99 for Ozzy. Metallica, $45. Are we done on Rainbow? Rainbow didn't get another bid. Now, Red Cave put R15, and then Jeff Brent RTO. You put Rainbow, but you didn't put a number. So I'm going to make sure you don't want to bid again. Closer look at Rainbow. Rainbow Rising is an 84 US reissue. It's not a gatefold. It's a single pocket. It's a VG cover. It's got ring wear. It's got some ring wear on the front, and it's got some corner dings. It's a VG cover with noticeable shelf wear, VG++ condition. All right, next thing we have over here is the... Boy, I've been listening to this album a lot lately. There's a song on here called If Anyone Falls. I don't know. There's just something about it. It's I love it by Stevie Nicks right here. That is, it's awesome. Japanese press, sell that to Chad Snyder for $30. Donna got the sealed Prince for $25, and she got Ozzy. Those are sold to Donna and Donna. Metallica's moving to a final call. Nick Galetti, $43. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono, a 50th anniversary edition, $33.99 for Beach Boys. Sealed Billy Joe, wow. A sealed original retail copy for just $17. That seemed cheap. Maroon 5. That's their newest album with the autographed insert. Blue vinyl with autographed insert. Maroon 5, $39.99. More sealed Billy Joe. Does have a pretty wicked punch hole, but just $15. Wow. And then Captain and Tennille sealed with hop sticker. It does have a to mom from Sherry and Chuck. They bought their mom. Boy, they bought her. They bought their mom Captain and Tennille for Christmas, and she never did even open it. She never did even open it. And I've heard stories like that before. A lot of times people would get records for Christmas and they would already own them, and that's how they remained sealed all these years. Because they already had a record, and then they would get it for Christmas or birthday, and they would already have a copy. And people's like, because I bought people's collections from the original owner, and they're like, I was like, why is this still sealed? He's like, well, I got one for my birthday, and I'd already just bought one. And it's been sealed all these years. Probably that's what happened. Or she found out she didn't like Captain and Tennille. Shakedown on Billy Joel. So Shakedown, you're first. I'm assuming you wanted Innocent Man, but the way those fell, you get dibs on both. You let me know, and then if not, James Lavender, you can have Peak, and then Donna. And then Lothel gets the Maroon 5, okay? Rainbow is sold just one bid then for $15, and that is sold for $15 to Red Cave Collections. Wow, one bid, $15 on that. I think we're done on Metallica. Might try to slip in some other stuff over here. And he wants Just Innocent Man, okay? There's that. And then Nylon Curtain. James, if you want this, you can say sold or you can say pass. Same thing for Donna. And then over here, Metallica sold as well. Nick, did he go out? He has not went out yet. Darren Gavin has not went out yet. So if you're done bidding, Darren, make sure you say out. That means that way I know you're done, and we go ahead and wrap it up. Nick has that for $43. Moving right along. Carole King's Greatest Hits, great one. $10. That was a half off price. Jazzman, Sweet Seasons. Great songs right there. The whole album, $10. Carole King, Marvin Gaye greatest hits. How about half off of $24.99? $12.50 for Marvin Gaye. Unbelievable. First track is How Sweet It Is to Be in Love by You. Beja, sealed for $10. Time and Tide, that was actually a half off price. And Joe Cocker, sealed for it's an early 80s pressing. Sealed, though, for just $15. And Brian... No, Elvis, I always want to call this Brian Eno. Elvis Costello is $15. Elvis Costello is $15, almost blue, $15 on Elvis Costello. Next thing is Eric Conrad on Marvin Gaye. That sold to him for $12.50. Conrad, I call him Conrad, but that's Eric Conrad. Donna was second. Then Lonnie Jolly. David Dole getting the sealed. Joe Cocker for $15. Metallica is sold. Metallica is sold over here to Nick Galetti for $43. That's gone. Sold. See you later. Oh, wow. Lionel Richie, $5. Folks, we're talking about Lionel Richie. And we're talking about the Carpenters for $5. We're talking about Ella Fitzgerald for $17. That was, it was an offer I took because, look, it was $24.99. Now it's only $17. Ella Fitzgerald on Verve. Next thing is price and condition of Beja. Thank you, Steve Gibbs. I got your message that you're registered, so thank you on that, Steve. Next thing over here is Beja. It was called Time and Tide. It's sealed. No, it's in shrink wrap. I'm sorry. I thought it was sealed. It looked like it was. It's got double hop sticker. It's near mint and shrink, $10. That was the half off price. Next is Brian Peace on Elvis, and that was Elvis Costello, a sealed copy of that for $15. A lot of sealed deals in here. And then Donna got Ella Fitzgerald for $17. Let's see if I can find a couple more bonus auctions. We love bonus auctions, which is essentially this entire crate of stuff Seth has gotten ready. And what I do is pull them out at random and we sell them. How about we do, ooh, what is this? An unofficial and rainbow. Okay, an unofficial Kiss and rainbow. This sounds interesting. First thing we have is Kiss, and look at this, a purple, really cool colored vinyl, unofficial. Look at that. Look at the vinyl on that one. $20 start on Kiss. It's an unofficial. And then Rainbow, I like this one. Long Live Rock and Roll. And it's a 78 German OG. Wow, look at that label. A 78 German OG. $25 start on that. Next is Gregory does get Beja for that $10 price. Also over here we have Emmylou Harris signed. Is this JS8? I can't remember. It is, yeah. Emmylou Harris, to Lee, happy birthday. Emmylou Harris, it's signed, it's a record flat, and you get the album. So you get the Ballad of Sally Rose with a promotional record flat signed by Emmylou Harris, and it's JSA authenticated, $35. Wow, seems like a great price on that. Next is Dave Brubeck Jackpot. Brubeck is in shrink wrap. This is live in Las Vegas. A beautiful Columbia 2i, $19.99. And we have the finest in jazz, the best of Blue Note. This was $34.99. It's $30 now. It's a 2i Blue Note compilation. We did have we had a bunch of new vinyl. The last thing I'll do tonight probably is recap that because there's a lot. It's a lot, and we were going through the new vinyl when we were auctioning those crazy auctions, and I don't think a lot of people were paying attention. Brooks, because there was a lot left over. Brubeck on Donna, but yeah, there's a lot. And Donna also got Blue Note. Okay, Kiss has one bid for $20. Rainbow is a $25 start. That's a pretty sweet looking pressing. An OG German, which is going to be high quality vinyl, and it's beautiful. Miles Davis, sealed MoFi, round about midnight, $44.99. George Duke, Faces and Reflection. This was from a $6.99 crate. Look at that. It was $10.18 a year ago, $29.99. Just $6.99 on George Duke. Dave Brubeck Octet. Whoa. $39.99. Yeah, somebody grab this immediately because, look, it's an original red vinyl. Dave Brubeck on red vinyl. Take a look at that. 56 red vinyl pressing, Octet, $39.99. So Donna got Miles Davis. She got George Duke. Donna is on fire right now, folks. She is on fire. There's Dave Brubeck, Ike and Tina Turner. That was from the $6.99 bin. That was originally $24.99. Grant's First Stand, Grant Green, $19.99 for Grant Green, and the Platters for $6.99. That's Encore of Golden Hits, the Platters, $6.99 on that. Michael Remza getting the Octet. That's really cool. I love those early fantasies when they're on colored vinyl. I show people that. You remember that one night I was trying to show a record like that, and a guy was like, there's no way that's from 1956. They didn't do that in 1956. They didn't start making new vinyl till a few years ago, or colored vinyl. And I was like, dude, they've actually been making new colored vinyl since 1947. RCA, 1947. Rainbow is a nice copy. It is EX or better. Gatefold jacket. The jacket here has like a couple dimples in it. See those dimples on the edge? But really cool. Long live rock and roll. All right, and then over here, Kiss has a new bid. John Zidlicki. What a name, but welcome to Coletco. He's in on Kiss at $25. Mike Torres is in. She says, I claim Dave Brubeck. Oh, you did. MD, GD, GD, DB, DB. Oh, she was first. My bad. Let me go to the instant replay. She got Miles Davis, George Duke. Eric was second on George Duke, and she was first on Dave Brubeck. Let's change that to Donna. Do not give that to Michael Remza. Sorry, Michael. This is so to Donna. She was first. My bad. The MD, GD, DB, GB, DDB, GDB, DB, GB's got me mixed up. Holy moly. Let's read that again. MD, GD, GD, GB, GB, DB, GB, DB. Holy moly. Rainbows and EX are better. Kiss has bid for $25, and Kiss is at $28. The best of Quincy Jones, $6.99. That was $19.99. Also, Billie Holiday, Lady Sings the Blues, $14. That was $19.99. And we have Sealed Sinatra. She Shot Me Down, $9.99. Sealed, $9.99. Liza Minnelli, Robert De Niro, New York, New York. The soundtrack by John Kander, sealed for $9.99. Sealed original. The Supremes at their best, a sealed original, $9.99. And Donna got Quincy Jones, and that's actually, let me start. No, I can fit it in here. Donna got Quincy Jones for $6.99. She got Billie Holiday for $14. Now let me start a new crate because this one's full. I'm talking about my sold crate over here. This is full. And let's start another one. Otis, DB, DB, Otis.
What do you want, Chad? I'm over here trying to sleep. What are you over here trying to do? I'm over here. I just woke up from a nap.
Boy, that's Otis. He's got a mic on him. I don't know if y'all know that. That's our dog here, Otis. And he's got a mic around his collar, so he talks sometimes. Mark Price on Grant Green. Is that still available? A jazz album here still available? That's so to Mark Price. Thank you on that. Donna got the Supremes. I guess we're done on Rainbow. I'm about to sell it for $25 to whoever bid $25. Who did bid $25? Steve McGee. I've almost forgot. Next thing, it's at $25. And then what was the Sinatra? She Shot Me Down, sealed, $9.99. Donna's paying $8 shipping. It's going to cost $100 to ship her order, probably. We have Ozzy live in Kansas City, 1986, a double LP, $44.99. Rhythm, Country, and Blues, first time on vinyl, sealed, $19.99. So these are country artists teaming up with rhythm and blues artists. So it's like Vince Gill and Gladys Knight. It's Aaron Neville and Trisha Yearwood. It's Little Richard and Tanya Tucker. It's Patti LaBelle and Travis Tritt. It's Sam Moore and Conway Twitty. It's Clint Black and the Pointer Sisters. Sealed, $19.99. Rainbow 28, Rainbow 30. John Barry does want the sealed Sinatra. So did John Barry. Moving right along. New and sealed, Eric Clapton Chronicles, the best of Eric Clapton. 2 LP, red and black splatter, $46.99. Make sure if you're done bidding on an auction, you say out. Kiss is with Mike Torres for $28. I haven't heard back from John Zidlicki. I've got to go ahead and sell that one pretty soon, though. The Commodores for $9. That was $14.99. We have the Osborne Brothers signed. Another JSA autograph. To Karen, signed Sonny Osborne, just $15. That's a steal with JSA certification. Stella Parton. Wow, another one. JSA authenticated. Love ya, Stella Parton. JSA, $15. The Way We Were, that's a soundtrack, $6.99. It's a Robert Redford, Barbara Streisand movie. Also, we have Larnell Harris, signed, JSA authenticated, signed by Larnell, $15 on that. And Encore of Golden Hits, The Platters, $6.99 on that. Next thing over here is Rainbow 28, Rainbow 30, Rainbow 32. Next thing is John Barry on Country Blues. Country Blues was this right here, right? Yep, that was the collaboration. That's sold to John Barry. And then he's out on Rainbow. Mike Torrey's You Get the Kiss for $28. And the last bit on Rainbow was $32 of Ed and Riviera. Going once, going twice. Zon Licky's out. Thank you for letting me know. Mark Morris wants the Aussie. All right, that's a great crate. And Tanner has been staring at me. $1,350. Make a note at the bottom with stipulation, see Chad. Write that at the bottom. With stipulation, see Chad before taking any further action. How about this? How about you go ahead and key it in and then you just set it over here on this rack, because that's exactly where it's going to have to go. It's got to get a JSA letter.
You want me to go and key it in?
It's got to be invoiced, yeah. It's got to get invoiced, but we got to get a JSA letter for it. So it don't need to be shipped. We do not need that getting shipped out. Okay. Thank you, Tanner. You got anything else for me, Tanner? Tanner says I'm good. All right, here we go. The Way We Were, sold to Lonnie Jolly for $6.99. Thank you. Okay, and then Rainbow over here is, I'll be happy to know you got all my Nashville cat records today. Fantastic. The shipping department's been on fire. So if you've ordered, some people who paid on Monday should have already got their orders by today. If you already paid on Monday, you should have already been getting your records. All right, Rainbow looks like we're done. And let's do a quick sort. And boy, I mean, we can go through like 3 more of these, but we're going to be short on time. I'm going to try my best. Ed Riviera, we're probably going to slow down on the auctions here in a second. That way we can, really focus on the crates. And I mean, I have plenty more over here, but we're getting into some stuff over here that isn't meant for Friday night at midnight. It's meant for Thursday at 8 o'clock, like King Diamond and Aussies and Black Sabbaths. I do have miscellaneous that didn't sell. I've got 45s, like a little crate. I got a couple Funkos, some toys. I mean, this guy bought a lot of different stuff. So here, I'll go ahead and show these right here. These were also, let me rip his name off right quick. Let's rip this off. $45, Atlanta Rhythm Section CD box set, the Polydor years. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $45. And then here's a Motley Crue, so now I've got 2 Motley Crue drum sets. I've got 2 in stock now. $79.99 for the Tommy Lee Axe Haven drum set. Okay? And the CDs from earlier. Those were leftovers from last night. If you want to see those, I might have to wait really, really near the end. Those were shown at the end of last night. Okay? And then I think I have a few more over here. Okay? Next thing is this. And here we go. Let me sort. Hold on a minute. Let me sort. Well, I'll do it as I go through them. Okay, here we go. And we have Nat King Cole, $7. Al Stewart, $27.50. Mo 5. Frank Sinatra, $7.50. Linda Ronstadt, $20. The Carpenters was sealed, $14.99. The Cooker, Lee Morgan, Blue Note Tone Poet, sealed, $34.99. Dolly, sealed, $15. Carpenters, $5. Beach Boys, Mono, new and sealed, $33. Captain and Tennille, sealed, $12. Billy Joe, sealed, $15. Carole King, $10, half off price. Lionel Richie, $5, half off price. Carpenters, $5, half off price. Emily Harris, $35. Album and autograph. I Cantina, $6.99. The Platter, $6.99. Sealed, New York, New York, $9.99. Clapton, new sealed compilation, $46. Commodores, $9. Osmond Brothers, $15, autographed. Stella Parton, autograph, $15. Larnell, autograph, $15. And the Platter, $6.99. Let's get to another crate. It's time to play the game. Cue the Triple H music. Hatchet Ed. Otis,
Are those 2 crates sold?
yeah. Otis, do you care if I get through here, buddy? I'm about to have to pick up a crate, and there's a good chance I could step on you or step on your tail. And the last time I got on a scale, I was 321. And you probably don't want 321 pounds coming down on your paw.
We're leaving you.
Tanner says y'all are leaving anyway. Time for you to go home, buddy. Go see Finn, okay? Probably time to feed them and change them. Tanner's right on time. 12 o'clock. Tanner's heading home to feed and change Finn. The life of a dad at Coletco. The life of a dad at Coletco. I wouldn't know anything about that. Hopefully no one comes forward and says, Chad, you're the father of my children. Okay, let me go ahead and show these. And let's see if somebody wants to buy these sight unseen. Let me get his name marked off. Okay, and I would love to sell them sight unseen. But we'll see what happens, okay? If I need to open them, I will. I mean, if y'all want a mystery, this would be the definition of a mystery, okay? Where's my marker at? What have I done with my jumbo Sharpie? I really, really need it right now. Thank you. Okay. It's going to be really hard. I'd probably be better off covering it up with sticky notes. Yeah, let me cover it up with sticky notes. Right. And there. So maybe we can sell these bundles. Here's the first two. Maybe we can sell them sight unseen, okay? Here's what I've got. These were two bundles. This looks like right up John Barry's alley. Can y'all see this? 29 records, $116. 34 records, $136. Okay? 34 records, $136. 29 records, $116. From the last crate, Brandon in Delaware wanted Sinatra. Let me pull that for Brandon in Delaware. And Brandon in Delaware wanted Sinatra. You got it. And then the nylon curtain also sold. Okay. So first thing we have is this. Sinatra, $7.50. That's life. Sold to Brandon in Delaware. Billy Joe, the nylon curtain, sealed, $15. Both bundles, 200, bundles, 200. A bundle deal on the bundle deal that was bundled. Wow, a bundle deal on a bundle deal that was bundled. 136 and 116 add up to be $252. And that would be a $52 discount on top of discount that was already discounted. My gosh. I'll do $225. It's going to cost a fortune to ship that right there. That's helping me out on postage, if anything. What does this weigh? An album sleeved, a single LP weighs a ½ ounce. John Barry, it's up to you. He says he'll take them. Sold. Both of these bundles to John Barry. I'm going to crate them up over here in the sold crate. And let's just remark all those out or rebag them, however y'all want to do them. Sell them to John Barry for $225. That's how they wrap up. And by the way, if you've never bought a bundle, that's how they wrap them up. They come in a brown bag, almost like a mystery. All right, that took a big chunk out. John Barry's going to be all over this. And he don't even know what he's buying. A mystery bundle. A mystery bundle. Okay. That's gone. Yeah, I'll probably hopefully not have to open these. I'm really, really going to try my best to avoid having to open these and go through those. I mean, because if I've gone through these already, that means they were shown best offer or half off, and I discounted them to sell them, and I really don't want to have to hopefully open them up and show them probably for the 4th or 5th time. So what I'm going to do right now is show one more. Okay. This one's a short and sweet one. And then I have another crate to flip through. Okay. 23 records, $70. Hold on a minute. $23 records, $70. Sold to John Barry. Sold. 23 records, $70. Sold to John Barry. All right. This one sounds interesting. Ready? Sealed, 12 sealed records, $50. 12 sealed records, $50. 12 sealed records, $50. John Barry picked a great night to remake an appearance here at Coletco. 12 sealed records, $50. So there's 12 records in here, and they're all sealed. Michael Remza got that one. 12 sealed records for $50. Michael Remza got that one. Okay? And whoever ends up tagging these, I want to get this guy's name off the bag. I'm trying to mark it out, but you can still see his name. I don't know if we just want to rebag these or y'all can tape over, do something like that. I don't know. That was 12 records, though, $50, okay? While the bundle people are watching, I'm trying my best to show these right now. Let me not get the sold stuff mixed up with the unsold. Hold on a second. Don't want that to happen. A bunch of posters just fell over here too. Like, there's about 300 rolled posters stacked up over here that are on the edge of becoming a disaster. All right. There's about 2 more bundle offers, okay? This one is gigantic. This one's gigantic. Let me just set it this way because I don't want to take time to cover up his name. This is 35 records for $140. 35 records for $140. 35 records, $140. That is one of the biggest ones of the night. Atlanta Rhythm section still available, $45. That is the complete studio box set. That's the complete studio box set, $45. Donna gets this bundle, okay? And then Michael Remza, then John Barry. Donna's getting in on the bundle action. All right, those are all gone. That was 35 for $140. I'll leave the sticker on top. That filled up another crate, so let me swap those out. All right. This is left in a crate with bundles. It's only $15. It was originally marked $29.99, so it's half off. $15. Elvis, The Other Sides, Volume 2. Elvis, $15. That is a 2 LP half off at $15. And it has some of the inserts still with it. So that was $15, which was a half off price for that Elvis. That was left in a crate with some of the bundles. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Yep, that's still available. You probably were a backup bidder. So now's your time, Jamie Butler. If you want it, or if you want to make me an offer. I'd love to get it sold to somebody that I know is going to pay for it. That sold for $15. And then Hilton was second. It looks like after I go through all the bundles, which is one more big one left, it looks like we're going to have about 2 more crates to flip through. Make that 3, 4. Oh my gosh, 4. Let me see if I can get this bundle out of here. The crate's packed pretty dang tight, so let me try to get some stuff out of here first. Okay, this is a bundle that wasn't wrapped up. Okay, here's a bundle that y'all can maybe see these. This was a bundle that wasn't wrapped up. 9 records, $35. 9 records, $35. Tracy Nelson, Donnie Hathaway, Tammy Lynn, Edwin Starr, No Nukes. Boy, some good titles. Neil Diamond, Todd Rundgren, and Fresh Air. 9 records, $35, sold to Donna. John Barry, you officially have some competition. John Barry, you officially have some bundle competition. Two more bundles. This one's, wow, this one's not wrapped in a bag, and it takes up almost a whole crate. Let me get the one here out of the bag first. All right, everybody reset. You ready? How many records is this? Here we go. How many records is this? That doesn't help me. Where's my count? Well, dang it, there's no count. It's okay. Unknown, but it's a big bag. It's a big bag. It's a big bag. You ready? $75. $75. Everything in here. Another mystery grab bag. If you've been seeing what this guy bought, you probably kind of understand with the kind of music that's in here. Donna's in on the bundle, $75. It's going to be hard to beat her on this. Donna's looking at what, like 500 pounds? Donna's got to be nearing 500 or 600 pounds of records, and I'm not exaggerating. I would love to add this up next week when they ship this. We're going to have to get Ed to keep track. I bet this is probably like she's approaching 500 pounds of vinyl. She's got to be. Jamie, this is sold to you for $35. Thank you. That was probably one of your last bids. $35, and that's sold to you, Donna, then John, then Kevin. All right. Now, this next batch is crazy because it was so big, they didn't even put it into a bag. Everybody got their keyboard reset? Everybody got their keyboard reset? This one's pretty crazy. And I can actually physically show you this one. I'm glad y'all were on here getting these because I was worried about having to resell these. This is going great. And then we'll get back into single claims. You ready? Here we go. 45 records, $115. Golly. 45 records, $115. 45 records, $115. Matt got that one. Boy, that was a cheap bundle. $115 divided by 45, $255 a piece. Golly, that's almost an entire crate of records. Oh my gosh. Shoo-wee. Can I even get these over here in this crate? It's going to be close. Who got the Elvis? Regina, you were like 4th on it. Burt Jordan did. Burt Jordan did. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can fit all these over here together. Wow, there's some good-looking titles in here. Trying to keep them a mystery, but we'll see what happens. I think I can get these last. They're not going to fit. No, they're not going to fit. Let me put what I can in here, and I'll lay the rest on top. Or I probably need to start a new crate with them. All right. Yeah, so the next The next crate, the remaining bundle is going to start with, wow, the Motions Electric Baby. That was originally a $40 record, yeah. So whoever's tagging, the next crate is going to start with the Motions, which is the remaining part of that bundle. That's a good record there. Let me throw Otis's toy out of the way. Okay, awesome. We're taking away the moments that make up the dull day. Whew. That was probably also a world record for Collectco, most individual collectively LP sold in 5 minutes, because that was hundreds and records there just sold in moments. Hundreds just sold in moments. Of course, they were sold in bundles, but I don't know if I've ever sold that many that fast to fill up that many crates. I mean, that just filled up 1, 2, 3, going on 4 crates. And yet, here we are again. And I have to rip the sticky notes off these, so bear with me. I've got to get his name off these. Okay. I'll start showing them one at a time. Well, let me look. That might have been some of the last of the bundles, but first of all, let me go ahead and do this. Elvis 1750. 1750. It's got inserts with it. That's gold volume 1. That was a half off price. It was $34.99. So Elvis 1750. And by the way, no putbacks on the bundles. I meant to say that before we started showing them. Bruce Springsteen, $35. Thanks everybody who just bought those. That was a relief. Bruce Springsteen's the 5 LP box set. And yeah, oh, there's another bundle here. Don't worry, there's more. Ooh, this was just $6.99. George Gershon's Porgy and Bess. That is a multiple LP box set that was originally $24.99. Okay? $6.99. Porgy and Bess. Okay, and then here comes another bundle. Hold your comments. Y'all ready? Here they are. 10 records, $35. 10 records, $35. Bundle deal. 10 records, $35. Stay. John Barry got those. All right. Let me use this for a platform right quick. All right, so let me tag these. I might do these in reverse order. This is sold to John Barry. So John Barry got these 10 for $35. I might do this reverse. Porgy is sold to Donna for $6.99. Nobody on Bruce. Nobody on Bruce. And then the first person to Elvis was Levi Hilton. He got that for $17.50. Regina, you were second. Regina, you were second. Okay. I'd emptied that one. All righty. And you never know, because I still got more crates over here to decipher. There could be a bundle mixed up, but I think these next ones coming up are some straight price stuff. Oh, no, wait a minute. These are John's new arrivals. My bad. These are John's new arrivals. That might have been it from that Hatchet Ed loot. Those are new arrivals from John. That might have been one of the last ones right there. Or what's that? No, that's not records. I think that might have been some of the last stuff right there. Does anybody want to make an offer on Bruce? It was originally $49.99. I took an offer for $35. Yeah, these other 3 crates over here are actually new arrivals from John. Those almost got mixed up with Hatchet Ed. Let me make sure though, because that's sold stuff. Yep, that's definitely new arrivals. Those are empties I just emptied. That's all sold. We're good to go. All right, so now we have a decision to make. Okay. Here is a couple of decisions we're going to set forth right now. Some point tonight before I sign off, I'm definitely going to show tonight's new vinyl one more time. It's only about 2 crates after I condense them. I have let's see. I can condense the Hatchet Ed stuff that wasn't discounted, that wasn't already discounted, and take offers on those. And we probably need to do maybe at least 1 half off nonsense crate. Bruce is sold for $35 to Patrick C. Smith. But I don't want anybody to go to bed knowing that I'm about to go through new vinyl. Because I know some people's like, oh no, he's going through new vinyl. But also some people's here waiting for me to show new vinyl. So it's always a dilemma. So how about the faster I can show it, the faster we can get through it. And let's do that. So thanks for everybody right there. Yeah, maybe if I can sort, you know, because there was some pretty good stuff in those Hatchet Ed crates that we could have, you know, took offers on that wasn't already discounted. But some of these are already, you know, like that, these, I mean, unsold auctions and these. And then a ton of it was new. Like the last crate we went through, there was no records in here that weren't already discounted. Except these 2, there was only 2 in here that wasn't already discounted in that entire crate. So let me pull those 2 out. And plus, I want to show these again. You know, I'm going to sort these and post them in a whole lot of records. The Hatchet Ed videos do really well because everybody hears Hatchet Ed and like, holy crap. And then there was the leftover Laura stuff. All these are already discounted. That's not. That one's not. And then that's all new and sealed. Let me do some condensing over here because it's gonna take me some time to get them all together anyway. Okay, let me do that. There's only going to be a handful, but it might be more than we think. But about every, yeah, there was only 2 in that crate that wasn't already priced as a markdown. Let me put all these in here. I was going to stop at midnight. It's going to take me another half hour to finish everything that I want to do, maybe even longer. Especially if y'all keep buying. So that's all new and sealed vinyl. I'm definitely going to keep all that as sticker because some of the stuff I can't even reorder anymore. And these 2 are the only ones. So yeah, once again, a whole nother crate, and there was only 2 records that wasn't already discounted. And then that was the newest stuff tonight from John, right? Yep. We've already been through those. Best offer. That's 2 Hatchet Ed. Bear with me. Bear with me. Don't go anywhere. We're going to show tonight's newest arrivals. And yeah, here's the other Hatchet Ed stuff. That was from, this was the Hatchet Ed stuff from not this big order. This was the Hatchet Ed stuff from, this was Hatchet Ed stuff from just a regular conglomerate, if that makes sense, is what I've been calling it. The regular Hatchet Ed stuff of the week, not this huge order. Wow, about everything over here is in 2 crates. That's honestly pretty remarkable. And don't forget, if you're local, in 10 hours, the store opens up for another incredible dollar sale. Is Laura still here? Laura, are you still in the building? Almost forgot about Laura. She's been in the back quiet, I think. Or did she leave? Laura? I don't even know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you for $1 million if she's in this building right now. I think she is. All right, this is going to be quick, and then we're going to go into more vintage stuff. She's still here. Okay, good. Because I got a text from you for the hot pictures, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm not used to having Tanner here. Tanner threw me off because he stayed here. Tanner stayed here up until about 10 minutes ago, and he's never here. So it's been weird having him here. I've been talking to him more than I do because he's never here. Okay. We are in Lebanon, Tennessee. All right, very quickly. If you don't have one already, I got the newest album from Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, a glitter orange vinyl, $38.99. Marilyn Manson, The Pale Emperor. Marilyn Manson is $59.99. We have Forbidden. Forbidden's on green vinyl, $34.99 on Forbidden. Seether, The Karma and Effect. Seether is $39.99. Violence, Kill on Command, the Violence demos. Violence is $36. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. Black and white melt vinyl. King Diamond is $29.99. I've got several of those. Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad, $33.99. Becky Lerner Needs a Taylor Swift. So do Becky Lerner. We also have Forbidden Evil, $29.99. The epic debut album from Bay Area thrash metal legends. Seether, Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces. Lavender Opaque Vinyl, $39.99. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Manson's $54.99. Jay Nutria on King Diamond. That's sold. Ella Wishes You a Swingin' Christmas, Ella Fitzgerald Christmas album, red vinyl, $29.99. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, It's Just One of Those Days, $39.99. Morbid Angel, Heretic is $33. And Slipknot, 25th Anniversary, 2 LP featuring the original album plus rare and unreleased demos and alternate mixes on a green jade colored vinyl, $49.99. That was crate number 1 of 2.5. Slipknot, Morbid Angel, Limp Bizkit, Ella Fitzgerald, Marilyn Manson, Seether, Forbidden, Rihanna, King Diamond, Violence, Seether, Forbidden, Marilyn Manson, and Taylor Swift. From Marilyn Manson to Taylor Swift. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me take this off the table right quick. Let me stack that right there. And I'm going to put one of these right back there. There you go. So Taylor can look at you till you buy it. You got to look at Taylor until you buy it. $38.99, glitter orange vinyl. Now, this was the rap and hip-hop crate, and this was very popular tonight. This thing was plumb full, and this is all that's left. Big rap and hip-hop crate. The first Marilyn Manson was Pale Emperor. We got Pale Emperor and Born Villain. 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying. 50 Cent is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. Drake, Take Care, $38.99. Drake is a double LP. I've got 4 of those at $38.99. We have LL Cool J. This is called All World, which is a 2 LP compilation. LL Cool J is $39. Nas, Illmatic. Nas is $33. A Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, $29.99. Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. Wu-Tang Clan is $29. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime, Volume 1, $39. We have Drake Views for $44.99. So Drake, Jay-Z, Wu-Tang, Tribe Called Quest, Nas, LL Cool J, Drake, and 50 Cent. Those are all available. That was really packed full earlier, and that's all that's left. Okay? One more after that one. Make sure everybody's seen the new vinyl. By the way, right now there's only one unsold auction from tonight, and that's Keith Richard. And Keith Richard was a 2 LP unofficial. It's called Keith Richard Rarities. It's an $89 US bootleg, $50 or now best offer. And believe it or not, there was only, out of all the Hatchet Ed stuff we just went through, there was only one unsold auction. And I'll take an offer on it now. It was a 75 USOG, no condition notes, of Count Basie encounters Oscar Peterson. Count Basie encounters Oscar Peterson was a 75 USOG. And that was $32. If anybody wants to make an offer on that on Keith Richards, that was the only ones left. The Seethers were $39.99. We have Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces and whatever the other one was. What was the other one? Finding Beauty in Negative Spaces and Karma and Effect. Yeah, Karma and Effect. Okay, John, everything in here is sticker price. Rihanna is $33.99. So John, Slipknot's brand new and sealed. It's $49.99. It will actually be $49.99 for a long time. It's a brand new sealed. That's actually a brand new release. So all the new sealed vinyl is sticker price. Okay? And let's go through these one more time. Don off for 20 for Count Basie. Well, I'll go ahead and take it. Nothing else is up, and you've bought plenty, so sell that to her for $20. And then Keith Richards is the only auction left. Okay, here we go. And let's read through these. And this is all brand new sealed LPs. First thing I have is Stanley Turrentine Mr. Natural, $34.99. I have one left. Pictures of Heat, Chef Baker Art Pepper, $34.99. We also have Curtain Call Hank Mobley for $34. Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, $38. Big Black Songs About Blanking, $29.99. Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago, $34.99. The Best of James Bond. That's the real music, not like a orchestra cover. It's the real James Bond themes. $54.99 on that. Also, we have Mingus by Charles Mingus, $34 on that. Temple the Dog is $34. George Strait's $38. Albert Ayler's $29. And then Seether, disclaimer 2. There's another Seether. $39.99 for Seether, disclaimer 2. There's the third one also. Live Mental Jewelry's $29. Louis Armstrong wishes you a cool Yule red vinyl. Louis, $34. Three Doors Down is $29. And then Rob Zombie is the Spooky International Live, Spook Show International Live, a double picture disc. Rob Zombie is $38.99. Oso wants one each of the Seethers from the previous bin. You got it. One each of the Seethers from the previous bin. You got it. And there's one, and there is, where's the second one? Fine and Beauty and Negative Spaces, and Karma and Effect. Yep. Of course, these are like OGs. These are technically like OGs, especially that one. That's the first time on vinyl. So it's weird buying brand new sealed stuff from the 90s, and technically you can call it an OG record. And for anybody that's new, really the only thing that I never discount or will entertain offers is new pre-owned arrivals if I say that they're no discount. Sometimes I do take offers. That could be like on John's, like vintage crates of classic rock, pop, soul, jazz, etc. I usually take offers on those. Obviously, if an auction doesn't sell, it's up for an offer. So if an auction doesn't get a minimum bid and no one claims it, I sometimes entertain offers on those. The next thing is, well, I guess half off crates, but they're kind of priced as marked. They're half off, no more, no less. But new vinyl is always sticker price. Y'all know we discount that about once a month if it's been here for more than 60 days. So if any of this stuff is here in, law, this is October, so probably December, yeah. Come December, you'll see some of these in our discount crates, and instead of 34, they might be 29. Instead of 34, they might be 24, but that's about as much of an off price as you're going to see on those. This morning, there was a flip video, and here's what's left. Here's our next vintage discount, okay? Here is the leftovers from this morning flip crate. It was a great one because there's only a handful left. Let's show these one more time, and if you want anything in here, these are already discounted prices on these. So these are the prices as marked, but they're discounts. The third and final Seether is sold to Oso Adventure. He's 3 for 3 on the Seethers. There's one left each of each one, okay? Here's this morning's discount flip crate leftovers. For $9.99, John Denver's Greatest Hits. $9.99. That is In Shrink, Take Me Home, Country Roads. Leaving on a Jet Plane, Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. There's some great songs on there. In Shrink on the orange label for $9.99. That's Mr. John Denver. So these are the leftover flip crate records. So to Eric Connard, make sure you're in our private group. Make sure you're in our private group called Whole Lotta Records. If you can watch at 9 a.m. Central Time every day, there's a discount crate with stupid prices. There was a Grateful Dead in here for $20. There was a Led Zeppelin in here for $20. There's sometimes $49.99 records, and I'm like, screw it. $19.99, let's get it sold. Let's get it shipped. I'm here to turn over inventory. So make sure you're watching those because this was full, and that's all that's left from just a pre-recorded video. It's amazing. I was awake at 9 a.m. I was watching y'all claim these. I was ghost watching. Y'all had no idea. It was like Rockwell. You ever feel like somebody's watching you? That was me. I was watching y'all buy these. Also for $9.99 is April Wine. That was a half off place. That was the half off price. $9.99 for April Wine. Power Play, also $9.99 was Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin's Gold. VG Plus, $9.99. I never loved a man the way I love you. RESPCT. You make me feel like a natural woman. Chain of Fools, $19.99. Also, Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Johnny Winter's half off for $9.99, and then for $6.99. Elton John is $6.99. Tom Robinson Band is $6.99, and Charlie Daniels Band, The Million Mile Reflections, The Devil Went Down to Georgia, $6.99. Tom Robinson Band was $24.99. So we're doing half off and then half off again. $6.99 for Tom Robinson Band. Elton John was a double LP, $6.99 on that one. Chad, are you still selling the Lynyrd Skynyrd album? Chad, how much again for the Lynyrd Skynyrd album that's popped up there? You need to buy this because you're not the first person who's asked. You probably won't be the last, and I don't think you've asked but maybe 7 times tonight. I know you want this, so all you got to do is type a 4-letter word, sold. This is a brand new sealed copy of Pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. It is a sealed new pressing, $36.99. I Ain't the One, Tuesday's Gone, Gimme 3 Steps, Simple Man, Things Going On, Mississippi Kid, Poison Whiskey, and Freebird. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's So Do You. Don't maybe go into the Freebird solo. That is So Do You. Done. Now we need a replacements. Next is Red Cave on CD. Charlie Daniels, sold, $6.99. Brandon, you were second on Charlie, but I got you for Elton, $6.99. What's Grateful Dead? Shakedown Street. And OG Terre Haute, Shakedown Street. And OG Shakedown Street. It was originally $49.99. I threw it in the discount crate for $19.99. To make sure people are paying attention and they're setting their alarm and they're going to the group at 9 a.m. and clicking on the group and refreshing and finding that at the top of their page and watching that video. They get gone fast. It's probably the fastest action Coletco can bring you at 9 a.m. I'm usually in bed or going to bed. I pre-record those here after the shows. You probably can see it's still dark outside sometimes. They're uploaded and they post at 9. So a lot of people have reminders set. They literally set their phone to set a reminder. Boom, 8:55, go ahead and head over to a whole lot of records. Start refreshing the feed. Barring some unforeseen incident, it's pre-scheduled every day. Unless I have had a disaster, unless I've been hospitalized, it should be up there. I've put in some crazy deal. I mean, I just, I want to make sure y'all are watching. Boy, that's a cool one back there. Look at that. Look at that artwork. That's a cool one. Born Under Bad Sign. All analog. A 55th anniversary. Think about that. 50, and I don't know how long that's been in print. It's 55th anniversary. 55-year-old album that's all analog, a blues essential, $34.99. Here's what's left, $6.99 for Tom Robinson Band. Johnny Winter in shrink wrap, $9.99, beautiful copy. Aretha Franklin for $9.99, VG Plus. And April Wine Power Play, $9.99. Can we please get those sold? If not, I'm going to cut the price one more time and do a small bundle deal. I love that is a great wall back there. I can't believe no one's bought Forbidden Planet. I mean, that's awesome. $36.99. Master of Reality. Whew. That's some sweet looking stuff back there. Right. I'm going to make this one, instead of $6.99, we're going to cut it down to $3. Instead of 10, we're going to make these 5. 5, 10, 15, $18 for these last 3. $18 for these last 3. Bundle deal. If they don't sell, the show's over. That's my threat. Those don't sell, show's over. $18. I just did like another half off of half off. 18 bucks. Got to make sure you are watching. So Donna strikes again with the bundle. Sold. Let me put sticky notes around those. All right. Okay, that's done. That was my next crate over here that was in my way. I'm playing cleanup. All right, and now here's else what we're about to do. Here's what else we're about to do. Don't go anywhere. Don't sign off. Don't tell your mama good night yet. Very quickly, I went through all the Hatchet Ed stuff that wasn't discounted. I'm going to put it in the leftover lower crate, and we're going to take offers. So here were the few Hatchet Ed records that wasn't already discounted that are about to be discounted. There was only like 6 or 7, okay? I don't have any CDs tonight. I do have a few miscellaneous items over here, still from Hatchet Ed I hadn't sold yet, though, coming up soon. So let's blast through these right quick, okay? Buy it now, best offer. Let's make deals. Let's get all these sold. First thing I have is Amy Grant in Concert, Volume 2, $9.99. Zoot Sims plays Duke Ellington, $14.99. We have Carpenter's Voice of the Earth, sealed with hop sticker, $14.99. The Cooker, Lee Morgan, Blue Note 81578, Blue Note Tone Poet, sealed, taking an offer, $34.99. We have George Duke, Fall of the Rainbow, George Duke, VG, $9.99. Elvis Presley, Now, $9.99, no condition notes. Hall and Oates, the Philly tapes. Hall and Oates is sealed for $19.99. Record Store Day, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, does have some writing, VG Plus $17.99, Simon & Garfunkel, EX $17.99, and Fangers Video Games, EX $9.99. Hey, Chad, didn't you say the other night that silver, during the silver sale, during the record auctions, that silver would be sent out with records next week? I was invoiced and charged for night and charged shipping. Yes. If you bought silver during the record auction, it was supposed to be put with your record invoice for this week. Yes, let me send this to Tanner right now and tell him. Silver sold during the record sale is supposed to be invoiced with this week's records. I've let him know that right now. Over here, we have Carpenter, sold right here, and this is sold to Patrick. Lee Morgan, 20. Donna, I didn't count her that time. You give me $25, that's $10 off, I'll sell it to you. And then Elvis, Brandon, and Delaware, $7, sell that to Brandon. Now, here was the lower crate stuff. I actually think that was the first one, wasn't it? Yeah, a couple of these were lower. Those were lower records, too. Zoot, $13, so did DJ Not So Good. Fleetwood Mac, 9. Can't do 9 on that one. I will do, let's do that for 12. That'd be $5 off. The Blasters box set. Anybody want to make an offer? Sealed, $124.99. Record Store Day, The Blasters, $124.99. Lee Morgan is sold to Donna for $25. $25 on that. I will let Tanner know about that. Next thing is price on King, please. King. If you're talking about the King Elvis Presley, it's already sold. Next thing over here is Matthias Eek, Midwest. That's a contemporary jazz album, $17.99. The International Vicious Society, Volume 1, a 2014 Spain, a very eclectic compilation, $19.99. Walter Becker, Donald Fagen, The Early Years, $27.99. Mark Winter, this is called Painter's Joy, $9.99. And then over here, Midnights is on colored vinyl, $22.99. Lonnie said he will take Fleetwood Mac for $12. Awesome. So anybody on here, let me know. Contemporary jazz album, $12. That was this one right here. And this is sold to Donna for $12. I think he's talking about Born Under a Bad Sign. What is going on now? Albert King. What happened here? Oh, Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. I thought you meant the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. That is a new craft remaster, $34.99. And somebody already said it, and I'll say it again myself. That's a great pressing to have. OGs are rare and pricey. If you want to hold out for a near mint OG, rare and pricey. Taylor has sold a Lonnie Jolly for $16. Sold. I'll take your first bid on that one. Sometimes I counter, sometimes I take y'all's first bids. How about we blast through this little crate here? Here's some more Hatchet Ed stuff. You ready? Hatchet Ed stuff. $6.99. It's the real thing, Coca-Cola. It's the real thing, Coca-Cola. It's a Coca-Cola promotional 45 from the new Seekers. Jackson Brown running on empty. Jackson Brown, $6.99. We have Heat Wave for $6.99. Always and forever. Let's blast through these right quick. She's Gone, a classic by Hall & Oates. It's a double-sided promo, $6.99. And let me pause right here at Surf City. Surf City, that's Jan and Dean in the picture sleeve. Actually, let me go ahead and show a few more. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly with his song, $6.99. Let me pause right here on Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue, $6.99 on that one. George Burleson said sold on Albert King. How about I'll leave that one back there, and how about I pull you one out of the crate? Here's one right here, because I like the way that looks back there. There's one sold. Anybody else? That's a classic blues album that's rare and hard to get. That is available for $34.99. This is, just give me just one, a little bit more time. Chairman of the Board, that's a good song. The Animals, We Got to Get Out of This Place, that's a classic. Neil Diamond, Holy Holly, that's a good one. Also over here, we got Neil Diamond, Sweet Caroline, that should be a no-brainer. Hazy Shade of Winter, that is Simon & Garfunkel. And then this is Follow the Leader by Eric Bean Rakim. Oh my gosh, that's $8. Eric Bean Rakim's $8. Rodriguez, Do What? Rodriguez, just $8. The Coasters, Yakety Yak for $6.99. And this doesn't have a price. That doesn't have a price. Here we go. 4 records. Nope. This is a bundle. 4 records, $13. Happy Birthday. I'll do those later because they don't have prices on them. I don't know what those are. All right, let's see what's going on over here. And next thing is this. First is Donna made an offer. Oh, wait a second. Hall and Heatwave 6. Roberta Flack 5. Okay, so Roberta Flack was claimed, and then Burt Jordan is first. First claim, no question, is Jan and Dean. This is sold to Burt Jordan for $6.99. Okay, and then Roberta Flack. So, Donna, if you want Roberta Flack, it will be $6.99. If not, I'll sell it to Chad Snyder. I will sell you Heatwave and Hall & Oates, though, for $10. There's Heatwave and there's Hall & Oates, She's Gone. We're going to sell those to Donna for $5 and $5, okay? So that's sold to Donna for $5, and this is sold to Donna for $5. Jan and Dean, without a doubt, is sold to Burt Jordan for $6.99. If you want Roberta Flack, it's yours, but it will be sticker price, okay? And then Donna does get Eric B. and Rakim for $8. That is sold to Donna for $8. No question left on that. Scott Dwallow does get Sweet Caroline for $6.99. No questions out. No questions asked. Be Yourself gets Holy Holly for $6.99. No questions asked. Roberta Flack is sold to Donna for $6.99. No questions asked. What's left? The Animals, the Chairman of the Board, Neil Diamond, Jackson Brown, the Coke, 4 records for $13. One of them's on Sub Pop. Somebody might want to buy that for a mystery. The Yakety Yak, Rodriguez for $8, and Hazy Shade of Winter. Those are all $6.99. We'll figure out these other two in just a second. Trying to clean up back here behind me. I told you I had a billion things to sell tonight. It's 12:30 and I'm still showing new stuff. Holy moly. The next question is who you going to call? This is, let me go check the price up front. I got a bunch of these in stock. I almost forgot about these because we sold like 20 of them and I reordered them and I forgot to, I really have never showed them live. The price on these are the following. Who you going to call is just $14.99. Seems like a great price. The Ghostbusters is $14.99. The Ghostbusters is $14.99. Seems like a great price on that. The Ghostbusters, $14.99. Okay? And that's a new, it's from Jada Toys. It's $14.99. It's a Transformers Ghostbusters. Transformers Ghostbusters. That's pretty unusual. Pretty cool. $14.99. Okay, and I've got like 10 of them in stock. That was an unpaid one. Donna got Chairman for $5. Give that to Donna for $5. And then Vladerchek gets the bundle, the 4 for $13. Those Soda Vladarchek, thank you. And then Hazy Shade. Hazy Shade, you're thinking about a wider shade of pale. PH, are you meaning Procol Harum? Procol Harum did a song, A Wider Shade of Pale. This is A Hazy Shade of Winter by Simon and Garfunkel. You might be getting your songs mixed up. I don't want you to get the wrong song and be like, holy crap, what is this? That's a great song by Simon and Garfunkel. Pretty upbeat, pretty cool vocals. But you're thinking of A Wider Shade of Pale by Procol Harum. That's a completely different song. I know exactly how you got confused on that one, but yeah, that's different. You're thinking about Triple I Fandango, turn cartwheels across the floor. I was feeling kind of seasick, but the crowd, you know. Okay. Here's some more singles. $6.99. Ohio Express Firebird and Chewy Chewy. Les Paul Chicken Reel and Mockingbird Hill. Roy Orbison Pretty Paper and Beautiful Dreamer. And this is the Carpenters calling occupants of Interplanetary Craft. $6.99. The Bangles covered Hazy Shade of Winter. Yep, that was originally a Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel song. Yep. All right, let's just auction these two because I don't know what they were and they don't have prices. Auction together, $5 start. Sub Pop, Happy Birthday, Shampoo and Alien, and Numbers, Solid Pleasure. Both of these together for a $5 start. I'm going to lay them right back there. If you want to bid, you can put 45s. And that's all the leftovers. No other claims on those. I'm about to count them and do a bundle deal, okay? About to count those and do a bundle deal. But the first thing we're going to do is what? I've got two Simpsons Funkos over here that didn't get paid for. Okay, one is $20 and one's $15. This one's $20. It's Homer Simpson, Homer Mew Mew, and it is a Hot Topic exclusive. It was $20. It comes in an acrylic case. Homer Simpson's $20, and Devil Flanders from the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. From the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror, Devil Flanders is $15. Okay, so those two are available, $20 and $15. Bundle deal on the 45s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, including Rodriguez. Bundle deal, $25. Bundle deal, $25. Boom. Sell them, sold. Who wants them? Vladarchek has those two in the back for $5. Going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. We're not done with vinyl, I promise. I'm just trying to clean up this pile over here. Actually, the next thing I have is vinyl. This is random stuff that I put in the sold crate that, in fact, didn't sell or it was a putback. Okay? First item is a $35. Well, let me check the condition. Retract what I just said. Oh, it is a beautiful copy. It is $35. It's a Japanese pressing of Queen, The Game. Another one bites the dust. $35. Next, sealed Oingo Boingo red vinyl, Dead Man's Party, $34.99. This was marked down to $6.99. 1965 original artist super hits, $6.99. Dobie Gray, The In Crowd, Lou Christie, Lightning Strikes, Woolly Boy. Did I say country? This isn't country. Woolly Bully's on here. Yeah, Dobie Gray, The In Crowd. That's a great song. Down the Boondocks, $6.99 for that 65 comp. And Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, I'm Broken, White and Stronger Than Blue Marble Vinyl, Strength Beyond Strength, Becoming, 5 Minutes Alone, I'm Broken, and one of my favorites, Shedding Skin. Shedding Skin, $33.99 on that. All right, Robert Vladarchek, I'm going to sell you these two for $5. These two here are sold to Vladarchek for $5. Donna gets Super Hits of 65 for $6.99. Nobody on the 45 bundle for $25. Here's what we're about to do then. It is time to play the game. It's time to play the game. Cue the Triple H music. Okay, these need to go. What were these? That was Hatchet Ed. That means there's only two. Now, let me put these back in Hatchet Ed then. All right. And this was new stuff left over from Laura. New stuff left over from Laura. So these are technically new arrivals. And that means those are going to go right there on top of those new arrivals. I'm still kind of playing some cleanup over here, but I'm almost done. It's been a crazy night. I mean, I had sold 5 crates, and then counting the bundles, we're at 10, 11. We're almost at 12 sold crates counting the bundles tonight. That is honestly pretty insane. And just as short, because we started at 6 and not 5, so we've only been 6.5 hours. That's a lot of vinyl sold in a short amount of time. That's pretty crazy. All right. There's that. And we have emptied a ton of crates. There's a tower over here of empty crates just from tonight, especially since the Hatchet Ed stuff got repackaged and resold. I think it's time for a half-off crate, and we might can do 2 half-off nonsense crates to wrap up this last half hour. I really need to stop at 1. I said I was going to stop at 12, but I'm waking up to go to a football game in the morning. And I still got a couple, whenever I say good night, I still got a couple hours of work. So to make the video, so y'all have videos to watch in the morning. And sometimes I go ahead and do Sundays. And there's a good chance when I leave tomorrow, I'm going to the mountains for a couple days, maybe. I told my mom I'm going to be exhausted if I do. It'd be like a reverse vacation if I go up there, honestly. Hope you're watching, Mom. So if so, I got to pre-record like 5 videos. So I've got like 5 hours of work to do before I can go to bed, and I wake up in 9 hours or 7 hours. With all that being said, I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to continue stacking this stuff up over here so I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Let's put that right there. What happened to this morning's video crates? That's what I want to know. This morning, I had 2 crates, right? They had to have been condensed somewhere. There's today's newest stuff. Who's ready for half off? First, Patrick C. Smith Sr. Let's go to the top. Chad, how much do you think a full band first album of Oingo Boingo's worth, including Danny Elfman? I don't know that one off the top of my head. I'd have to do some research. I'm not familiar with their signatures. Can't give you an accurate estimate right now. If you remind me, though, I'll look into it. Queen is sold for $30 to Patrick. And, okay, that leaves, these need to go, these are actually Hatchet Ed technically, so let me put those in there. Where is those crates at? Where's the crates I started with tonight? That would have been like the Laura. Fu Manchu was yesterday, right? Good Charlotte. That was yesterday's stuff. I mean, I don't need them, but it's blown my mind that I don't know where they're at. Huh. The Oingo Boingo I just showed was $34.99. Yeah, $34.99 for the one I just showed. Okay, I got a couple half off crates over here ready, I think. Is this one half off? Yeah. No, this was, what was this? I don't know. I think that was flip crate stuff. Okay, I'm trying to track down. Is this half off? Well, let me just skip that then. All right, let's do this one. Or this one. Whoa. Boy, this will be a good one. If we do this one, it'd be probably a great way to close out the night. This would be like a nonsense thank you crate. Literally, a nonsense thank you crate. This is like a customer appreciation crate. That's what this would be called. A customer appreciation crate. Oingo Boingo, yeah, that's on red vinyl Vlodder check. It has weird science on it. $34.99. Space Hog earlier. That did not sell. We leave, we meet up in Silver Point. We meet up from there because Seth comes from DeKalb County. Well, no, I don't know where he's staying at. Depends if he's staying, depends on where Steph sleeps at night. They 2 or 3 different places. But we leave for a 3:30 kick, we leave about 9 a.m. Pergy wants sold. Yeah, Space Hog is still available. That was from the very first batch of Hatchet Ed stuff, which was like unpaid auctions and stuff like that. And I still have that, I think. Hold on. Half off crate coming up. For a 3:30 kick, we leave about 9:15, and Pergy gets Space Hog for $70. The problem I'm having logistically that I'm trying to figure out in my head, so I kind of didn't plan it ahead. I've already told them I'm meeting them in, let's say, Silver Point, Tennessee. My family is past Knoxville up in Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge. So tomorrow, on very little sleep, I've got to go from Lebanon to Silver Point, and then Silver Point to Knoxville, Knoxville to watch a game all day, back from Knoxville to Silver Point back to Gatlinburg. And when I get done doing that, I will be so exhausted and tired, they'll give me 1 vacation day unless I drive back from Gatlinburg on Monday after staying Saturday and Sunday night, and I'd have to drive right here by Monday afternoon to start a live stream. It's like pretty much exhausting to take a vacation, is what I'm saying. It pretty much makes no sense for me to go up there and say, quote, I'm taking a vacation. It sounds like I'm going to be absolutely exhausted on Monday, and when I come back here to start a new week, there will be no time to get caught up, and it could affect the rest of the week. So, that's what's going on. And plus, I'm nocturnal, so if I go up there and they want to wake up, let's say they want to wake up Sunday morning to go out to town, to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge and eat and walk around, do everything you do in the mountains, I'm pretty much going to be on no sleep. And I'm not missing a sale on Monday for an unplanned spur-of-the-moment trip to the mountains. So I'd rather just come back from Knoxville and sleep. Yeah, that's what I have to. Yeah, and that's me driving, and then I'd have to drive Monday back to be here for that, and then come in do a 8-hour stream. So, yeah, that's, I tried to explain that to him. I was like, I can't just, we got to plan this stuff better. I mean, the only way it makes sense is if I took off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we stayed up there for about 3 or 4 days, and I didn't come back to like next Wednesday or Thursday. If I come back next Wednesday or Thursday, then I'm okay going up there and being exhausted that first day. But yeah, that's the problems. That's my first world problems. Yeah, that's the problem. I need a freaking jet. Y'all keep buying enough records, and I'll be able to net jet and afford a jet charter. That's what I want. I want to be able to do a jet charter wherever I want to go somewhere. I don't need to be driving. Psh, Who wants to drive? Okay, half off records. Here we go. Ella Fitzgerald, the Cole Porter Songbook. Ella Fitzgerald is $13.50. Ella Fitzgerald, $13.50. Let's do a half off crate, no more, no less. I've called this one nearly a customer appreciation crate because there's so many great titles, especially right in here and right in here and right in here and right in there. $13.50. Ella Fitzgerald, $13.50. Knoxville of Randy Rhodes' last show. It was. I have I had a poster from that concert. $13.50. Ella Fitzgerald. The Kings are here. The Kings is $6.50. The Kings are here. We have Rosalind and Collins Band. Anytime, any place, anywhere. This is $10. Rosalind and Collins Band, $10. So the Kings. Ella Fitzgerald. Robert Palmer Clues. Robert Palmer is $10. Graham Parker Squeezing Out Sparks, $5. Also Outlaws Playing to Win. Outlaws is $9. And the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. Rest in peace, John Lodge. One of the last members of the Moody Blues just passed away yesterday. $6.50 on Moody Blues. Brandon Delaware on Ella Fitzgerald. That is sold. Michael Remza on RP for Robert Palmer. That's sold to Michael Remza. Will Robertson on Graham Parker. That's sold to Will Robertson. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Rodney Crowell, Gold Stamp promo with press kit release. $12.50 on Rodney Crowell. That's got some good songs on it. Modern Romance, Adventures in Clubland. That is $6.50. Patrick, you were next on Graham. Be Yourself Adventures on Moody Blues. That is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. Roberta Flack, Blue Lights in the Basement. Roberta Flack is $7.50. We have Robbie Boo, big discount on this one. That is half off of 60, so $32.50 for Robbie Robertson, Storyville. Robbie Robertson is $32.50. That one's called Storyville. Also, Rick Springfield, Success Hasn't Spoiled Us Yet. Rick Springfield is $7.99. Robbie Robertson sold to Michael Remza. Thank you. Also, The Glory of Alberta Hunter. $10 on that. We have Brownie McGee, Facts of Life. Brownie McGee is just $10. Also, Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Robin Trower is $10. Pat Travers, Radioactive. Pat Travers is $10. We also have Wishbone Ash, Locked In. Wishbone Ash is $10. And 10cc Deceptive Bends. 10cc is $7.50. Jay Nutra on RT for Robin Trower. That's sold to Jay Nutra. We also have Peter and the Wolf. This is $10 on that, half off of $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $10. And Genesis, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, $17.50. Genesis. Also, Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. Rod Stewart is $7.50. And the Rolling Stones with the original cover, $32.50. Half off of $64.99 on that. Jamie Crundemball on Brownie McGee. Brownie McGee, that was, I just passed over it again. There it is. That is sold to Jamie K, as I call him. Jamie K. Jay Nutra on ELP. Jay gets that. Jay Nutra on that for $10. Chad Snyder on Rolling Stones. Nice pickup on that OG original cover. Patrick C. Smith on Pat Travers. Pat Travers is back here. Sold to Patrick C. Smith Sr. Sold. Jeff Brent RTO put G for Genesis. And The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And then Will Robertson. Let me start a new crate. Actually, yeah, let me start a new crate with 10cc. Let me pause right there. This one has become plumb full. Let me swap these out right quick. Let me grab a new empty one right over here. And The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. 10cc, that's sold to Will Robertson. Michael Rims is second on Genesis. 10cc's already sold. Be Yourself next on ELP. Michael Rims on Rod Stewart. Brian Peasy was second. And then Title on Wishbone Ash. That one's called Locked In. $10 on Locked In. We have Bernadette Peters. That is that same artist, Vargas, who did the cover of the Cars Candy O album. $7.50 on that. Next thing is Rick Springfield. This is $7.50. And The Brood, half off on The Brood is $20. And now we're going to get some of the crazy stuff. Half off on the Black Keys El Camino, just $20. 10th anniversary edition, Black Keys, $20 on that. All righty. And, oh, yeah, I love Genesis. I've listened to everything in their discography is what I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah. Prog rock masterpieces. Prog rock masterpieces. Well familiar with their catalog. All right, so first thing we got is this. Brian Pease, you were second on that. My RS is for Rick Springfield, okay? So Michael Remza put RS, and he got... Michael Remza was RS for Rod Stewart. Is that what you wanted, Michael Remza? RS for Rod Stewart. Brian Pease was second. Next is Rick Springfield with the dog on it. So nobody got the Rolling Stones. Chad Snyder needs to put back the Rolling Stones, okay? So that was half off of $64.99. It looks like Brian Pease may want it, though. So let's bring this back for a second. No claim on Rolling Stones yet officially because I hadn't said who or what. So let's go back over that again. We had RT, that was, wait a minute. Let's do this right here. Jay Nutri got Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Chad Snyder wanted Rick Springfield, okay? And the one with the dog on it, that one right here. So that wasn't for Rolling Stones. Then Patrick got Pat Travers. Jeff Brent RTO, G, that was for Genesis. Will Robertson got 10cc. Michael Remza was next on Genesis. Chad Snyder asked the songs on 10cc, but it was already sold to Will Robertson. Be Yourself Adventures was next on ELP. Michael Remza put RS, and he did want Rod Stewart. Brian Pease was second. John Barry asked the title on Wishbone Ash. I did ask him. And Wishbone Ash locked in was $10. That was sold to, that is available if he wants it. And then we figured that out for Chad Snyder. And then Brian Pease put Stone. So Brian, I'm assuming you do want this for $32.50. Big savings, big discount. Michael Remza first on Black Keys. He was first to that. Scott Dwalla was second. Warren Hardin was third. Brian Pease was four. John Barry does want Wishbone Ash. And then he did want that. And he does want this. And he does want that. So now we're ready for Sepultura. The mediator between the head and the hands must be the heart. Half off Sepultura, $15. What? We have Septic Flesh, Orphidian Wheel, half off Septic Flesh, $15. Do what? We also have Run DMC, the Christmas picture disc, half off of $44.99 is $22.50. Do what? Do what? Half off of 22, half off 44 is 22. The Flesh Tones, Hexbreaker, $10 on the Flesh Tones. Queen Anne's Lace, Queen Anne's Lace is $5. And Godflesh Street Cleaner. Do what? A 2008 remaster, that's right. $15 on Godflesh. Do what? That's right, $15. Next thing we have is John Kaiser on Sepultura. Sepultura, so to John Kaiser for $15. Do what? X-Wing was second, Michael Remza third, Scott Dwallow fourth. Hiram Aponte, well, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Sepultura and Septic Flesh both start with SEP. I didn't think that one through, nor did I plan it that way. I know John Kaiser wants Sepultura because he was first, and that was the first record shown. Okay, and then X-Wing, Michael Remza, Scott Dwallow also put Sep. Technically, the first person who really got Septic in was Hiram, and I probably need to give that to him. Okay, so Hiram gets Septic Flesh. There was Sep, and that was with Kaiser, X-Wing, Michael, and Scott, okay? So there's that. So Kaiser got Sepultura, Hiram got Septic, Scott Dwallow on Ultra. Not for sure what that was for. And then John Kaiser on GF for Godflesh. X-Wing was next. Jamie next on Septic. Joe Sontag on Run DMC. And John Kaiser did want Sepultura. Okay? Next thing is this. We have Gary Apple. The first one's free. Gary Apple is EX, $5. EX, $5 on that. And we have... Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, EX 750, and Cruising People, Village People, Cruising People. I do that all the time. Village People Cruising, VG Condition, $5 on that. And then this is John Baldry, John Wesley Harding, VG Plus, $9 on that. Also, we have Regina Curiosity. Regina, EX, $5. We're now into some Laura Crate leftover stuff. Jovan. Wow, and we normally don't put stuff out for $6.99, so guess what? Half off of $6.99 is $3.50. Agala Allah, EX 350, I'm not sure how to say that, and the Motels is $7.50. Whoa! That was a lot of Fast and Fury, wasn't it? Goodness gracious. Holy moly. Moly. Just like on Austin Powers. Moly. Adam Bernardi on Steppenwolf. Adam Bernardi on Motels. Sold and sold. All right. Sorry, I'm texting Tanner. Trying to get this stuff figured out about the coins. Rodney Krause sold to Preston Rose. Let's recap this crate quickly. Sorry for the dramatic pause. That's sold to Preston Rose. One more time, and then, of course, we'll offer this as a bundle deal. Here we go. First thing, the Kings are here. $6.50. Rosendon Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. $10. Outlaws playing to win, $9. This is Modern Romance, Gold Stamp promo, $6.50. Roberta Flack, $7.50. Alberta Hunter, $10. We have Peter and the Wolf, narration, $10. I think it might be set to some classical music, too. Maybe it's just a narration. I can't really remember. Or could have music. I can't remember on that one too well. Bernadette Peters, $7.50. Rick Springfield is $7.50. Towel. The Brood is $20. The Flesh Tones is $10. Queen Anne's Lace is $5. We also have Gary Apple. The first one's free, $5. Village People Cruising, State of the Y, MCA, $5. John Wesley Harden by Bob Dylan, Shrink Wrap, VG Plus, First Label, $9. First Label, $9. Regina Curiosity, EX, $5. The Jovan, EX, $3.50. And the Club Hoppin' by Ag Allah, and that's EX 350. All right, we're going to do a quick, make sure lag doesn't get anybody, and then we're going to count these up for a bundle deal. A bundle deal. And golly, I want to do one more, but my eyes are heavy, my arms are sweaty. And I got to go eat some of my mom's. Well, actually, I'm about to eat Subway, to be honest with you. Maybe we can squeeze in one more quick half because I want to keep rolling. Y'all are here. I want to keep going. Boom, boom, boom. I hate missing a sale. It's hard to explain to people. Like, Chad, it's like, Chad, hey, you got some, you want to go take a vacation? I'm like, no, no, I don't. I actually want to go take a sale and sell more records. Ed Riviere on the last Rick Springfield, okay? This is sold, $7.50. J.D. Crow didn't sell. We still got Willie Nelson, Billy Joe Schaefer, Keith Whitley, and J.D. Crow. J.D. Crow was $49.99. Somebody offered $30. I countered for $45. Kind of need pretty close to that. I don't think I've had that one before. All right, let's count these and do a best offer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 records here. 17 records here. Bundle price. Come on, John Berry. Come on, John Berry. $65. 65 divided by 17 gets these down to $3.82 a piece. $65, 17 records. Come on, John Berry. This is J.D. Crowe in the New South, somewhere between $49.99 VG Plus, just because of that one superficial scuff on it right there. It does have Keith Whitley on it, somewhere between $49.99 was my original sticker price on that. First time showing it tonight. Bundle $55. Come on, John Berry. Sold. Come on, John Berry. $55. Sir, sold to you. Let's blast through one more crate. And then y'all are going to convince me to sell some more. I know. I know. It's the Bluegrass album. Well, I think that one is kind of bluegrassy, right? I think it would fall under that. Folks, this crate is gone. Here we go. All right, let's do some more. Let's keep going. Wild Thing. Dun, 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 dun. You make my heart sing. Groovy. Down, 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 down. Wild Thing. Do 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 do. Wild Thing. Here we go. Wild Thing. Okay. Let's do Gregory. We're here and we're waiting for you to come back. All right, we're waiting for you to come back. So here was some high-end country stuff I flashed earlier. Make way for Willie Nelson, $249.99. Both sides now, Willie Nelson, $224.99. Billy Joe Schaefer, $199.99. 05 and dimers like me. Keith Whitley, I wonder, do you think of me? $174.99. And J.D. Crowe in the New South with Keith Whitley, $49.99. There's two songs I've been thinking about a lot lately that are epic songs. Well, two artists, three songs. I'll tell you something else we don't discuss enough. Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf and Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf. How great are those songs knowing when they came out? Right? I mean, how great are those two songs? Magic Carpet Ride, Born to be Wild, knowing when they came out. Magic Carpet Ride, I like to be, yeah. Run, dun, dun, dun. I don't know, Aladdin's lamp and something. Look around and all lousy. You don't know what the. Fine, why don't we come with. That's epic. It is like, we don't talk about how great that is. We talk about the Beatles and Zeppelin, and we talk about Hendrix, and we don't mention Steppenwolf enough, okay? Just based on those two songs. Just based on those two songs. They were a cool band. Had those sunglasses. John Kay wore those sunglasses. He wore those sunglasses. Could you imagine being John Kay, knowing you wrote Born to be Wild, 1967? Come on. 68, right there in that era, riding on motorcycles. Come on. All right, half off. Here we go. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Last chance, $7.50. $7.50. $7.50. $7. Little Richard, Tutti Frutti, Long Tall Sally. That stuff came out 10 years before Steppenwolf did. That's amazing too. We're talking about mid-50s. Little Richard. That's crazy. The Pusher Man. Suki Suki. Y'all know that one? Suki Suki. I like that line in Magic Carpet Ride though. Something about he sings it so fast it's hard to even say what he's doing. Let's see, what's that line? Magic Carpet Ride. I have to look it up right quick. Last night I hold Aladdin's lamp, so I wish that I could stay before the thing could answer me. Well, someone came and took the lamp away. I looked around, lousy candles all I found. Well, yeah, like I didn't know what he was saying there until I really paid attention one day. I was like, oh, he's talking about Aladdin's lamp and Magic Carpet Ride. It took me a while to make all that connection. All right, Rod Stewart is so to Ryan. Brian Peace got that one. 1 second, I got a hangnail issue, which could cause a problem if I'm not careful. You know how these hangnails are. Got it. Okay. Sorry, half off crate. We Like Rock and Roll, Rockin' JoJo and His Red Angels, a 1977 German press, a rockabilly album, $5 on that. $5 on that. Tina Turner, Private Dancer, What's Love Got to Do with It? Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Tina Turner is $10. Utopia is $13.50. Todd Rundgren, this is clean. Everything in here should be really nice. The Tubes now. The Tubes is $12.50. Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior. Another one, Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, and Poster. Shrink Wrap, Hop Sticker, Inner Sleeve, and Poster, $10. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. Bob Seger is $12.50. No condition notes, really clean, really nice. $12.50 on that. The Tubes. So to Scott Dwallow, thank you on that one. Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners, Johnny Winter, $10. Don on Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. Talking about some great music. There's one. Cleopatra, that's the soundtrack. $10 on that. Also, we have Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boy, the original die cut corners. The corners were intentionally cut off of this one. See, it kind of makes that 3D cube effect. See, y'all see that? See the 3D cube? Traffic is $10. Brian Peace picking up another Rod Stewart. Nice. We're doing a half off nonsense bin to hopefully wrap up the show, okay? Next thing is this. Alvin Lee, Detroit Diesel. Alvin Lee is $10, Detroit Diesel. Joe Walsh recorded live. You can't argue with a sick mind. This has the original on her sleeve with it. Joe Walsh live. You may know him from the James Gang. You may know him from a band called The Eagles. We have Roy Buchanan, When Guitar Plays the Blues. $10 on that. Adam Bernardi on Alvin Lee. So to Adam Bernardi. We also have When the Failing Hits You. Sammy Davis meets Sam Bercher and the Eyewitnesses. That is $5. And nice, Oh Faithful, Elton John's Greatest Hits. $17.50. Benny and the Jets. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. Jay Neutron, Roy Buchanan, that is sold. George Burleson on Traffic, that is sold. And then Donna on Sam, and that was Sammy Davis. Christopher Yoakum, you were first on Johnny Winter. Jay Neutral on Elton John. Nice. This is your song. Danielle, My Brother. We have the Rare Sinatra, 78 UK, $7.50. The Fireballs Come On React, $5. The Fireballs Come On React, $5 on that. Also, Charles Tyler, 60-Minute Man. How about half off of $29.99? Free jazz. It's not free, though. It's $15. Free jazz is $15. Adam Bernardi on Rare Sinatra. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Jackie, you were second. Jefferson Starship Dragonfly, $7.50. Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready, $10. We have Charles Tyler, Donna getting some free jazz for $15. Got Live If You Wanted, the Rolling Stones, $17.50. Blue London stereo label, does have a little bit of cover chipping, just $17.50 on that. Jeff Beck, so to Donna, Adam Bernardi second. Also, we got Bruce Springsteen, his debut, Greetings from Asbury Park. Early 80s press, $10 on Bruce. Carly Simon, Anticipation for $5, and the best of the Bonzos, 69 UK, just $15 for the best of the Bonzos, Little Deuce Coupe. An early 80s press from the Beach Boys, Green Capital label, $10 on BB for Beach Boys. Chet Atkins, stay tuned. Chet Atkins is $5. Chet Atkins is $5. April Wine, Harder Faster. April Wine is $7.50. Simple Minds, Sons and Fascination. Whoa. Half off of $29.99, $15 on that. Brandon in Delaware picking up some Bruce, the Boss, sold. Gregory's heading to bed. Now, Gregory, you've said that 3 times. I know you're going to be back because you can't sleep, and you know you're going to be word to death, and I'm about to put up some glam and hair metal auctions for $1 starts. So I know you're not going to go to bed. I know you're going to come back. Tim Graham gets the Beach Boys. That's so to Tim Graham. George second on the Boss. Brian Peace on Carly Simon. Anticipation. We have Jay Neutra on AP for April Wine. That's sold. Michael Rims on Simple Minds. That's sold. And Patrick C. Smith, you were next on Carly Simon. Buffalo Springfield. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? $17.50. It's on the Atco label. It's about a mid-70s press. Clean. Super nice, though. Neil Young, Stephen Stills. We have Madonna, Angel, a 2-cut maxi single. $10 on that. Stop. Hey, Adam Bernardi bought that record. $17.50. Nice. Dire Straits. I Want My MTV for just $17.50. Clean copy, no condition notes, VG Plus jacket. Hard Traveling, Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs, $10 on Flatt and Scruggs. Supertramp, Live in Paris, a 2 LP, $17.50. Scott Dwallow got Dire Straits, sold to him for $17.50. Next is the Marvelettes Greatest Hits, $10 on the Marvelettes. We have the Fifth Dimensions Greatest Hits, Aquarius, Up and Away, $7.50. We have We Shall Overcome. This is the March on Washington. I'm pretty sure this is I Have a Dream speech. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia. This is the I Have a Dream street. I have a dream speech. That's it. Marvelettes, that's sold to Donna. Jackie Reynolds on Flatt and Scruggs, sold to Jackie Reynolds. We Shall Overcome, which was a quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson. We have Jeff Beck Flash. Jeff Beck, $10. $10. We have America Live. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. We have Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth, $5 on that. Also, we have the Best of the Doobies, $7.50. This is $7.50. China Grove, Taking It to the Streets. Listen to the music. Jay Neutral on JB for Jeff Beck sold. And We Shall Overcome is $10. We Shall Overcome. In the voice of Lyndon Johnson, We Shall Overcome. This is Poco Legend. Poco is $5. Poco $5, and Spyro Gyra Breakout. Spyro Gyra $5 on that one. We have Jackie Reynolds on the Doobie Brothers. That is sold to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you on that. Another Buffalo Springfield. This is essentially the best of, kind of like what you just had, but this one has, this one's $15. Rock and Roll Woman. That's another good song. Do, 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 do. There's a woman. Did I miss Fifth Dimension? No, nobody bought that. Jeff Beck, We Shall. Adam Bernardi does want We Shall Overcome. That's sold. Jackie Reynolds, you were first on the Doobies. I already pulled that for you, right? I did. Then Donna got Spyro Gyra. That's sold. And we have Donna was second. Donna first on Buffalo Springfield. Edwin next on Spyro. Then George, and Peter Haas gets Poco. Peter Haas gets Poco there. Peter Haas gets Poco. Next is Lone Justice Shelter, Gold Stamp Promo, $7.50. The Lovin' Spoonful, Everything Playing, Lovin' Spoonful is $6.50. Sammy Hagar, that's a self-titled album for $12.50. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert, $7.50. I've got to catch my breath here in a second. Next thing is hey, there it is. Best of Steppenwolf. This is a Pickwick, so it's on a budget label. Born to be Wild and Magic Carpet Ride. I'd like to be, yeah, $7.50. The Who Hooligans, $15. I called it. Yeah, that's a premonition, some kind of forward thinking there. It's some kind of ESPN people have. We have Sammy Hagar sold to Tim. Sammy Hagar to Tim Graham, Aiden Revere second, John Kaiser next on Spyro Gyra, and then Donna got Steppenwolf. I'd like to be Jamie K on Emerson Lake and Palmer, then Be Yourself Adventures, then Scott Dwallow on Steppenwolf, then Jackie on Steppenwolf, and we have the best of Alan Sherman, $7.50, and Pat Travers Band, Go For What You Know. Pat Travers is $10, and Joe Walsh recorded live, another copy. This one's $10. I think I got a nicer one back here. I do. They look slightly different, though. Different catalog numbers, maybe. Is this the same pressing? These are different pressings. Yeah, these are different pressings. Look. MCA Coral, Reissue, and OG. There you go. Two different labels, two different pressings. Same price. Next thing is Brian Pease, you were third on Steppenwolf. And we have across the field, the Ohio State Marching Band. Oh my gosh. It's the Ohio State, $8.50. How can you be sure we're both exact same time that we bid? How can that be we were both exact same time? Jamie K was first on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. You were second. It shows up on Restream that you were second. Next is In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, $10 on that. And we have Country Joe and the Fish. That is $14. And we have Richard Pryor's. That's something I said. Richard Pryor is $10. And we have the Kinks, State of Confusion, $7.50. Chad Snyder wants the Ohio State University. Right now, they're the #1 team in the nation. You can't say too much about them. They hadn't lost a game in like a year. Richard Pryor is sold to Donna. Next is Scott Dwallow on that. So if y'all tie on the same time, it's whoever's first. If y'all tie, it's whoever's first. You got to leave that up to Restream. 011613, 01613. Y'all tied on the exact same second. It's whoever they show first. You got to send that. You got to take that up with Restream. Go to Restream.com and file a formal complaint. You got to take that up with them. Pat Benatar, 7 the hard way, $7.50. We have Elvis Costello, Get Happy, VG, $6.50. Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida, $9. $9. Also, Delaney and Bonnie Genesis, $10. Also, Balloons, $12.50. And Disco To Go, all original hits, $6.50. Albert King is available, $34.99. How much? $34.99. It's new and sealed. Christopher Yoakum got Pat Travers. That's right back here. Pat Travers is right here. That is sold to Christopher Yoakum. That's gone. Adam Bernardi on Iron Butterfly. That's sold. Donna got Disco. Brian Peace next on Pat Travers. Patrick Lear on the Rolling Stones. I'm assuming if you want live, you got it, right? This one right back here, Patrick Lear, the Stones, that's sold to you. Peter Haas on EC for Elvis Costello, that's sold to Peter Haas. Let's go through these again. Elvis Costello's already sold. George Burleson next on Iron Butterfly. And Patrick Lear said yes, and here we go. Ed Riviera wants Bloots. It's records are given first come, first serve to whoever appears first on Restream. Whoever appears first on Restream, it doesn't matter what the timestamp says, whoever's first on the alphabetically or chronologically ordered time stream, that's who gets it. Whoever appears first on this feed. As you see, my phone is exactly mirrored with what's on the screen, right? See that right there? It's exactly mirrored. Hold on. There we go. It's exactly mirrored with what's on the screen right now. And that's what I go by. And that's what y'all can see. Pat Benatar is sold to Brian Peace. There's that. And let's go ahead and do this right here. All right. Let's do, okay, so that's, wow, I'm glad I put Albert King back there. We've sold 2 of those tonight. Let's put another record back there. Let's do, this is some cool artwork to look at. This is a Steven Wilson remix, too, of Jethro Tull Stand Up. Jethro Tull Stand Up. Really cool artwork on this one, $29.99. $29.99. Jethro Tull Stand Up. Okay? There's that. Let's blast through these one more time, okay? Y'all have exhausted me. Y'all have physically and mentally exhausted me today. All right, we've almost sold everything in here, though. Let's read through this again. You might want to grab them. If not, it's going to be offered as a bundle deal, okay? Here we go. First thing is this. We Like Rock and Roll, Rock and JoJo, a rockabilly album, 1987 German press, $5. And then over here, this is Tina Turner, Private Dancer. This is in Shrink with Hype. What's Love Got to Do with It? $10 on that, original under sleeve. Utopia, $13.50 on Utopia. And Cleopatra, music by Alex North. Cleopatra is $10. Next thing is the Fireballs Come On React. Fireball is the Fireballs is $5. Jefferson Starship Dragonfly, $7.50. The Best of the Bonzos, $15 on that. Chet Atkins, stay tuned. Chet Atkins is $5. We also have Madonna Angel. Madonna is $10, which is a single. Supertramp is $17.50. The Fifth Dimension is $7.50. America is a live album. It's not a greatest hits, it's a live album. Now they're doing most of their hits. Tin Man, Russ Muskrat Love, I Need You, Old Man Took, Daisy Jane, and a couple others. And then Amber Cascades, Ventura Highway, Sister Golden Hair, America, Horse, wait a minute, what was those last three? Ventura Highway, Sister Gold Hair, and A Horse of No Name. Yeah, that's a good one. $5. Dixie Dregs is $5, Dregs of the Earth. Also, we have Lone Justice Shelter, $7.50 on that. The Love and Spoonful, $6.50 on Love and Spoonful. The Who Hooligans is $15. And The Best of Alan Sherman, $7.50 on that. Joe Walsh, $10. Joe Walsh, $10. Also, we have In the Eye of the Storm, The Outlaws, $10. Country Joe and the Fish, $14. The Kinks State of Confusion is $7.50. And Delaney and Bonnie Genesis is $10. Jackie Does Get America Live. I'll give a few seconds for everybody's lag to kick in or questions. If not, we're going to count those and try to do a bundle deal. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. Felt good to get out of the rain. In the desert, there's something, something. La, 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 la. Tina Turner is sold to Christopher Yoakum. Chad, I wasn't trying to complain. I was really concerned and didn't know how it worked. Thank you for asking. I didn't take that as a complaint. I took that as you curious on how I determine. It's whoever appears first on my phone, which is also embedded on the stream. La, 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 la. I know Chris Knapp is here. That means we could go through a half-off Paul crate, right? If Chris Knapp is here, that means he's ready for a half-off Paul crate. Wouldn't that be accurate to say that? Let's do a bundle. Who's ready? Come on, John Barry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Bundle price. There's 21 records, $95. 95 divided by 21 is $4.52 a piece. $95, everything that's left, $21 records, $4.52. And we've already filled up a crate, so I got to swap these out anyway. Good way to start the next crate would be another half-off crate. I mean, should we do a half-off Paul crate over here from earlier in the week or last week? I think it was from last week. Come on, John Barry. Everybody sing it with me. Come on, John Barry. We had AI write a song about John Barry one night. Y'all might have missed that. I asked AI to write a song. I said, AI, write a song about a guy named John Barry who likes to buy bundle deals for vinyl records. And poof, it spit out a song in 1 second. And it was called Come On, John Barry. That was the chorus. Come on, John Barry. We sing it every night because he just bought this bundle deal for $75. These are sold. I'm putting them away. These are sold to John Barry for $75, and we're going to go into another half-off crate. Here we go. All right, I was supposed to stop an hour and a half ago. Guess what I'm doing? Come on, John Barry. Let's do it again. How much is the bundle? It was $95. I just sold it to him for $75. Come on, John Barry. I said, Grok, write me a song about a guy named John Barry who loves buying bundling deals. He loves doing big bundles. Big, big, big bundles. Huge bundles. Hope you're all ready. Here we go. Buckle up. More is on the way. Don't go to bed yet. Don't go to bed yet. Supertramp. I'll take Supertramp if he doesn't want the bundle. Chad, how much is Supertramp? Those records are gone. Sorry, folks. That circus has closed. How long have we been selling? I've almost lost my... we've been selling for 7 hours and 23 minutes. Last night we went 7 hours and 55 minutes. Here we go. Last crate. Full speed ahead. I need everybody's concentration and focus. Let's do this. I like big bundles and I cannot lie. There we go. Maybe that's our next t-shirt. I like big bundles and I cannot lie. All right. Next, the Shy Lights, Happy Being Lonely, $7.50. As y'all know, if I don't say anything about the condition, the vinyls EX Plus are better. Mr. Vincent, Black Crucial, some kind of pot leaf. This is $7.50. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, 2 Stuff to Jump. Amazing Rhythm Aces, $5. The Same People, Horizons, a 1979 private press folk album, sealed, $10. Ellen McElwain, Everybody Needs It, $5 for Ellen McElwain. Well, I can tell we're in a Paul crate, buddy. Do Your Duty, Blue Monday, a 1979 hard rock blues album on blue vinyl, sealed for $12.50. We got 2 copies of it. How about the Stylistics, Rock and Roll Baby? The Stylistics is $7.50. Fatback's a white label promo. Bright Lights, Big City. That's what Ric Flair used to say. $10 on that. Chappie wants the Shy Lights. Sold. Donna on the Stylistics. Sold. Let's get all these in here sold. Next is Tim Curry, Read My Lips. That's what Ronald Reagan said. Read my lips. No more new taxes. Also, we have Helen Reddy, I Am Woman, sealed. Original Helen Reddy with hop sticker, $5. Andy Williams, Greatest Hits, sealed, $10. And No Money Down, Blue Money Band, a 1977 private press rock album, $15. Chris Knapp said Same, and that was for... Same was for The Same People, Horizons. That's so to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. Crazy Paul crate here, and these should not be half off. You know it. Jim Sotong on Tim. Tim Curry, Bush Sr., George Bush, my bad. Sorry, I wasn't even born yet. Cut me a break here. Come on. We have Natural Gas, sealed for $7.50. It's Getting Better, Atlantis, a 1973 Vertigo label. $10 on that. Also, we have Eddie Peabody, Banjo's Best. Eddie Peabody, sealed, $5. Hatcheted t-shirts will be billed this week. They're going to be here tomorrow. They're going to be billed next week. Billed next week, yes. Yes, Bush Sr. Flesh Tones, Live in Paris 85. $10, the Flesh Tones. Roberta Flack, First Take. Roberta Flack is VG Plus, $7.50. Read My Lips. No more new taxes. I like that. I don't know how y'all feel, but that sounds good to me. Small Faces, Playmates, VG Plus, $7.50. We have David Newman, House of David, VG $5, a 67 Jazz Funk, $5, David Newman. Isaac Hayes, and once again, Isaac Hayes is a Canadian import, VG Plus, $7.50. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on Eddie Peabody, that's sold. Donna on DN for David Newman, that's sold. And we have Donna Herner on Isaac Hayes. That's sold. Also, we have No Commercial Appeal, Ann and Dick Albin, a 1976 private press folk album, VG Plus, $5. We have Just a Touch of Love, Slave, EX for $9. Small Faces, sold to Chris Knapp, done. Also, Charmer, Only the Wind, a 1980 U.S. private press rock album, EX, $14. Donna on Slave, sold. Golden Does It. I love this cover. It is a compilation, a swamp pop R&B doo-wop comp. Whoa. VG Plus, $7.50. Also, Stanley Turntime, The Look of Love. That's EX, $6.50. Ryan Mustaine on Newman. Now, are you talking about the post office employee, or was there something in here actually called Newman? Are you talking about the guy that works for the United States Post Office that's an fictional character on the hit 90s sitcom Seinfeld? Or was there actually something in here called Newman that I missed? Chris Knapp on Alvin, that's sold right here. That is sold to Chris Knapp. Donna on ST for Stanley Turrentine sold. Adam Bernardi second, Ryan Mustang third, and Golden Dozen is sold to Chris Knapp. Moving right along, Johnny Guitar Watson, a real mother for you. Whoa, VG, $5. Next is Stan. That was Stanley Turrentine. You were fifth on that one. $6.50 for Photo Maker. Fotomaker. $6.50 on Photo Maker. A group called Smith. Baby, It's You. Great song on here. Nice cover. Very bold colors. No ring wear. Clean. But the vinyl's VG. $5 on that one. The Rolling Stones Still Life. This is the Rolling Stones live in 1981. $6.50 live in 1981. Still Life. Stevie Wonder, Aretha Franklin recorded live. Newport, New York. VG $5. And we have CCR, Bayou Country, VG $7.50. Wasn't a fusion guy whose name was Newman. In here, there was Atlantis, Natural Gas. No Newman in here. No. So far, nothing in here with Newman that I know of. Donna on Newport, that's sold to Donna. J Nutra on CCR. And moving right along, we also have Holiday. This is America, VG Plus $7.50. I sold it. Whatever was Newman, I've already sold, evidently. A quad pressing of Holiday, VG Plus $7.50. Ike and Tina Turner working together. Ike and Tina, VG $5. We have Sugar, Stanley Turrentine with Ron Carter, George Benson, Freddie Hubbard, VG $5. Wow, a lot of VG $5 records in here. A lot of $5 VG records for sure. Johnny Guitar Watson was sold to Michael Remza. That was VG $5 sold. Joe Sontag, you were second. Donna got Stanley Turrentine. That's sold to Donna. Next thing in here is Best of Leon, VG $5 on that. Wings of Light, VG Plus $12.50. 1979 Gospel Disco Funk Soul. I wonder what that sounds like. Gospel Disco Funk Soul, VG Plus $12.50. Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win, Shrinking Hot, EX $6.50. And we have Gary Bartz. Bartz is a 1980 US, VG Plus $10. Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days. It does have cover damage, VG Plus only $5. VG Plus only $5. Donna on Dr. Hook. Donna gets Hook. Doctor, so to Donna. We have what does this say? Third Day, VG Plus $10. Third Day, Second Mile. Third Day, Second Mile. Chappie, 675. Chappie getting the Ike and Tina Turner. That's sold to Chappie 675. Ron Mustaine on GB, and that's for Gary Bartz. That's sold to Ron Mustaine. Also, Frigid Pink. Nice. Earth Omen. A white label promo, VG $10 because there's a mark on side one that causes pops. Promo sticker on the back. Right there. This mark right here, that's why it's VG. Other than that, it plays okay. Frigid Pink, they've got some cool music. Bullfrogs and Butterflies. This is a children's religious album. EX $6.50 on that. Chris Knapp on Third Day. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Also in here, we have Lone Star firing on all six. Lone Star is a 1977 hard rock album. VG Plus $6. Adam Bernardi on Frigid Pink. So to Adam Bernardi. The Rock of Fire. Hey, there's that Christmas pizza. Not Christmas. There's that pizza place record. Now just $30. That's half off of $59.99. That's that something pizza place we were talking about. Next is Adam Bernardi on Frigid Pink. Did I already pull that? I pulled that so fast I didn't even remember it. Next is the Blue Things. Should be a big discount on this. Yeah, well, it's $25 in VG minus condition. That's because high-grade copies are like 100. So this one's $12.50. It's a 66 mono with scene splitting, but it's a garage psych album. A psych album. So Paul had it at a fair price for $25 for a VG minus. If this was near mint minus, a nice copy, we'd probably have it at $100. Chris Knapp on the Rock of Fire Explosion. Showbiz Pizza. Yeah, Showbiz Pizza. Thank y'all. Couldn't remember that one. And Chris Knapp does get Showbiz. Blue Things is $12.50. Little Feat, Times Loves the Hero. Little Feat's VG minus $5. The Poppers, Magic People. VG $5 on Poppers. We have Lester Young. This is the Complete Savoy Sessions. VG $5. More jazz for you. Orange Colored Sky. 68 Sock Pop, VG Plus 750. We have the Blue Thing, so to Chris Knapp. We also have Petra, more power to you. Petra, just 650. Donna on Lester Young, so to Donna. We have Petra again, EX $9. Wow, half off of Petra. Should be a big discount on this one. Johnny, 2 bags, is half off of $89.99. $45 on that. $45 on that. Wow. Donna on Lester Young. I've already pulled that. I am pulling stuff so fast I'm not even remembering it. Donna got Lester Young. Jay Neutral on chat. And that was for the chat. The chat had a massive conversation. Oh, yeah, he's talking about the pizza record. Christopher Yoakum, you were second to Blue Things. Luke and the Grooves third on Blue Things. And Chris Knapp on Orange Colored Sky. That's so to Chris Knapp, Orange Colored Sky. We have, this was Yun Fukamachi, a 1977 Japanese import. I got to be careful saying that name. Like I said, it could have been up something like on Austin Powers. Juan Fukamachi. I got to be careful of those kind of names. $10 on that. UK Subs live kicks. UK Subs is $12.50. We have Scale the Summit. 2005 white vinyl Prague math rock metal. Whoa, $10 on that. How much is? How much is what, Adam? How much is? What did you say? This is $10. No condition notes. It's near mint minus. Okay, I've got to stretch my leg right quick or I'm going to fall over. Okay, next thing is Chris Knapp on UK Subs. Yeah, it's near mint minus. It's really clean. We have Sleepy LaBeef Electricity. Sleepy LaBeef is $5. Duke Pearson's Prairie Dog. Whoa! Aha! $75. This should not be happening. Luke Pearson's Prairie Dog. That was originally $149.99. You've got to be kidding me. Adam Bernardi says he'll take that. Thank you. Now I don't have to say that again. Jamie K on Scale the Summit. Thank you. Also in here we have the electric chairs. That is $17.50. Do what? James Ward, Faith Takes a Vision. Sealed. 1982 Gospel Soft Rock. Sealed. $7.50. We got 2 of those. We got the music from Woody Allen's film. These pretzels are making me thirsty. $7.50. David Hoy picking the Prairie Dog. Man, that should not. I should have pulled that one out and had Paul put it on Discogs for $200 or best offer. So did David Hoy. Nice. Next is Like a Quiet Storm. Freddie Cole, $7.50. These pretzels are making me thirsty. That is so to Adam Bernardi. Manhattan. We have I'm a Stranger Too. Chris Smither. Whoa. Half off of $74.99. $37.50. A blues rock country rock album. What is going on? Donna was next on Manhattan. Pat Terry Film at 11. An 83 Gospel Rock. $5 on that. We have Silver Severin, what does this say? It's $5. I remember this one. It's a Motown record, Severin Brown, but it's country rock. And I was like, how often do you see country rock on Motown? You know, usually it's Temptations and Jackson 5. Prodigal, Electric Eye, $10 on Prodigal. Another copy, that's same thing. And Oregon, Roots in the Sky, a white label promo for $7.50. The Norwood soundtrack is $5. And we have Michael W. Smith Project, a 1983 synth pop, $5. Man, I feel like we sold a lot out of there, and there's still a lot left because that crate was packed. That crate was really packed. That crate was super packed. Holy moly. Whew. We got to read through those again. We got to read through those again. Oh my gosh. My mouth is chapped. I've done so much talking in the last 48 hours. I'm losing my voice. Ugh, I can't talk. My Subway's up there. My chocolate chip cookies up there. My Diet Coke is up there. I feel like I'm about to go eat a bunch of food for no reason. That's how tired I am. Or hungry. I'm not really tired. I'm hungry. I hadn't took really a pause tonight to get a snack or anything. Atlantis. Let's go back and find that again for him. Yeah, the Atlantis was the Vertigo record, wasn't it? Yeah, we're training for the Black Friday 24-hour live stream. That's going to be pretty epic. I'm going to have to eat, though. I won't have a problem unless I'm short on food. Let's do this again, okay? No more new crates. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure out what happens here. We're running out of time. We only got 22 minutes left. What am I looking for? Sorry, let me get focused. Focus, Chad. Focus. You can do this, Chad. Focus. Focus, 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 Chad. Focus, focus. You can do this. Atlantis. Mike Ospaw, $10. 1973, $10. $10, okay? Next is Adam Bernardi on the poppers. Poppers. Sold. Poppers. We're running out of time. Poppers. Sold. That's sold to Mike Adam Bernardi, okay? Let's do these one more time. Quickly, okay? Fast. No more pauses. Next thing we have is this. This is Mr. Vincent Black Crucials, $7.50. Also over here, this. We have Atlantis. It's getting better. Sold to Mike Ospaw. I'm going to do a 24-hour live. I'm going to try to do two. I'm going to try to do two 24-hour live streams before the end of the year. Yeah. I want to schedule two. We got to really plan ahead. It's going to be up front. It's going to be back here. It's going to be walking through the store. It's going to be walking through the back. It's going to be me with a mobile camera. It's going to be me here. It's going to be me there. And I might even show up at your doorstep. You might be watching live, really zoomed. You might be like really focused watching the stream. And then all of a sudden I'm knocking at your door and you're like, wait a minute, Chad's right outside my house. Next thing, one more time, Mr. Vincent Black Crucials. I don't know exactly what this is. It's on Jam Cam. It's an import, 83 Canadian import, reggae dancehall. It's a reggae dancehall, 12-inch single, $7.50. Amazing Rhythm Aces, two Stuff to Jump. ARA is $5. Ellen McElwain, everybody needs it. $5 for Ellen McElwain. Do Your Duty, Blue Monday, a 1979 hard rock blues on blue vinyl, sealed for $12.50. We got two of those. We got Fatback, Bright Lights, Big City. Fatback's a white label promo, $10. Helen Reddy, I Am Woman, sealed original, $5. Donna will take that right there. Andy Williams, Greatest Hits, sealed, $10. No Money Down, Blue Monday Band, sealed, $15. I have Natural Gas, that is sealed, $7.50. Donna gets Fatback. Donna gets Fatback. Also, we have Flesh Tones, Live in Paris, $10 on that. Roberta Flack, First Take, VG Plus, $7.50. Charmer, Only the Win. Charmer's EX, $14. Lone Star, Price and Condition. Lone Star was, I feel like that was right in here, or have I just shown it a second time? I haven't. Right here it is, Jackie. Lone Star, not the country band, not the Richie McDonald, I'm Already There. This is called Firing on All Six. This is a 1977 hard rock, VG Plus, $6. We have Photo Maker, F-O-T-O-M-A-K-E-R. That is M-A-K-E-R. What's a maker? Photo Maker. A group called Smith, VG $5 on that. Rolling Stones is VG $6.50. Holiday, VG Plus $7.50. Best of Leon, VG $5. Thompson Twins, Here's the Future Days, VG Plus $5. Wings of Light, VG Plus $12.50. Bullfrogs and Butterflies, EX $6.50. Jackie Reynolds on Lone Star, I'm Already There. Take a look around. When I think of Lone Star, that's what I think. They have nothing on vinyl, by the way. I know him. I went to school with his son, the country band Lone Star. I went to a school with his son, Rhett McDonald. We went to school all the way through we went through school together through 6th grade. I got Richie's phone number. Y'all want to try to call him? Say, Richie, I'm live on Facebook right now. Will you sing I'm Already There? Little Feat, Time Loves the Hero. VG minus $5. Price on Holiday. Holiday. That's America. That is a quad press, $5. That has some good songs on it too. Yeah, Tin Man. Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. So did Donna. All I had to do was sing a couple bars. We have Petra, one more power to you. EX 650, and we have another Petra. What is this one called? EX $9. That is Petra, Beat the System. $9, Petra, Beat the System. And this is $40. That's the half off price. It's called Johnny Two Bags, Salvation Town. A 2014 white vinyl rock folk country. $40 on that. Next is Sleepy LaBeef Electricity, $5. The 1750 Wayne County and the electric chairs. That's what that's called. Wayne County and the electric chairs. 1750 on that. James Ward, this is sealed. 750. We got 2 of them. It's an 82 gospel soft rock album. Like a Quiet Storm, Freddie Cole. 750 on that. Chris Smither, I'm a Stranger Too. Sealed for $37.50. Sealed for $37.50. Sold the Duty LP. The Duty, that was back here. Duty. You're talking about this right here. Duty. Do Your Duty by Blue Monday. Sealed for $12.50. Blue vinyl too. And we have one left. That one sold to Jackie. George Burleson on Little Feet. That is sold to George Burleson. And we have Pat Terry, Film at 11. Pat Terry is $5. Severin. Boy, I never can remember this one. Severin Bodine. Severin Brown. It's really hard to read. Severin Brown, $5 on that. Freddie was Pat Terry. Charmers. What was, Freddie Cole. That's sold to Jack. Okay, and then Charmers, Genre, and Price. Charmers, I remember reading that. Charmer, Only the Wind is a private press, which means they self-released it. It's a rock. Paul just has it as rock. Just rock. $14 on that. Donna got Freddie. Freddie Cole went to Donna Turner. We have Prodigal, Electric Eye, $10 on Prodigal. Oregon, Roots in the Sky, a white label promo, $7.50. The soundtrack to Norwood, Glenn Campbell Music, $5. And Michael W. Smith Project, $5 on that. And then that Johnny Two Bags might have the autograph. Let's take a look. Something happened to the inner sleeve there. I said, Jack, yeah, I'm starting to get delusional. Don't see any autograph on this. Is it supposed to be an insert? Might have been supposed to be an insert. All right, I'm going to give lag. I don't know, there's some kind of pricey. It's going to be hard to bundle these maybe unless I pull a couple out. Is there anybody still interested in a bundle? I know John Barry's lurking. I mean, there's a couple in here. I could either do one or two things. I could pull out because, I mean, if this is I could Discogs it right quick. If it's actually demanding that kind of money on Discogs, which if Paul comped it, it's got to be. You know, I can just pull these out because that would be like really, you know, if that got into a bundle at $4 or $5, that would be like throwing away $80. You know, that's pretty tough to do. Same thing for this Chris Smither. You know, it was marked $75. So, I mean, those two records together, 75 is $150, and then that leaves another $15. That's $165. So $165 just for those two records. But if I pull those out, we might can strike a deal on a bundle, and I'll probably go ahead and count them. I mean, there's still some good stuff in here. I can't believe it didn't sell. Petra always sells. I mean, they just started reissuing their catalog. They started reissuing their catalog, and that stuff new is not cheap. And I'm okay bundling everything else that's left in there. There's a couple more. Charmer, let's sell that here. Charmer, that's sold to Jackie for $14, okay? I'm going to pull those two out, and I'm going to make sure no other late comments come in. And then I've got to stop. I've went way too late. I still got to film videos for, tomorrow morning. And then if I think I might take off to the mountains, which would be a crazy decision, I might have to film Sunday morning videos and Monday morning videos. Gosh, that's a lot. I don't know if I'm going to be, we might not have some videos in the group because that would take me, oh my gosh, that would take me hours. I'm going to be here till 5 or 6 a.m. Okay, next thing is which Petra title, and then Petra beat the. All right, so Adam Bernardi has first dibs. Petra over here, Petra beat the system. That is the first title. Clip Corner does have the original on her sleeve, if I can get it back in its sleeve. Okay, Adam, that's available to you, and the other one is More Power to You, EX650. Now, if you pass, Be Yourself wants Beat the System. Was there an OG Miles Davis that was available? Not in this crate and not left over from tonight, to my knowledge. I don't know of one from tonight. To my knowledge, I don't think so. No. We don't have time for another crate anyway. Facebook expires in 13 minutes. I'm going to start counting these and make sure Adam Bernardi doesn't want them. Facebook expires in 12 minutes. Paul's doing the show tomorrow. He gets started at 6 o'clock sharp. Paul gets started at 6 o'clock sharp. Y'all know him. He's right on time. He's an ex-military guy. He's not going to be late. We've already read through all those 45s. You've already seen them. It's a bundle deal for $25. Adam Bernardi's going to let me know on Petra. What I'm going to go ahead and do is start counting these. Let's count these and do a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There's only one copy, 27. Let's read this one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, okay? And now there's going to be 28 because I'm putting Petra in there. I'm putting Petra in there. So now 28. This one is sold to Be Yourself Adventures, Beat the System. There's 28 records. Let's end on a high note and sell all these. 28 records. Let's end on a high note and sell all these. $115. 115 divided by 28, that makes these $4.10 a piece. 410. 410 a piece. 115, 28 records. Jethro Tull is sealed, $29.99. Stephen Wilson. I've pulled out 2 records, of course, the Johnny 2 Bags and the Chris Smither, because I feel like those collectively on Discogs could bring $200. And we're ending on a high note. The rest of these records are sold to John Barry for $100. John Barry, I want to thank you for making an appearance tonight. You, along with everybody else, Donna bought just as many bundles. Everybody's helped out Collectco a lot tonight. Y'all are supporting a small business that, honestly, every day, I'm amazed by our growth. It blows my mind. I walk through this store and I see everybody working. I see everybody that works here. They're tagging, they're sorting, they're pricing, they're cleaning, they're watching, they're alphabetizing, they're doing this and they're doing that. And I was like, how in the world did we get to this point? Boom. It used to be me. Tanner would help me out. I used to key everything in. I would invoice, and I would pack most of everybody's orders. Can y'all believe that? At one time, I was buying every record. I was cleaning every record. I was pricing every record. I was selling every record. I was mostly, Tanner was helping me tag most of them, but I did some tag, and I would go back and rewatch the sales. I'd go back and rewatch the sales myself, and then I would invoice people, and then we would pack them together. Tanner helped me out a little bit with that. And now there's people buying records for me. There's people sorting records for me. They're cleaning records for me. They're researching records for me. They're pricing records for me. They're watching the sales for me. They're tagging records. They're keying them in for me. They're invoicing for me. They're handling customer service for me. They're packing them for me. And all I do is show up and sell them. That's amazing, isn't it? All those jobs I used to do, there's somebody else doing it for me now. That's how we've got to this scale. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's incredible. The 15 jobs I used to do, there's 15 people here doing them now for me. That's how we're able to grow to this massive scale. Off and on, 15 full-time and part-time employees every week to make these shows happen. If you don't know this and you just tune in occasionally, none of this would be possible if we didn't have all these people here working or almost around the clock. Because when I leave in the mornings, people start showing up. So this is a 24/7, 365 operation of vinyl. I don't know anybody else in America that does it like that. 24/7, 365 operations, sorting, packing, cleaning, buying, and shipping out vinyl all over the country. But thanks to y'all, it's possible. It's been an amazing week. And Paul's still going to wrap it up. Don't forget, this invoicing cycle goes all the way back till Sunday. Paul had a Psychedelic Sunday show. We've had Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, tonight. He's going to wrap up Saturday's show. They're going to send invoices on Monday. I'll be back Monday to start a new week. I doubt there's anybody here doing anything on Sunday. Because if I do a sale on Sunday and don't go up to the mountains with my family, they might not ever talk to me again. But if I stay at home and sleep like I usually do, they'll probably be okay with that. Thank y'all as always. It's been an epic week. I'm excited to see where CollectCo goes in the future. We're almost 24/7. The next thing would be just selling 24/7. Any time of the day, you could log on to our network and be buying collectibles. You could be buying records at 10 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Just tune in and there'll be somebody here selling records. I learned something in business. I have learned something in business. The only way you're going to grow is hiring people. Hiring good people, smart people, trustworthy people. I still got the single. I'm asking $199.99 for it. And I still got the country albums too. Willie, Keith Whitley, and the other J.D. Crowe of Keith Whitley. All right, so I'm going to set this over here. Whoever's watching sell this blue crate, I'm going to leave all those together. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Please show up and buy stuff from Paul. Talk them into selling late. Y'all get on here and say, Paul, Chad said you got to sell late tonight. He said you're going to go to 1 a.m. doing half-off crates. Talk them into it. Talk them into it, folks. Chuck, if you want to make an offer on that, you can be the last seller of the night. I've got it ready to sell to you, sir. Her first single. Very cool record. Loretta Lynn's very first record. It wasn't an album, folks. It was that single back there. 6 a.m. in 4 hours, there'll be a preloaded video pop up in Whole Lot of Records. If you're on Facebook, you'll be the recap of all of tonight's new vinyl. And also, we will have a 9 a.m. vintage crate. I'm about to start making that up right now. The 9 a.m. vintage crate. And that's probably it. I'll probably go ahead and record Sundays too, but I shouldn't because I'm not going to have much time. But MoFi, yeah. Do half off of all that Hatchet Ed sealed stuff. Just to hope, recap. Okay, I'll leave it right there. If you're watching tomorrow, I'll leave it up to Paul's judgment if you want to submit an offer. No rush, no pressure. Jethro Tull is $29.99. Jethro Tull is $29.99. Okay. All right, thanks everybody. I'm in the feed. If I miss a claim or I miss a question before the feed ends, just send me a message. We're done. What an epic sale. Facebook's about to expire anyway. We have been streaming for 7 hours and 56 minutes. We beat last night.